I'm Kevin Davis. This is the Catholic Family Podcast, and thank you to all of you who are here live with us for a special edition. We are obviously going to be commenting on the elections. Some might say the biggest elections of our lifetime. I do also feel like we say that for every election. So, yeah, they are important elections. I don't think anyone would deny that. You do have absolutely different parties running against each other. It's no longer McCain versus Obama. They're really different. You know, you have Trump versus Kamala. Kamala, I just saw. I don't know if anyone saw this. This was, I think, about an hour or two ago. She was, I don't know, in her campaign headquarters pretending to take a call and actually, just turned the phone around. It was her camera on, so showing how silly this woman
did you
is.
see she went last night to a to knock on doors, and they have her on video. She went and everybody walked back inside so that she could show that she was knocking on the door.
Right.
I mean, it's just that's kind of been the her whole campaign.
Well, that's part of what I'm really curious. We're going to have guests come on through the night. Hopefully, if anyone's interested, I have several people I want to join, several priests as well, who I hope will show up. But I kind of want to talk about that. You know, as the election goes, of course, we're going to try to do live coverage. We're going to talk about where things are at with the presidential race, the Senate, and the House. Dad and Eric are going to help me do that. I don't know much about politics at all, so I'm going to be here to kind of talk while these guys are actually doing the thinking. But I also want to talk tonight, kind of, with whoever joins, about where we're at, as a country. I live in Germany, obviously, but I still, of course, am very American. But, where the country is, where the parties are, where they're moving. And I think it's pretty interesting when you look at Kamala. And I think we can all really say right now, she is an actress. And she's a bad actress, but she's an actress. She is not an actual politician. She is just someone who they put in because they thought she was fairly attractive. She's female and she's fairly black, I suppose. Is she quarter black? I don't know. Half.
She reads the script okay.
She reads the script okay. Yeah.
She memorizes lines okay. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, she's not an actual politician. But everyone in the comment section, please be here with us. And let us
Before we get going, Kevin, I think it'd be a really good idea. Alexa has a comment, like the second one there. Hello, praying hard for our country today. And I think we need to really keep this in mind, that I know that I'm not sure for anybody else, but we were part of a prayer group that did an all-night adoration, not adoration, but all-night prayer last night. And I think I was up from 1 to 2 in the morning. And I think that there have been tons and tons of prayers, and it's going out to all the different Christian communities there. And I think it's very, very true that if God's grace does not fall on this election, it's not probably going to be for lack of effort on a lot of Christians' parts. And I think we do need to keep that in mind, that, we are praying for God's will to be done on our country, and we're praying for the best for our country.
Yeah, absolutely. And no matter if you voted or not, that is certainly the most important thing. Good to see Father Le Toronto watching. Father, we'd love to have you join the show at some point as well. I'm sure you're very busy, but if you have a few minutes to give your opinions, that would be fantastic. We love having the clergy on, of course, to give their opinions. We hope to have Father Geckel on at some point today as well. And again, other guests as we go. We're probably going to be on for a long time. Honestly, I don't think any of us knows exactly how this is going to work. We're all kind of just winging this as we go. It's kind of like, as I told these guys, like, this is going to be pure chaos, but it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's gonna be a lot of fun with you guys in the comment section. Already a lot of people here that's gonna be an absolute blast. And I plan it. Dad and I both. Eric, did you take off? Or you have to work tomorrow, don't you?
Oh, I have to work tomorrow, but whatever. I don't need sleep.
Hey, we'll sleep when we're dead, right? Yeah, exactly.
And we're kind of hoping. I'm actually kind of hoping to rotate a little bit this chair between Lisa and as well as Dominic, who lives with us next door, and just kind of cycle through and get some of the thoughts, because you got some other very, very sharp political minds here who might be able to contribute. So
yeah, but Dad, you're the guru here, so please don't leave. Please don't leave.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be drowning. I think. But it's interesting. We're gonna see how it works. At some points, we're probably gonna be streaming from Fox News or whatever sources, just seeing what they're saying about the election process.
Yeah.
The first polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that's 20 minutes from now, 25 minutes from now. From now, we're just going to kind of talk a little bit about what we think is going to happen and what it's looked like so far. And I guess I'll speak first for myself for my feelings of the election to this point. If just looking through X, Twitter, it looks really, really good for Trump. But
It does.
But I said that in 2020, and everyone woke up the next morning and Biden was president. So I'm kind of holding my breath a little bit, but I feel pretty good. Dad, how do you feel?
Yeah, I would say, and I've gotten actually far more interested in polls this year than I think I have in the past, and kind of started to learn the difference between bad polls, suppression polls that are basically meant to influence public opinion, and the good polls, good pollsters, and then even with the good pollsters, what their limitations are, right? And the good ones will tell you we're statisticians. We're able to take what happened in 2020. We're able to roll it forward, and we're able to pick up some variables, but not all. So they don't even tell you that polling is going to be a perfect indicator of how things are actually going to go. But really what I'm seeing, and I think from the various voices have kind of coalesced on, do you have that 312 map up? Basically, what
can you share it with me, Dad?
I think, let me see if I've got it. Yeah, I think it's this one. Hang on, let me.
Greg Young Chevrolet, Dad. No free advertisements.
Yeah, that's the thing I worry about with this is we're gonna have advertising on here. Whoops, I think I actually switched somebody. But basically the how did I get from 312? I gotta find. There's a state that went rogue on me here. The common, I think, thinking from the sources that I've seen basically have Trump winning all of the swing states, all of the battleground states. So you're talking Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, which really isn't a swing state. It's very solid red, and Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And then basically what they're seeing as the battleground here is actually going to be the next four in line. It's going to be Minnesota, it's going to be New Hampshire, New Mexico, and there's one, well, Maine, I think, to a certain extent. But there's one more that I think is going to be really more where the battle is probably going to be. And then even New Jersey. I mean, I've been reading today where New Jersey ended up actually favoring Republicans for early voting. And in the voting so far during election day today is also favoring Republicans. So New Jersey is another one to kind of keep an eye out for. So the one thing I would say is that here in about 20 minutes when states start to close, what we're going to see, I think we're going to see Florida, Virginia, New Hampshire, and there is one other state that's going to be closing up shop. And Virginia, that's the one that's the one I actually think is going to go red. I think that's why I had it red. But we're going to have to see, and that's going to be probably what we see in the first hour as votes start to get counted. Is some of these eastern states.
Okay, so Dad, let's pull yours down because I'm curious. Eric did one as well, and Eric's is not as optimistic, which is shocking to me.
Which is good.
Eric,
Just like me.
I was gonna say
Not
typically the optimist in the room. If you want to share yours, I'll put that one up as well. Eric also has a Trump win, but a little different.
Yeah, and not because I'm pessimistic necessarily, just I don't know, cautiously optimistic. This is kind of what, if I were a betting man, this is kind of how I would place it. So he wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada of the swing states, but I think she's still probably going to pull out at least one of Michigan or Wisconsin. What scares me is if I click, I think this is live, right? If I make Pennsylvania blue, she somehow manages to squeak that out. Right. Then she's at her 270. So, I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't spend as much time on the social media as the right-wing side of things, or could be that I just have a lot of friends who, I guess they're friends, but friends who, will never vote for Trump, or friends who will vote for Harris no matter what, because that's what they're being told to do.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe just anecdotally, I have I do live in Colorado. That might be my problem.
Well, and Eric, what I would say so far that kind of supports what you're saying is I've been really watching for indications of cheating today, and that's, I think, one of the big storylines is a lot of people think that the Democrats are going to try to cheat to win, and I can tell you that so far from everything I've seen, Arizona and Nevada are just have looked very clean today, and you have huge Latino voters out in those two states. And the border wall being the big issue there. I think that those look like they're going to be solidly red. Georgia as well, which I think was where the most cheating. They had all the machine shenanigans and things like that going on in 2020, and they've cleaned that up some. And I think Georgia is probably going to go. Where I'm hearing the most reports of cheating so far is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And so
and those are the three. If she
those are the three,
those.
yeah. So I think that's probably where ultimately where it's going to come down. Now, if Trump, now one thing I would warn on, because this is a trap I actually got caught in 2020, is that the way they count votes in Virginia, the Republicans can tend to get they count. I think they count election day first, and they count the rural votes before they count the big urban votes like Fairfax County up near Washington, D.C. And so you're going to probably see Trump take a lead that could be as big as 10 or 15%. And you're going to say, wow, Trump's going to win. And you gotta temper it until all the votes come in Virginia.
And I think that's more than just Virginia, right? That's countrywide. You have your state, and then your smaller population counties are going to be the ones that they have fewer votes to count. They're going to count first. Your smaller population counties are typically the redder counties. The ones that are more densely populated are the bluer counties, which take longer. So you usually do see that red wave, and then it kind of dips, and then you get the little blue wave at the end as they count the cities. So cheating aside, I think that's a trend that is we should keep an eye out for it.
Let me see.
Where was she at the end of her campaign? I'm trying to remember where she was visiting. I feel like it was Pennsylvania, Michigan, right? Michigan, Pennsylvania, I think were the two that she was. But it really is fascinating to see that she was giving up pretty early on North Carolina, on Arizona, and I don't think she was even going to Nevada and these other places. But I tell you guys, I have absolute proof that Trump is going to win. This is from Disclosed TV. United States to test hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after election polls close, according to the Daily Mail. It's just one of those things like, boy, why?
Why we have to do this?
Really? Yeah. just unbelievable. Let's see. Julie Rose
got a visual real quick here, Kev. Got a visual.
Just like that. Let's look Eric answer this, and Dad throw up the visual for me.
Yeah, so Colorado hasn't always been blue. I mean, growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, it was actually, we had Republican governors, and it was mostly a red state. And then in the last 20 or so years, we've just had an influx of Californians. Well, no, not so much that. It's the Californians.
Yeah.
And so,
I hate to admit it, guys. Kevin, you're one of them. I came from California and moved to Colorado.
Well,
but I brought conservatives. I tried to bring conservatives.
Exactly.
Yeah, true. One of the few.
I'm making a sweeping generalization that Californians vote left. But anyway, they came and mostly,
solid one.
Yeah, mostly in the Denver metro area. Like that's tripled in size in the past 20 years, and the rest of the state, basically outside of Boulder and Denver, is red, and then you have the cities kind of dominating the politics. Kind of almost every state, I think, has that dynamic.
All right, let's see what Dad's got here.
Yeah, this is the
I saw that.
the way the vote's going to go.
What do they say? Beating the cheat, right? Beating the cheat.
That's that last minute surge, right? The 3 a.m. vote count coming in, but it's going to fall short this time. So
that's pretty funny.
That really was wild, and that was something. Again, I've mentioned that before. That I was already in Germany by that time, obviously, and I was watching that, and most of the Americans were in bed. And I think most people went to bed thinking, oh, Trump's got it. Trump thought he had it. I remember it was at nighttime. Like, yeah, he's got this. And I woke up. Or did I stay up? I don't know. I was up at 4:00 in the morning here. And I watched it live, as you could see these things just coming in like bunches, like what, 20,000, 50,000 votes just like this for Biden. Mm-hmm. And that was wild. And it was just,
how did we let ourselves get to the point
in like an hour?
a pipe could burst in Georgia and
Yeah.
it's caused the count in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin to stop. I mean, the whole thing was so surreal. And then people were actually screenshotting their screenshotting their TVs, and they were showing Donald Trump losing 10,000 votes at a time. You know, and so
Wild.
and in even 10,000 vote chunks. And so, yeah, the cheat in 2020 was just something else.
So how do you guys think, Eric, I'll ask you first, how can you best secure an election? There's probably no perfect way, but how do you think, in your opinion, is the best secure election?
I mean, the best, I think Florida kind of showed us how it should be done, right? You elect a Republican governor who is boring maybe, but he redoes all of the voting laws, right? You probably remember 2000, the year 2000, when like the recount took, I don't even remember how long it was days before they finally gave it to Bush over Gore. But like Jeb Bush got voted into the governorship of Florida and redid all the voting laws, made everything well. So now, you know, Ron DeSantis brags about it all the time, where they'll have results completely accurate that night, you know, with no questions there. I think basically you just have to go state by state and do that. And you know, who knows?
Do they do paper, or I mean, how do they like?
I don't know all the details, but yeah, I just know that was what.
But you can do it, yeah.
Well, yeah, you can do it, but Florida was also perennially a swing state. It was always purple. Basically, Florida was Pennsylvania this year. Whichever way that state goes, the election's going to go.
And now with the voting registrations or whatever that have been shown in Florida, there are 1.2 million more Republicans that vote. Is that right, Dad? 1.2 million more Republicans, right? I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I think that's actually just in Florida. Yeah.
Just that's what I mean, in Florida that voted. So Florida is going absolutely.
Florida's hard red, no question about it. Yeah, and I think part of that is like Eric says that you got a good governor in there, and that's actually okay. My long shot of the night. I've been saying all election cycle. I got a lot of grief for it on X. Virginia's going to go red. And I think the reason Virginia's going to go red is because you got a governor there he's following the steps. A great governor, Youngkin. He's got a 60% approval rate, and he has cleaned up the fraud. And so I think even though you've got huge numbers of Democrats voting, and that's the one state in the country, one place in the country where they have a true, legitimate, vested interest in Donald Trump not winning. Right? Is that big government up in Northern Virginia? But I think that the rules and they're gonna do it. That's the one that I'm really fascinated to see.
And that's one of the first ones we'll see, right? We'll see.
That's one of the first ones we'll see. And wouldn't it be awesome if we all pray to our Blessed Mother, and it's Virginia that comes true, right?
Yes.
That would be the storyline of the night.
I'll tell you what, if they call Virginia for Trump, I will take my computer down into the garage and smoke a celebratory cigar.
Nice.
Like that will happen.
I don't think it's going to be early. I think it's although I think you've got a true fair count there, you know, and they've got the ability to do a manual recount. And yeah, I mean, it's an up. I agree, Eric. I mean, we've been to that part of the country, and from about Quantico north to Washington D.C., some of the worst traffic in America. And you got a bunch of rich people, and they basically all live off the government. And of course, they're all going to be solid blue. But I'm also hearing reports today that they're not coming out in big numbers in Northern Virginia. So, you know, get ready.
Maybe even the liberals don't like Kamala.
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Mrs. Meyer, good to see you on here, by the way. It's always so awesome to see people that I knew as a kid growing up. It's like, oh, you're listening to our podcast? That's pretty cool. Another question, Colorado. I think it started before the mail-in voting. I mean, that certainly didn't help, but I think we were blue before that, right, Eric?
It's possible. I mean, they did happen about the same time.
Didn't help. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Honestly, though, I did an online vote. Which was scary, but it was awesome. Honestly, it was really easy, and they were super helpful. And they reached out to me several times, like, "Hey, did you get your ballot? Did you make your vote? Was everything nice?" The customer service impeccable. I honestly couldn't believe it. This was a government, employee or someone taking care of me. That was pretty cool. I have to admit, Colorado, they may be liberal, but they did take care of me well. Good to see Father Geckel in the chat again. Father, I hope to have you on at some point tonight. You'll have a pipe if Eric has a cigar. I don't have anything to smoke, but I tell you, I got some good German schnapps that if we have a win tonight, I'll toast to everyone and to our lady, of course,
Yes.
for helping us secure this amazing victory, which again, I think we all feel pretty good about it. And again, it's great to see everyone in the comment section.
Christy, real quick, is asking what my handle is on X, and that's a little bit complicated. I actually did. I was out as Calf Family Podcast up until about a month ago, and turned that account over to
the Black
Kevin.
Pillars. Got him.
Black Pillars he just couldn't handle it.
I just went and blocked. I blocked about half of them today.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just didn't have the courage to do that, and so I do have a secondary account. But I've got like 5 followers and no comments. So I'm just basically auditing X only. And if I beef up that account, I'll let you know.
So you guys can all thank the Black Pillars for kicking Dad and me at different times off.
I was a lot nicer.
That was a lot nicer. I was not nice at all. It's actually part of it. I was turned into a real jerk. I really do. It's terrible. You see how that happens. I'm not going to get into social media, but man, it's so easy. Someone puts a little barb into you and it's like, rah. You turn into, Bilbo, the Bilbo when he turns into the golem creature.
Yeah. Right? Hey, could you do something, Kevin? Because we didn't want to go much into the Black Pillars tonight, but I did want to address one thing with them. And I know that one of the criticisms we get sometimes is that there's one of the videos, the Tucker Carlson video, if you want to cue that one up, that one of the complaints we get is that if you are supporting Trump, if you're wanting Trump to win, if you're praying for our country, all these different things, that somehow you're worshiping Trump. And it's like, it's a lazy argument. It's a little bit like Protestants saying that we worship the Blessed Virgin Mary. And I can tell you, I have a far, far greater regard for our Blessed Mother than I do for Donald Trump. And so, I mean, it's a lazier argument to say that we worship him. But I mean, Tucker Carlson put out a video a few months ago that to me really hit home and really hit it as far as who Donald Trump is for us. If you want to go ahead and put that together.
They love him in spite of everything they've heard. They love him often in spite of himself. They love Donald Trump because no one else loves them. The country they built, the country their ancestors fought for over hundreds of years, has left them to die in their unfashionable little towns, mocked and despised by the sneering half-wits with finance degrees but no actual skills who seem to run everything all of a sudden. Whatever Donald Trump's faults, he is better than the rest of the people in charge. At least he doesn't hate them for their weakness. Donald Trump, in other words, is and has always been a living indictment of the people who run this country. That was true 4 years ago when Trump came out of nowhere to win the presidency, and it's every bit as true right now. Trump rose because they failed. It's as simple as that. If the people in charge had done a halfway decent job with the country they inherited, if they'd cared about anything other than themselves, even for just a moment, Donald Trump would still be hosting Celebrity Apprentice. But they didn't. Instead, they were incompetent and narcissistic and cruel and relentlessly dishonest. They wrecked what they didn't build. They lied about it. They hurt anyone who told the truth about what they were doing. That's true. We watched. America is still a great country, the best in the world, but our ruling class is disgusting. A vote for Trump is a vote against them. That's what's going on in this country.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah. And I think that's really what's at stake tonight for me is I am a big Trump fan. I mean, I'll admit it. He's with the calluses and warts and all, but I think that what he is fighting for, what he's fighting against, and what we're trying to put behind us in terms of this, the communist globalist state, deep state, is I mean, it's truly a pivotal moment for our country. And I think it's unlike anything. I would say real quickly that I've seen maybe 3 elections in my lifetime, I think that rose to this level of being transformational. And one was Jimmy Carter versus Ronald Reagan in 1980. That was at a point where we had to turn the ship on ourselves getting depressed about who we were. And then 2016 with Trump and Hillary Clinton, and then this one tonight. And I think we have to win.
Yeah, No, I'm with you. Real quick, we'll talk about Joe Rogan in a second, but I want to say to Rick Grimes, Rick, look, bro, why are you here? Seriously, go to your black pilled YouTube podcast and comment there. I don't care. I really don't care. Go. We've heard all these arguments before. We don't care. We're talking about the election. If you want to have some constructive criticism, great. We're just not going to take it tonight. So have fun somewhere else with your complaints. Otherwise, ETE, did you hear about Joe Rogan's endorsement? I don't watch him, but it seems pretty shocking. Eric, you have comments on that?
Yeah. I mean, I think hopefully Trump wins. If Trump wins, I think there's going to be two major reasons. One, that he got shot, and two, that he went on Joe Rogan. I don't think we understand how
for 3
big
hours
of a deal that was. For 3 hours. Vance also went on Joe Rogan for over 3 hours. They both got along with him. He seemed to like them both, and then he endorsed them both. And Rogan is a classical, old school, liberal, squishy type that has 14 million followers. Like, that's not nothing.
No,
Right.
The day before the election, that's important. And to know, like, he's been very public that he put out the invitation for Kamala to come on also. But basically, unless he went out to her, and unless it was shortened to an hour, and they had a list of only the questions he could ask, they weren't going to do it. That's like, he basically said, nope, we'll let that refusal speak for itself. Right.
Well, and I think that, sorry, real quick, I just think that's it's interesting, because I think we do need to comment too that, for speaking purely for myself, I'm not a huge Trump fan. I like some of the things he does. I think his economy was certainly better. His foreign policies were certainly better. He does some things well. I think he does some things really badly. He's not conservative. He's not traditional, like, at all. Sometimes you'll get some good things from him, posting prayers and stuff on Twitter, which is good, objectively good. But he is pretty liberal. He is. Someone was saying, that the Republicans are now the Democrats of the early 2000s, and I think that's absolutely true. So I'm not in love with that. But again, I want to say, as I've said 100 times in the last couple of months, he's just so clearly better than Kamala, who's evil. She's an evil communist. And if you like this podcast, I certainly hope you voted, because I really truly believe this type of thing I think in the next 4 years or so, I really believe it will be it'll be shut down.
We won't survive it. There's no way. And I think we've seen it. I've talked about this before with when we were talking about just voting for Trump against Kamala, that you saw it with Castro, you can see it in Cuba, you saw it with Russia and Stalin, with Calles in Mexico, these different communists. They get into power and they murder, they execute priests, they shut down free speech, they take away people's guns, and they turn their countries into a hellscape. And that's exactly what we're heading towards here. And Kamala, on the one hand, she's an idiot, she's a moron, she's got no real even belief system of her own. She just is what the puppet masters want her to be. But at the same time, she has behind her something that the Stalin would have killed for, which is a technocracy, which is technology that can basically do their bidding for them. So you look at how abusive they got during COVID, and how close they got to COVID passports and things like that, that if you didn't take your COVID shot, you were going to be, put on no-fly lists, and you weren't going to be able to cross state lines. You weren't going to be able to walk into Walmart and all that kind of stuff. That's coming. If she wins, I don't think she's going to win, but if she wins, that's what's coming.
I think a silver lining there too, having an optimistic bent on it, is everyone is so much more awake now than they were 4 years ago.
Yeah.
COVID, like, you see homeschooling skyrocketing, and you see all of these things where it's like no one's really buying it anymore, right? 4 years ago, Rogan and his followers all voted for Biden.
Yeah.
What happened? Like, there's a silver lining to when they put their foot down, that the Americans sort of come out and say, no, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Everyone, please, in the comment section, please like this video right now. That really will help to get this video promoted in the algorithms. The comments are great. Please like it as well. Share it too. I mean, we're going to be going a long time, and we hope to provide an entertaining and hopefully slightly Catholic, or maybe very Catholic, perspective on the election. We'll do our best. And again, we will hopefully have priests joining us as well. I wanted to comment real quick. Patriot Mom Thank you very much for voting. It's awesome to hear that it was a good experience in Idaho. I imagine Idaho very, very red. Still, hey, I have big hopes that Trump wins the the popular election, because then if he wins that, yeah, what can they even argue? So I think everyone's vote really, really matters, even if you're in the deep blue, which I again, thank you so much, Christine, for voting, because I think even if you really think there's just no chance, maybe there is this time around. And if not, I still hope we get that popular vote, because that really would, I think that really would mean something. Dad, I think you shared something. I just got a message from someone. Let me see.
Up there.
Just a sec.
Big news, guys. Put your seatbelts on.
All right. First news of the night. Oh, let me get that comment down. Breaking report: Trump takes early with national-wide popular vote.
Nice. Yay! So like 400,000 votes. That's not even one.
Hey, I'll take it.
Not even 1/10 of 1%.
Well,
so Trump is winning. So
yeah, the red bump with all the smally populated counties coming in. But
and thanks a lot, RFK, for stealing percentage of the votes. That may come back to backfire.
It could. No, he did try to drop out.
He tried, but he the Democrats got him. The Democrats out politicked him on that one, I think.
Yeah.
But it was only the swing states he was going to take his name off of anyway. I think in all the other states that were already going to be deep blue or deep red, he left himself on there so you could conscience vote for him.
Right.
I know he was on Colorado's.
Was he? I forget. Yeah. I just breezed through. I was like, no, I'm kidding.
You just checked Kamala and moved on.
Yeah, exactly. Just blind voted. No, actually, again, that was a nice thing that we did that pre-election podcast a bit ago. That actually really did help me to talk it through, and that's something I've really learned in my wisdom and in these years, that it really does help to talk these things through, to really meet with someone, and it's a whole nother topic, and I bring it up all the time. But having a group of men, especially, you can get to together from church, you can talk with different ages and really just chat things through. Doesn't mean you have to find a solution, but it just helps you to grasp them a little better. I think that's a really nice way to go. All right, we got something else from Dad. Breaking: Harris campaign warns against reading too much into results from Florida. Yeah. Okay. So just because we're losing by 2 million doesn't mean anything, guys.
Yeah. So I think they're gonna get absolutely clobbered in Florida. It's gonna be a bloodbath there. And what I'd like to see in a state like Florida that's gone from basically solid red to deep red. I think it may be deeper red than Texas this year. Is let's see if they can flip some House seats. And we'll let Eric kind of keep an eye on the House seats there and see if any of them get flipped during.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know it's early, but they've called a few uncontested races in the House. We've got the Miami area. Yeah, Massey was one in Kentucky, and then there's a district in Florida, and then a couple more in Kentucky that were uncontested and called. So no news there really, but
let me share this. This is pretty interesting. CNN exit poll. Job approval, 58% disapprove. This is really interesting. The percentage of people who are dissatisfied or angry, 72%. And I saw someone talking about this, I don't remember who, over the last week. And they're like, you don't win if you're incumbent and people are 70% or more dissatisfied. You don't win. You can't win the election. I don't think it's never happened. This would be absolutely extraordinary for it to happen. And that's been a big reason why I've been pretty optimistic about this election, because
it was actually that guy on CNN, which boy, we talk about your interesting subplots here. You've got a poll, the pollster, I forget his name now, but he's from CNN. He's very, very fair and very objective.
Yeah,
and I think he's reporting that he really. And between him and there's another guy named Scott Jennings, he's like the Tucker Carlson of CNN, and very, very conservative. And he sits on all their panels. And he's like fingernails on a chalkboard to them. And then, you look at him, you look at that first debate that they did with Trump and Kamala, I think it was, or was that Trump and Biden? I forget. One where that was Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. And they actually did an excellent job. I hate to say it, but I mean, CNN did an excellent job with that. And so I really think that what you're seeing happen here, this is something we've been talking about in the family a bit, is you see with people like Mark Zuckerberg, okay, you see it with I don't think Larry Fink, but you see it with Jeff Bezos. recently, going to the Washington Post and saying, "Hey, you're going to have to hire more conservative people in your opinion section." And you're seeing basically the Democrat rats starting to jump ship and decide, do I want a future for myself, or am I going to go down with this ship? And I think CNN is one that may actually pull itself out and become more of a balanced news site. Now, they're still very liberal, but they have shown some signs that they're.
It's everywhere, Dad. It's everywhere. You see it. You see it in Hollywood. You see it. You know, Disney's lost billions. Disney. There was a story. The cartoon Inside Out 2 was supposed to, apparently, and this is from inside sources apparently, but legit, it was supposed to have the little girl be attracted to little girls, and apparently the head of, you know, one of the heads of Disney was like, drop it now, you know, like, you are not even going to think about putting that into the movie. And they took it out, and it was one of the biggest hits of the year, actually. And you see that over and over. You really see there's a move towards, okay, calm down. You saw it with Zuckerberg with Facebook. All of a sudden he's a libertarian. You saw it with who's the guy, Bezos. It really is moving towards the right direction. Absolutely. And just want to point out again with Alexa, this is pretty cool. And I think that's a really good thing to see, that an 18-year-old out voting and more patriotic and informed than you ever. And I think that I see that so often with Gen Z. These Gen Z boys, men, the women are loco. Sorry, ladies. I'm sure there's some of you out there that aren't, but the ladies are not doing well, but the men are killing it. They're going to be, they might save the world.
Statistically, the women aren't doing well, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of anecdotal evidence. There's a lot, what you saw a lot of this election cycle is you saw man on the street interviews going on. And man, there are a lot of man on the street interviews where they're going to colleges into packs of college age girls. And these girls were all pro-Trump. And so I think that even though the numbers are suggesting that the Gen Z girls are very liberal, Gen Z boys are very conservative, I wonder to what extent that's wanting to change.
You know, I wonder though, I mean, kind of on that topic, you know, these interviews on the street, I wonder how much of those are just fabricated, or not fabricated, but what's the actual amount of people they actually interviewed until they got the answers they wanted. I've always wondered that.
Yeah, they're cherry picked.
Exactly, they cherry pick. They make people look really stupid. Yeah. So they go around New York City and they say, who was the third president of the United States? And then they edit it together like everyone they ask gets it wrong. And I guarantee you that's not actually the case.
Yeah, there's probably some of that.
But no, it is interesting though. I think that, boy, if we somehow get women on board, man, very sincerely, because then you're going to start getting more traditional. You're going to start having more families, more babies, and there you go. That's the future. All right, Eric, you got some updates for us?
Yep. So I've got a few. I've got Fox, CNN, National Review all kind of pulled up, and so I'm just tracking. It looks like Fox has called Kentucky and Indiana for Trump, nice. Vermont for Harris. So no surprises, but if you're following along on that map and want to fill it out real time.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I'll get that. Where is that map? I'll try to get a map, and I'll share that in the link if anyone wants, or in the comments if anyone wants to do it with us. Though I can't figure out exactly how to do it, but
oh, hey Kevin, your favorite, Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to win.
Nice. She's something else. Yeah, she's
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if she's exactly what I want in
the left.
In
has
Congress.
Its Ellen Omar, and we have our Marjorie.
Yeah, we have our Boeberts.
Boeberts, yeah,
Boeberts,
Boeberts and MTGs.
Yeah. I would much rather Massey. Massey's much more of my flavor. But yeah, hey, you know, she does have some interesting stuff. I've watched her on several podcasts, and what she does, some of the stuff she does is really cool. I mean, she explains what happens with some of these votes and how most people just don't even show up for a lot of them. They're just not even there. They never read any of the actual, you know, what they're actually voting on. It's insane. I think it's exactly as you said in that, or as Tucker Carlson said in that video, our leading group of people is just unbelievably stupid. And not just stupid. I shouldn't say stupid. Stupid's the wrong word. Lazy, evil.
Well, it's truly, and I think this gets to a point that was coming up earlier, that at least on the old Republican Party and the current Democrat Party, this is, I think, pre-Donald Trump, you really had what I would call an idiocracy. And your idiots were the ones that rose to the top. It's because they're easily manipulated. They didn't have minds of their own, and they just did what they were told. And so you look at the progression, starting with Barack Obama. He was not particularly intelligent. He grew, I think, in intelligence politically as he went. But you went from him to Biden to Kamala Harris to Tim Walz.
That's so true.
I mean, they've gone
So
out
true.
as far down the food chain as you can. Hey, Father.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Father. That was like the most unsmooth segue I've ever had. But, yeah, I mean, Father. Well,
Hey, Father.
I did it. I added Father right away because I've had that before, where people sit in the back room and they're like, I can't see anybody. So I didn't want you hanging there, Father. But
No, you're good.
but Father, thanks for coming.
You killed it. That could have been a great, grand entrance, but you had to
I'm sorry. I
just
had
shoot
to.
me in like that.
I did.
It's all good.
Next time, I'll give you music. Next time, drum roll.
Yeah.
So Father, what are your thoughts? Obviously, we're very, very early in, but I mean, I guess it's a good time to say. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Obviously, purely your opinion, but what's your feeling?
Well, I'm an expert, so
Of course, we all are.
No, no, I have no idea for sure, but I don't know. Just the sentiment and feel I get from listening to different sources is that I think it's going to be overwhelmingly for Trump. I think I totally agreed with what you and your dad were saying the other day, that seems like the Republican Party is way more on the ball watching things, and I think there's been a lot more people praying too. I think the last several years have really woken up a lot of people spiritually to what's going on in the world and the importance of coming back to God, searching for some truth in the madness. And all of the rosaries and masses and everything that have been offered for the intention, I'm hopeful that has made, it has made a difference, of course, but I hope that it will make the difference in the election and will continue to make differences in politics going forward. But yeah, I'm very hopeful. I think it's going to be, as they say, too big to rig. So that's what I'm thinking. My feeling, my expert feeling on.
Well, Father, you joined and we just got 20 new followers. So they sucked them in with your presence. Everyone again in the chat, thank you so much for being here. It really is fantastic to have such a group in the comment section. Please give us a like, because again, that really does help the YouTube algorithms. We're going to be here for a while, so it would be nice to continue getting more and more people to view it. Eric with more updates.
Yep. So Florida is now 42% counted. Trump's up 52 to 47. So kind of thin there. But,
Well, then, yeah.
Interesting.
Georgia is only 3%, but Kamala's up 51 to 48.5. So
Interesting.
hopefully
Smaller
more
Florida
commit.
lead than I expected. With
Virginia has like 1,000 votes counted, and Trump is up 53.
Yeah, let's go, Virginia.
Get that cigar and put it ready.
1,000 votes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly. Father's got his pipe heating up.
I've got the pipes right here. I'm ready to go.
You can smoke in your house, Father. See, I'm married. I have to go to the garage.
Oh, well, for any of the young people listening, that's one point in the go for a priest of vocation side.
You may have a vocation if you want to smoke in
You
your
may
bedroom.
have a vocation. That's
I
horrible.
like it. Pros and
That's
cons.
horrible.
Pros and cons. Yeah. No, it's true. I could crack a window out here. I had, if anyone wondering why I have a totally different location, I'm out in our little hut in our yard because well, I didn't want to wake anyone up because it is 1:15 in the morning in Germany for those who were wondering. So I am going to be pulling, I don't know, an all-nighter, but it's going to be a long one, but it's going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to it.
Hey, can I ask you a question? I want to put Father on the spot for just a minute. I'm curious to get your thoughts on earlier this year. I think I want to say it was June or July or something like that. You had a big deal going on at Ohio State. It was actually led by the football team there, where they had this huge Protestant revival going on and people getting baptized, and they're renting out the basketball stadium and filling it, and all the football players were giving testimony to their faith, and it was a beautiful thing. Not Catholic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the kind of thing that we should look at that and say, yes, we're winning, or is it like, it's not Catholic?
Well, I think that, I mean, I think there's kind of like two aspects of it. The one aspect is like, well, if you see a Protestant church, a mega church, and they have some big event and they have hundreds of people making testimonies and baptisms and things, is that a good thing? Well, it's not a good thing to join a non-Catholic church for
Right.
sure. But I think where you're coming from and what wouldn't be the, theological answer is like to have more of that in the public view, for Christianity and baptism in Christ to be more mainstream, in a college university, when instead of just focusing on the game and the cheerleaders and all those other stupid things that they would otherwise focus on. Not calling football stupid, sorry.
Right.
But in comparison to the eternal things, yeah, in that light, it's definitely a good thing.
Right.
I think if people can disagree with me on that, but the joining a non-Catholic religion, of course not. But
No, right. But to the extent that we can take some W's from time to time here,
would that have? Well, it's a whole lot better than having the Satanist stuff in the public view, which is what we've had. I mean, or the godless stuff that we've had. I mean, that's definitely making a comeback, and that's what. And to the point earlier, the prayers and everything that we've had being offered up for our country and everything. I like to think that that's bringing that about more. If people are getting closer to the truth and actually not being afraid to mention Christ, well, that's better than atheism or Satanism. So, yeah, I think it's good. Definitely, I hadn't heard about that, but yeah.
And I like to make reference to. I mean, call it the Overton window is what you hear it called often, which is basically the center of the common man's attention and the news that he's paying attention to, and where we can't create a Catholic monarchy. We can't go from to the King Saint Henry or I mean any of the great Saint Kings or anything like that, but we can move that Overton window and put the discussion more on God than we can on stuff that's not God.
Yeah, Tim Pool put it in a really good way this morning. I listened to a bit from him where he said, he shared a tweet from an evangelical pastor that said he wasn't going to vote because Trump is for IVF and is for abortion, and so he's going to vote for some third party guy. And I completely disagree with that sentiment. I understand, of course, I understand the moral problems. Obviously, none of us are for that because we're Catholic. But the way that Tim Pool responded to this, I thought was brilliant. He said, "What if you had a general in a war, and the general said, okay, we're going to go to this battle, this city, this whatever is the next logical step. We have to take this key point before we can advance on the next point, and then later on we can take their capital or whatever." And he said, well, what if all of his soldiers, what if all his followers said, no, we have to go straight for the win. We have to go straight for the final battle that will win it all and skip all of these other battles because we don't want to have to win these on the road. And he was like, that's what we're doing if we say, oh, he's not perfect or he has problems and we're not going to vote for him because that. And then if too many people do that, then it's going to be the extreme left liberals, godless, absolutely 100% antichrist party wins and comes to power. So it's somebody just said the lesser of two evils, obviously. But if you don't follow that, I don't know. I thought it was a really good way of putting it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Interesting. Eric, you got some more stuff?
Yeah, Georgia, Trump has taken the lead there, so that's good news.
Yeah, I've got a comment on Georgia there, Kevin, that you want to throw up there.
I don't want to throw up yet.
That's a big one. So far, that's the only swing state.
Hang on. Let me go ahead and...
Oh, here we go. This one?
No.
No?
Oh, I lost one. Okay, never mind. No, it basically just said that I think it looks like it lost it. Georgia is... the exit polling from CNN is showing that Georgia is going plus 11 for Trump when it comes to independents. Independents in 2020 went plus 9 air quotes but they went +9 for Biden in 2020, and that if that holds, that's basically game over in Georgia.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Other
Anything else,
interesting
Eric? Yeah, go ahead.
things. Oh yeah, way too early, but we're at 1% of votes counted. He's actually in the lead in New Hampshire,
Wow.
and we are
Wow.
now at about 20,000 votes in Virginia, and he's still in the lead. So
And I'm telling you,
looking pretty
tell-
nice
I-
right now.
I'm telling
Too
you, it's
early,
gonna.
but-
Yeah, of course. But I think everything points to it. I saw another tweet that was kind of funny. I don't know if it's true even, but it said that the actor Richard Gere is moving out of the U.S. and it stated as like because he wants to be closer to his in-laws or something. And it just made me like, they know, these guys, they all know. Again, you see it, you've seen it way before election day that they know this is not going to end their way. And so you have people already moping about it and even leaving the country. And I think, again, when you see then that they are going to test a nuclear missile tonight, that does not make me feel great about it. I want to pull up that from Prostinctu. Trump will win if it's not worth it for the left to litigate it. They'll figuratively burn down the house on the way out. A lot can be wrecked in 3 months. I unfortunately
That's a good
totally
observation.
agree with that. Yeah. They are,
But I think that there
animals.
is they are, but I think there's a calculation they have to make too, and they got to decide. Okay, do we just burn it down and basically lose any semblance of power, any chance of power for the next generation, or do we handle it like, do we just accept it and go on with our Prozac and do whatever they need to do to cope, and then come back in 4 years with Gavin Newsom and AOC and the next wave of people who are really probably less incompetent than this one that's going out. Because really, I think what you're seeing tonight, assuming that Trump wins this, what you're seeing is the end of the Obama dynasty, and Kamala is really an Obama puppet, and so they're going to have to recalibrate. We've had this interesting discussion going around our house, is that as they go and lick their wounds and try to figure themselves out over the next 4 years, do they go down and go to the same playbook and go to Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer and them, or do they try to go and split MAGA in half and go after Bobby Kennedy and let him run as a Democrat and come in and at least get some sanity back to that Democrat Party? But I really
try to
think
try to take back the Joe Rogans and the Tulsi Gabbards, right?
Exactly, right. And by doing that, you would absolutely be taking the machine and you would be basically shoving the machine completely away, because Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer, they're still the machine. And it's going to be fascinating to see. I mean, obviously we got to get through tonight. We got to win tonight, but it's going to be interesting to see. But I think that the idea that walking off the playing field, they're just going to burn everything down that they can burn down is absolutely plausible.
And I want to get Father's opinion on why they put in Kamala, but Eric, do you have possibly a map that you could fill out with the states that have already been called? Could you fill that out for us?
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah,
that would be awesome if you could do that. Father, yeah, I'm curious what you think. Do you have an opinion on that? Why it just blows me away that she's such a bad candidate. Do you think did they panic? What do you have a thought on that?
Well, I have a parishioner that used to work for the Trump campaign. She was a manager of some level, I believe. She had like 200 people working under her, so it was a notable position. And so she's pretty political savvy. They left all of that and moved here. But she told me, I was actually visiting their family there. I think it was like a couple days before Biden stepped down and Kamala was put in. And she said, before this happened, she's like, you just watch, he's going to step down because they know they're going to lose. They know they're going to lose this election, and they're not going to waste anybody that has any potential for the future. And they don't care. I mean, it's not like they care about these people, but they particularly don't care about Kamala. She's not a likable candidate. She's the most unpopular person probably to ever run in politics, most likely.
Right.
more unfavorable than Biden even, and they chose her because they knew they were going to lose. And
That's my thought.
so
Yep.
I think that's why they had to run, because they want to save their aces, whatever aces they have. For
Shapiro, I
2028.
mean, when Shapiro didn't run, or when he wasn't made vice president, it's okay because he's Jewish. It was just like, okay, they know Shapiro's a sharp guy. They actually want him in the future, and that's what really broke that for me too, Father. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
come on, there's no way. And when I first saw Tim Walz go out on the stage doing this, I'm like, no way. There's no way they actually want to win. There's no way. They're the worst ticket I've ever seen.
She needed a beta male. She needed a beta male to run with her. And Josh Shapiro, I think Josh Shapiro literally interviewed for that job and stepped back and said, nope, I'm not doing this. Because he knew it'd be career suicide. I don't think Tim Walz really cared.
Here's an interesting comment, because I think that the lists that are coming out are my opinion on these lists.
Yeah.
And I bet you Dad at least would agree with me that these are CIA operations. I'm pretty convinced, at least with Epstein, that it was the CIA trying to get dirt on as many people as they could. I just have really little doubt about that. And I think that's something that maybe Trump is actually going to start to clean up these 3-letter agencies.
Yeah, well, and all this stuff I think that's out there lurking beneath the surface with all the Diddy stuff and the Epstein stuff is so horrible. It's going to shock. I mean, I'm pretty numb to it. I think it's going to shock me, even the depths of the depravity of these people. And it goes to Hollywood. It goes to almost all of our politicians. It's Democrat. It's Republican. It's not every single one of them, but it's the majority. And I know for me, I get the question sometimes, why didn't Trump was in in for 4 years. Why didn't he do this? Why didn't he defund Planned Parenthood? Why didn't he do this or that? And the answer I give is because he was completely surrounded by swamp. He had nobody who really wanted to make things any better. Nobody who wanted to, basically take on the Make America Great agenda. He had no mega movement in the House or the Senate. He was surrounded, and so he really didn't get much done. And I think it's just because the corruption there is incredibly deep. Now there are some, Jim Jordan. There are some guys there in DC that I think are good. Josh Hawley from Missouri. There are some guys there that are really, really good. But they're such an exception.
All right, Eric, update.
Mini update, but Virginia is now much closer, so it's 49-49. So
You have a map? Can you send me that map? It'd be interesting to see what's already being called.
Send it to you or share? What's the best way to do it?
Maybe screen share and I'll pull it up from there.
Okay, why is it not letting
we have what did we say? Three states have been.
3 states are called. Yeah.
Now I'm looking good for Amendment 2. Julia, what is Amendment 2? Can you let us know what that is in Kentucky? Sounds like a bad thing.
I know she brought it up the last time we had our live stream here.
That sounds right. Yeah. So if it ended right now, Trump would be president.
Yep, in a landslide.
In a landslide.
Vermont, though, I think Vermont went officially to Commonwealth.
So Vermont's the 3. Yeah. Interesting. Interested to hear what the amendment is. Yeah, it's another thing when you look at what's going to happen through the night. That's such an important factor. Is again down ticket. It's not just Biden or Biden. It's not just Kamala and Trump. It is everything else out there. And again, we did a whole show about that, right? And you saw a lot of very important things. I mean, I had a guy on Twitter, Recusant Catholic, and he, a friend of the show, used to be at least, and he's a guy from England, and he's tweeting at everyone to go vote because there's, abortion is on the docket for, I think, 10 or 12 states or something. It's some level of allowing abortion. And school choice. Oh, wow. Okay. School choice in Kentucky is not looking good. No, that's no bueno.
I think Amendment 4 in Florida, which is the radical pro-abortion one, looks like it's winning early, which is a little bit of a concern too. I mean, a little bit of a big concern.
Rick Grimes, you gone. Bye, Rick. It was fun knowing you. Yeah, interesting. I got a quick trigger when you talk back to my mother. That's that one's gonna get you. That's an auto ban. I should have like a system that just automatically bans someone who does that, but I guess I'll have to do it myself. Let's see what other comments we have here. Yeah, interesting. It's obviously going to be really interesting to watch. I mean, I guess, Dad, what are you said you're watching Virginia here early on. What are the other just Eric making me laugh in the chat. What are the other states we should be watching here?
Georgia, which is I think is one that looks like it. That's one that I figured was going to go Trump. It looks like it's going strong Trump. And Florida as well. Florida is just going hard Trump, including the northern part of Florida. I think it was Pinellas County. I want to say it was Pinellas County that borders Georgia and usually is a bellwether for how at least rural Georgia is going to vote. And Florida and Georgia both look solid. I am definitely concerned about that Amendment 4. The other one I saw was Rick Scott. I think Rick Scott is a senator running in Florida, and it looks like I'll let Eric kind of follow up on this one. It looks like he's going to win, which I think will be a nice win because that was kind of a tight race.
Yeah, he's up 53 to 47 currently with 65% reported in. So
yeah,
pretty
so that's
cozy at this.
That looks like he's in. He's probably in. So
so again, I'm sorry. How many Senate seats do we have up for?
Yeah, so Senate seats. Hold on one sec.
We do have interesting haters. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They
So
take the weirdest
currently,
fights sometimes.
with the called races, we have 40 Republicans and 28 in the Senate. So still a lot more to go. The House is looking currently.
We're going from 51-49 Democrats, right? I mean, that's so.
Yes.
And it's one of the things that I think I'd be surprised if the Republicans didn't win the Senate. But if you get a 51-49 majority, I mean, it basically means that all it takes is 2 senators working against you, Mitt Romney, being one. It just takes 2 working against you, and your agenda is not going to get fulfilled. So every Senate seat that you pick up, the one that's really interesting, it's not going to be for a while before we see it. Kari Lake in Arizona is a real fascinating one. She was down 15 points in the polls or something like that a couple weeks ago or a month or 2 ago, and she's actually gotten tied. It looks like she's going to win. Trump's going to win huge in Arizona, I think. And I think Kari Lake is probably going to ride his coattails into a victory there. So if you can get to 55 or 56 or so senators, you can get a lot done. You can name Rand Paul or Mike Scott or one of these good or Mike Lee, I'm sorry, and one of the good senators, Josh Hawley, as your Senate Majority Leader, and they set the agenda, and then you're going to have a lot of votes in your favor. So the Senate is extremely important.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, absolutely.
As far as so the House obviously every 2 years gets completely redone, so we're starting zeros there. Currently for called races, we're 21 Republicans to 4 Democrats. Now, granted, that is Florida, Kentucky, and Indiana basically are the only ones called. So
yeah. So you're not learning anything really there.
Interesting.
What you gotta watch out for, and I'll have to see if I can find this somewhere, is your flipped seats, because usually in an election like this, not many seats flip, and so once you get a count of
Senate, it looks like there's 1 Senate seat flipped.
Yeah, which is big. I mean, that's a big number.
Yep.
Even I mean, it gets us. It's going in the right direction.
Which Senate seat is that right now?
Trying to figure that out. Sorry, this isn't my day job.
Oh man,
I'm pretty impressed you were
probably
able to
see-
I'll tell you,
multitask there.
it's probably West Virginia.
Yeah,
It's probably
that's
West Virginia. It's probably West Virginia, is my guess. That was Joe Manchin.
Yes, it's West Virginia.
who retired.
So Manchin's seat.
Yeah. He was the most conservative. He actually caucused almost as a Republican, and he was very conservative. But he retired.
He and Kristen Sinema in Arizona stopped a few big Democrat bills.
Yeah.
Biden's first 2 years.
Yeah,
So,
Kristen Sinema, actually, I hated when she won back in, I think it was 2020. She was great.
Here's an interesting, very strange commercial for everyone. I am going to promote a CD or a recent album from the Modern Day Seminary For November, the month of November, it is the Requiem Mass, and it's very, very good. I told Father Borja earlier that they're almost as good as we used to be back in the day, right, Father Gecko? Almost. They're getting they're getting there. No, it's kind of embarrassing how good they've become, and we were the steps that got them there eventually, right, Father? That's the way.
Yeah,
way
every
I
house
like to
needs a
look at it.
foundation. Yeah.
It was a bit of an ugly foundation, but no, it really is. It's a fantastic. It's obviously very morose, but it's gorgeous. It's really it's morose, but it's beautiful.
Morose.
But it
That
is.
sounds very negative.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
somber. Sure.
Somber.
I don't know. Maybe
somber. You're right. That's
yeah,
a better.
I'm not.
That's a better word. Thank
yeah.
you, Father. Somber is better. It is the Mass of the Dead, but it's really amazing. It's really beautiful. They do a great job with it. It sounds professional. It sounds like a bunch of monks singing. And so props to them. And I ask, if you go and listen to it, please donate to them as well. I will find that when Eric starts talking. But go to the seminary page. This is the CMRI seminary. Actually, it's not. It's the bishop. It's the seminary under Bishop Pavrunas in Iowa. The CMRI is the religious seminary in Idaho. This is the secular seminary in Iowa. Omaha. People probably think of it more in Omaha. Again, awesome CD that you can see up there in the comment section, and I will attach again the link to donate to them as well. Eric, you have an update?
Not much. West Virginia called for Trump, so
Yep.
not a surprise. It's odd because it's saying 0% counted, but both CNN and Fox have called it. So
Yeah, that's not
Agree with
unusual though. They know going in that what is it, 30 to 35 states, so there's no doubt.
mhm.
And I think South Carolina is another one. South Carolina's been called for Trump as well.
Officially,
Who's calling it? Decision Desk HQ. Not sure who that is. That's somebody legitimate, but
okay.
yeah, looks like it's
I'm going to
official.
hold off coloring it on my map until CNN.
Sure, until you see it. Then no, that's fine. That's the one that was never really in doubt, though.
But I'm having a weirdly hard time finding this. Donate. All right, someone in the chat, do me a favor, find the donate button. Do my job for me, please. Or I'll do it when we have a something else to talk about. But
Yeah, it's kind of hard doing more than one thing at a time.
it
right?
is kind of talking and
Right.
looking for a donate button. You would almost think I should have done this when I had time earlier, but you know. No excuses. Let's see. Father Letranta has a comment. There's a Senate race in Ohio too. The Republican challenger is leading right
Big
now.
one.
J.D. Vance is the other Ohio. Oh, okay. Wait. How does that
Yeah.
work? Does Vance then appoint a
No, he loses a seat. It goes up.
to
Or
re-election?
no, that's a good question because I think this one was Sherrod Brown, if I remember right, SHERROD, who is running for re-election, and I don't know if JD Vance keeps his seat until he wins. I want to say he keeps his seat until he wins, and then there's going to be a special election. But I think it might depend on the state too. Maybe Father knows better than I do.
I have no clue.
Sede Picante, as always, here with us. The betting just jumped big for Trump. The
Even
betting
more?
is
Wow.
Dad. What do you think about the betting? This is a really
All right.
interesting thing that's new to this election. I've never seen it before. I think maybe it's just legalized now.
It's legalized.
I don't buy it. I mean, honestly, I was just watching today that there was a guy in France who put $8 million or whatever on Trump, and it's like, well, then if one guy did that, then that doesn't actually.
Well,
show
I think
anything.
there are
And how does it make
billions.
any
I think
sense?
there's
There's billions
a lot.
on it. Yeah.
I think there's a
right.
lot of money being put in.
True.
But honestly, here was the killer for me. The Trump was starting to run away with it with Kamala. He was up to 54, 55, 56. It was right before the first debate, and all of a sudden, the day of the first debate, like 3 or 4 hours before the first debate, it went back down to 50. And because I guarantee what's going on, the the Democrats, okay, and I'm going to get a little conspiratorial here. I believe the Democrats get their money from dark places like Ukraine. Basically, they have money laundering, and they got almost unlimited amounts of funds that come back to them. They put it in the campaign. Part of it they're putting into these prediction markets. They're putting into the betting markets, and to try to give the appearance, to give the illusion. And the reason they do it, Kevin, is because they know that if Trump were to ever get to, let's say, 55 to 56% popularity, or 55% of the vote in a poll, what's going to happen is you're going to have another 10 to 15% of the electorate that doesn't really, they're just basically politically disaffected. They want to vote with the winner, and they're going to swing to Trump. And so all of a sudden and that's exactly what was happening with Joe Biden. And it happened right after that first debate. And that's why they pulled the plug on Joe Biden, because those disaffected, non-political people were jumping on the Trump bandwagon, and they had to stop it. And they had to stop it immediately. That's why they went to Kamala.
Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that is kind of wild. It's always
Follow the
something new,
crowd.
right? Yeah. Right.
It's, our system is so corrupt. It's so corrupt.
Interesting.
But here, I do have to say this. Down in Venezuela, they had kind of a similar situation where they had big national polls and voting, and at the local level, they actually counted the votes at the local level, and saw that the challenger, who was kind of a Trump type guy, that he won big. And then Maduro, the communist leader, basically stepped in and said, nope, we did our own count, we won. And if you want the prime minister, or you want the presidency, come and get it.
Yeah.
Because I got the military. And in a small country like that, you're able to do that. The Democrats would do that here if they could. I just don't think that our process is too decentralized. You got to win 50 different states. You got to get that electoral college, or you don't have any moral authority whatsoever to pull what Maduro did in Venezuela.
Yeah, it's the way the states are set up and everything. And just something came to mind as we were talking about that, like just how messed up elections can be and corruption. Our country is obviously very, very corrupt. But you just mentioned earlier, somebody, about Florida, and how in 2000 it was such a mess, and how now it's better, and now it's definitely more conservative. And as Catholics, obviously we can recognize that there are a lot of moral issues. There's a lot of problems with religion, morality, etc. But that's always going to, well, unless our country becomes Catholic, that's always going to be there. Right. But to combat the discouragement that is there, Florida changed, and look where it is now. Other states have changed, and look where they are now. And we have a country that's made up of these independent states. Certain ones are going to be probably liberal going forward until there's a crash or destruction or something. But individual states can change because people can change. And if there's enough change like that on the local level, on the state level, that hopefully can make a big difference in the corruption and how things go in our country. So it's like, it's gotta stay hopeful, and keep praying, because that's what will make all the big difference. Prayer, sacrifice, living a good life. There's a well-known saying that a country's leaders are only as good as its people. And so if the people will change, then God will bless us with better leaders. So what percentage of the people have to change for us to have good leaders? Who knows? But we don't know, but we have to make a difference that way. Another point on that score is like, when Constantine came to make, Christianity not illegal, it's not like he was the perfect candidate either. I mean, he wasn't, he wasn't this great moral person, and even later on, he supported Arianism, I believe, or Arian clergy and such. But they didn't have the perfect system there, obviously. Paganism was supreme. Yeah, there were a lot of martyrs and saints living at the time, but anyway, kind of just bringing this to a point. Countries' leaders are only as good as its people, and so if we try to live more our Catholic faith and bring more people to the faith, that's going to make the biggest difference, for sure.
Amen to that.
Absolutely.
As a hop shizzle, yeah, it says exactly as Father's saying. Put it another way,
Mm.
politics is downstream of culture.
Culture.
Which
Yeah,
is, yeah,
that's a
downstream
great saying. Yep.
from faith too, right? Yeah.
Religion, morality, that's all part of culture.
Yeah,
obviously.
exactly.
Mhm.
Dad had something about the Fourth Amendment, right?
Amendment 4 in Florida. Yeah, that one I didn't realize that one actually requires 40% or 60% to pass, and it's running just short of that. This is one that's going to vastly liberalize abortion down in Florida, and I think it's just a reminder. It's a reminder to everybody that and I don't think I appreciated this myself. I know when Roe versus Wade was overturned, what was that, 2021? I think it was. We all celebrated. We all thought it was wonderful. It was awesome. It traumatized those who are going to be inclined to be traumatized by it. And then the media and the Democrat Party and all that, they just whooped it up into something that was big. They wanted the Democrats wanted nothing more than this election to be a referendum on abortion. That's what they wanted. They wanted to stay away from the border, from inflation, from Ukraine, all that. They wanted to be about abortion. And I think Donald Trump did something that I don't appreciate morally. I don't appreciate it spiritually, but I do appreciate it politically. And just basically said, no, we're not taking on this fight this time around. And you can see in Florida that if Donald Trump had decided to put his foot, stake in the ground and said that we are going to pass a national abortion ban and dadgummit, our social conservatives are going to love it, I think he'd have gone up in flames, because you're seeing it down there. The abortion, more people are voting for it than against it. I think we're looking at maybe another half a generation, 10 years, 15 years before the trauma of Roe versus Wade starts to really fade and people start to make more, maybe more reasonable and more pro-life legislation at the state level.
Yeah, because you have a lot of conservative people. There's a lot of, or maybe not conservative, people that don't really identify as conservative, but are more middle, common sense on most things common sense, but they just don't have the light that the faith gives us. And so they bring up these arguments that are all touchy-feely about, oh, the poor people that they have a pregnancy, it's accidental, and these poor people, we feel bad for them, so they can have an abortion, but it shouldn't be at 20 weeks or 9 weeks or whatever else. We need to make we need to have a cutoff. Those people are not pro-life in the sense that we are at all, and that's a huge swath of the population. And they're just blind. I mean, they're it's sad, but that's where they are. And if, as you were saying, if they had come down harder, as people want them to come down and say no abortion, period, that just wouldn't go. It wouldn't go with the independent voters. It wouldn't go with the middle stream. And a lot of quote unquote conservative people aren't that solid on it either. So it would be political suicide.
Right. And we've got to straighten up our act spiritually, and then I think we can take on that. I mean, we have to take it on, but we can take it on with better fervor and better confidence once we've kind of gotten our spiritual house in order better.
So I know Eric's got a brief update from Virginia.
Yep, Virginia, it's now 20% of votes counted, and Kamala's up about 10%. So not looking great there. Florida is now 76% counted, and Trump is up 10 points. So I'm hoping they call that one soon.
Got it. So really, so far,
red for now.
Absolutely no surprises. I mean,
No
Virginia,
surprises,
we wanted Virginia, but
that one I really had high hopes for, but it's not.
It's going
so
more
far
Eric's map than Dad's map so far.
Yeah.
But
hey, wait till 3 a.m. Wait till 3 a.m. That's when all of the Trump.
It's an hour 10 minutes from now for me, Father. It's an hour 10 minutes. I'm almost there.
Relative.
Just seeing.
Somebody mentioned it was Sharon.
Yeah, I saw Yeah. Or where was she?
Shameful support for Democrats in what used to be a 50% Catholic area. It's obviously not universal. It's not across the board, but I think a lot of Nova Scotia Catholics are liberal. In a lot of areas, not all of them, but a lot of them are. I was mentioned to somebody the other day. Somebody came along with me on my Sunday drive, and we saw. I was on my way to St. Philomena's down in Roland, and we saw a Harris Waltz sign, and we were like, "Well," the driver commented, "There's a Harris Waltz sign. What the heck? This is Arkansas. I haven't seen one of those around." And I said, "Well, that's because it's right next to the Nova Scotia Church. They're probably long time standing, Catholics, quote unquote, that go there."
Well, today, what our dear Pope Francis was doing today, right? He was meeting with the top abortionist in Italy. A good friend of his, I forget her name, but he went to her house. This is a very famous, well-known abortionist woman in Italy. He went and visited her in her home. This is a man who can't even say the mass anymore, quote unquote. Obviously, very, very, very clear. That again, when we talk about the Catholic Church, we are not talking about them. This is an interesting point from Alma, and this is where I really think I still think Trump's going to win. I just think you really can compare these two candidates, right? I mean, Kamala was vice president right now for the last 4 years. Trump was president the 4 years before, so we can really compare and contrast. And I've really tried to put myself out of just the echo chamber and just all of my normal beliefs and try to really think, okay, what are most people actually going to vote for? And I can't see how it could be Kamala. I can't see it. Yeah. But then I couldn't see how it could be Biden in 2020. So
right.
I guess, right. But this is worse though, because I think this one is a very dissatisfied country that is going to possibly reelect one of the vice president of that unsuccessful country.
I think a big difference between 2020 and election and now is that it's Twitter is X.
Very much so.
I think that is a huge difference because there's so many people that get their news from there instead of the mainstream media. There's so many more independent journalists or independent individuals there, so that the facts are a little bit more out there, and not as many people are relying on the lamestream media. I think that's got to be a huge factor here.
Yeah.
So Kevin, I'm seeing a comment here, election 24 updates, saying that that New Hampshire, Trump is up big in New Hampshire. Several different counties have shifted 10 points toward Trump compared to 2020. I'm not really seeing any numbers, but
do you see how many are reporting?
No, I don't see the actual reported number. How much is reported yet?
How many electoral votes is that?
Not a lot. They
4.
are.
New Hampshire is
4. Okay. Yeah.
So what I'm seeing is that Kamala's up by about 5 with about 12% in. But
okay. So it looks like it's close.
Yeah, it's close, which is good, I think, for New Hampshire.
I mean, I guess. Okay, interesting. I just see too on Twitter. Again, no numbers here. It says Rick Scott is outperforming Donald Trump in Florida, so it's good news for the Senate.
Good news,
if it's true.
I don't think it's a flip, but it's a hold. It's a Republican hold, I think.
Yeah, Rick Scott is basically keeping pace with Trump. He's also up 10 with 80% of the votes in.
Gotcha.
So that's. Yeah, they're up by 1 million votes.
Jill Biden wore red on election day.
So did Jill.
That's what I said.
Trump
Jill wore it.
Yeah.
Jill wore the. They hate Kamala so much. That's so funny. they're such a bad part. They're so dumb. I just like everything they've done. Again, Father's got to be right. It had to have been like, nah, guys, we're not winning this year. Just let's throw out the JV team and let them take this one on the chin.
It's so sad. It's so sad that just how unreal it all is. The fake smiles, the fake answers, everything. It's like the fake care. Oh wow, that's funny.
That's amazing. Wow, that's amazing. Don't tell me that's an accident. Oh,
red for Trump or red for communism? Which
yeah,
both.
I don't know.
Fair question.
What was I saying before? Oh, just how fake it all is. These people that smile and praise their fellow politicians for being so good and so wonderful and so awesome, where inside they can't stand them. There's no true friendship, where amongst these different politicians, no matter what they say. It's just so sad. If you can imagine living in that kind of environment, not having any, I look at, Biden, for example, the scandals with his family and the problems with his son and all of that other stuff. It's like, what a sad life. Yeah, you have power. Maybe you have money, you have influence, but goodness, yeah, I think any of us would trade a simple, humble life with family and friends that are honest, that are good, that care about you, and that you care about them, than anything that political power gives. It's got to be such a miserable life.
Yeah,
so unfulfilling.
Yeah. Agreed. So this is from Traditional Catholic Sermons. Thanks for being here. By the way, Trump 62% in Georgia at 19% counted. So obviously a long way to go, but that's good. Nice to see. Someone watching from South Africa. That's respect.
Cool.
Wow.
Are you an American from South Africa, or are you just crazy? Because if I was a German, I don't think I'd be up right now.
Or having trouble sleeping. I can tell you that one. I sympathize with that one.
I did after you mentioned last live stream, Kevin, the Freedom Tunes, I started watching them from time to time, and they did this one of the 3 a.m. the 3 a.m. voters for Kamala or something like that.
I haven't seen it. I heard about it though. Yeah,
it was pretty funny.
He's awesome. I like Seamus. He's a
it's
conservative.
I believe he goes to
Catholic,
Latin mass.
sort of guy.
Yeah,
Right.
He's
He's a big JP2 fan, so it's kind of like, okay, can I talk to you? I've tried to get him on the podcast. I'm like, I'm gonna.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna keep trying until
their priests probably warned them off because we're a danger here.
That's true.
Probably.
Those cult members.
He's good.
And it says it's amazing how important U.S. politics in the election is to the whole world. I actually have a friend here, a new friend who just actually started going to our parish. He's a politician in Austria, and apparently he's doing a live stream as well about the elections. So if I weren't doing this myself, I'd probably be watching that. So pretty cool. So as you said, Anna, it's absolutely true. The world certainly is waiting and watching. I've had all of my friends here in Germany certainly were coming to me like, okay, Kevin, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Who's going to win? And I generally told them that it was going to be Trump. Father's going to go here fairly soon. Father, it really has been great having you on. We do have Matt. Hopefully he's going to join us soon. We have a couple other guys. Corey, CJ, I think are going to join us for a bit as well. And we'll see who else pops on as we go. Your Father, you're going to be hard shoes to fill. So it's always a pleasure having you on.
Always a pleasure being on.
I don't know what are we going to do when we can't talk about politics anymore. It's going to be so depressing.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding?
We'll figure something out.
How about Rome?
I cannot wait.
How about the Roman Empire? Let's talk about the Roman Empire.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I mean, I've been reading about the British monarchy in the 1200s or whatever, and it's really fascinating. I just love comparing what people would rise up and they'd rise up and try to kill their king and queen for a 12% tax. It's like, man. Those were the days. Those were the days. That's But no, and very seriously though, I think we're all very, very ready for politics to be very much on the back burner for another 2 to 4 years. I'm so sick of it. I know everyone else is. I know everyone who watches this channel is like, can you guys please stop? And I can tell you,
yeah.
Well,
We're right.
a point on that, a point I'd like to bring up is like, politics aren't over once the election is over. It's amazing thing. I remember
Yeah.
Father Saunders from Canada mentioning just how much their media just goes on and on and on about the American elections. It's like almost as big of a deal up there as it is down here. And for so many people, it's like, once the elections are over, done. Don't think about it anymore and just let it go. And as far as like being involved in who to vote for, obviously that's over. But I guess the thing I want to say on that line is like, keep praying for your country. Keep praying for our
Right.
leaders. That's something my dad would do every rosary that we'd pray. Every night we pray the rosary together as a family. And I think he would always mention as one of the general intentions, always at the rosary, is praying for our political leaders. And that's something we should have in mind all the time. It's part of our civic duty as Catholics. A duty means it's an obligation. We do need to pray for our country, pray for our leaders. And if people say, I don't like our country, I don't like our foundation, I don't like our leaders, they're evil, they're bad, doesn't matter. You still got to pray for them. How many pagan emperors were there? Or I should say, when St. Paul was writing his epistle and talking about pray for the king, remember the king, pray for the country, all that stuff, servants obey your masters, all this stuff. Was he talking about, King Louis IX? No. He pagan and horrible that were their rulers. And that's who he was saying to pray for. And respect them and show deference to their authority. They wasn't, when he was talking about slaves obeying your masters, he wasn't just talking about, he specifically mentions not just the ones that are good and kind, but even the ones that are severe. Like divine providence sets us up in a certain place, in a certain way, with certain people in our lives, in a certain country with certain leaders. And where we are, it's by divine providence. Now, so we still have to pray for our country. We still have to be interested in the well-being of our country. That has to be there. And just because voting season is over, these people don't need less prayers. They don't need less support, spiritual support, I should say. So that's something to keep in mind. We got to still keep up the prayer for our country. And it's
amen to that. No,
Yeah,
absolutely. And I have to say too that again for the podcast that we will be focusing a lot on the family here in the coming weeks. That's the plan, at least in child raising and being a good spouse, etc. Because I think that's of course, aside from the prayer, that's a good way to form a good society, right? Is to build it
Absolutely.
ourselves. One good child raised at a time is certainly the way. Eric, I think you got a couple things, and then we'll let Father have his last words before he heads out. But Eric, go ahead.
Forgot where the mute button was. Sorry.
Details.
It's now 8 o'clock Eastern time. So they've just called a bunch of non-competitive states here. I'll share the current map that's been officially released. So the typical ones, right? Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maryland for Kamala. South Carolina, Florida is now official. Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, West Virginia, and Oklahoma called for Trump.
Yeah, no surprises yet.
No surprises.
No surprises, not at all. I'll tell you, I'm a little bit worried about North Carolina. It's only about 5% reporting. But
Yeah,
so far
but
it's
it sounds like
leaning
right. They're
Kamala.
not looking. That'll be a surprise if that one. Doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. I think it'll still go for Trump. It's just must be the early votes are counted in the city.
Kevin,
area.
I've got a map that from PGA Tour. Golf.
PGA Tour
is, yeah, they spelled tour wrong, and they're one of the funnier sites on the internet.
Nice. If everyone had
Yeah.
brain. Nice. Amen to that.
That's good.
That's right.
That is good.
Yeah. Then, Father, before you go, you have any last words? I think the last ones you had were pretty good last words, but
kind of hard to top that, huh?
It's true.
Wow.
Yeah. You can try.
Little inspirations. No, I just very hopeful going forward. I mean, as hopeful as we can be, I guess. Obviously, we know there's a lot of things. There's a lot of evils in the world, in our system, in our lives, and people need to turn back to God. And who knows what things are going to happen, but divine providence all the way. Yeah, that's where we have to put our trust in, our hope in. But doesn't mean that we can't hope for things to get better politically in our country. My hope is, as Mr. Davis was saying earlier, that Trump knows Washington D.C. a little bit better, and he has some people around him that knows D.C. better now. And he's definitely got a much wider and broader group of people. Elon Musk, he's talking about him being on board and firing a bunch of people, and I think knowing his track record on firing people and taking over businesses or whatever, like Twitter, that could be a very positive thing. And he obviously is as we were saying earlier, he's isn't a moral guy by any means, but he has a little bit more common sense and desire for the temporal well-being of our nation, and I think that's a good thing. I'm hopeful about that. Hopefully that will bring about some change for the good. But yeah, I'm kind of grasping. This is going on kind of like my sermons go on forever, and no
it's good stuff.
So I'll just wrap it up. Thanks for having me on, joining.
Thank you, brother.
It's always nice to join and chat with you guys, and keep
next time
Rome.
Next time Rome. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, no good. No, America's devoted to the Immaculate Conception, Our Lady in the Immaculate Conception. So if anybody's gonna win it for us, it's going to be our Blessed Mother. So let's pray that triumph of her Immaculate Heart comes sooner rather than later. So,
amen to that. Awesome, Father Geckel.
Right.
Until next time. Until Rome.
God bless you, Father.
Okay, thanks a lot. God bless you,
Father.
God bless
everybody.
So yeah, we do have, again, like I said, we have Matt hopefully joining us soon from Monday Mornings with Matt and Kevin.
I can
Of
share
course,
my screen again. There are a
Yeah,
couple
go ahead and
more.
share what
before-
you got there. Yeah.
a couple more got called. Wow. all
Couple more got called. Again, no, nothing crazy. Maine's first
Okay.
district, which does its own thing. I forget. New Jersey, I think, was new. Illinois was new for Kamala.
right. New
And
Jersey
then-
was kind of a
New
a thought
Jersey
that
was,
could
yeah,
go
that was,
Trump.
you're right. That's one that was, I'm a little bit surprised they called it that early.
Interesting.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll take it back, but it looks like both CNN and Fox. So
Interesting.
looks like
Yeah,
Kamala's
this
up
is
68 to
interesting. It looks
20.
like Trump is doing well, but he's certainly not dominating.
He's not
like
killing it like
I'm
I really
I'm
thought he
reading through
would, yeah.
Twitter a little bit, and Twitter's just acting like it's this massive, crazy red tsunami, and that's not what I'm seeing on the
Right. No, I'm not either. I mean,
on the map.
we haven't really seen much from the swing states so far. Although Georgia looks like it was a no doubter, but yeah,
Yeah, Georgia's looking pretty good, but again, in 2020, I think you have the Atlanta area that kind of takes a long time to count, so
right.
that
That's
could
true.
swing
yeah.
back blue a little bit.
So here's some breaking news here, Kevin. This is good. Good news.
Amendment 4.
Is that official?
Is that
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's great.
Yeah,
Wow,
which
nice.
yeah, it looked like it was doing okay, but I think they're almost done
Wow.
counting in Florida. So that's big. That's big
Whoa,
news.
nice, okay.
Yeah, I saw somebody tweet just a minute ago that they voted against Amendment 4, and it's a meaningful vote. Even if you didn't vote for Trump, if you got out there and voted against Amendment 4, congratulations, you helped it fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Looking like 85% of Florida's votes are in, so yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Interesting. Yeah, and it's something that we're going to figure out. By the way, how people are going to go and eat dinner and whatnot. We'll figure out how as we go along. Again, we do have people coming to join, but I don't know how I'm going to do it without you guys.
Hey, do this, Kev.
Yeah.
I want to take maybe we can all take a little 3-minute break here. Show that video. Trump. So he's put together this what they call the X-Men team. Now it's kind of his. It's Elon Musk, it's J.D. Vance, it's Vivek Ramaswamy, all of them. He's got a
Tulsi.
great team. Yeah, and Tulsi Gabbard, and one of them was that's kind of in that inner circle is Nicole Shanahan, who was RFK's running mate. She's not got the most vibrant personality or anything, but she's put out some amazing videos, just kind of showing where things are. She's real big into Make America Healthy Again, but she put out the final campaign ad for the Trump team. I think it was just yesterday. And this thing is absolutely phenomenal. Maybe the best political ad I think I've ever seen. If you want to go ahead, Kevin, and play that for everybody.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we, the people, choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
I come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter today.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
It's actually an interesting question. What do you guys think about this dream team? Are you guys there? Oh, you're there. Okay. About the dream team.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I actually don't really know how I feel about it. Eric, I guess I'll ask you first. What's your thoughts of the bringing in these?
Like I like the idea of bringing people together on common ground, but like some of these people have really bad ideas, right? Like Musk is a genius, but he also has a bunch of children through different women and stuff, right? So it's kind of one of those.
And he wants to put chips in your head, and computers
And
run them and stuff. So
I think Dan, you hit it on the head. Like politically, great, intelligent, super smart, right? To get all these together. Maybe morally, it's a little bit iffier if you want to be, mentioned in the same sentence as Elon Musk or Joe Rogan, right?
or RFK.
Now, what I would say that there's
RFK's
RFK, yeah,
thing is awesome, but his politics.
Well, and Trump, I think, really hit this on the nose. He was talking about RFK, and I think RFK was actually still in the stadium. I think this might have been the New York one, but he basically said we're going to give him control over health issues. And somebody, I think, in the comments was asking, where to go? I heard RFK will take action to remove fluoride out of the water. If Trump, and actually he's wanting to do that day one. In fact, he's got even a bigger plan, which he wants to have big pharma commercials removed from television, which I think is going to end up destroying both industries, which is going to be glorious.
I think isn't America like the one of 3 countries in the world that allows pharma commercial?
Yeah, from a pharma commercial.
I know it's unusual.
It's one of 2. It's here in New Zealand. That's it.
Yeah, here in New Zealand. Yeah. That's right. I saw that. But Trump said, we're going to give him control of this, and we're going to probably let him have his say over downsizing CIA and FBI because of the relationship with his father and uncle. But we're not going to let him anywhere near the oil. And and I think that's probably Elon Musk is going to be the same thing. He's there to downsize the government. I don't think he's going to be there to start a science program to put chips on our head. And I agree. I mean, you're kind of dealing with fire, I suppose, to a degree, because all of these, I mean, I don't see any big major chinks in the armor like for JD Vance. He's probably going to be Trump's heir apparent, and I think he's probably his ideals are the closest to our ideals. But yeah, I mean, it's not a dream team as a traditional Catholic would dream it up, but I also think it's kind of a dream team as an American citizen would dream it up.
Yeah, I mean,
that. Yeah. How many of Reagan's inner circle could you name? Casper Weinberger, and I mean, we didn't know most of these people.
That one I knew.
You knew that one. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to join, but we it's kind of funny. We didn't have any guests for a while. Now we just got 3 just came in backstage. So I'd like to welcome first Father Vili Letoranta. Father Letoranta, thank you very much for joining. I'd also like to bring in Matt. You can't see him. Matt is here. Matt, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Matt, you're loud. Matt's
sorry. The snacks backstage were great. Thank you for the refreshments.
You're welcome.
Backstage,
I do my best
very
to provide good snacks.
You're commodus, yes.
Absolutely. And CJ is here as well. CJ, part of the editing team for Catholic Family Podcast. CJ, thank you very much also for joining. Father Letoranta, I want to ask you first. You've been watching the show. You've been watching the elections. I mean, how are you feeling about the night and things in general?
Well, first of all, can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine, Father.
Oh, great. I kind of hope that these states will.
Oh, no.
Not so much because, but I wish that Kamala would lose. So that's what I wish. And but I also watch lots of other races, like I said, senator races and all the House seats. So it's not just the presidential thing, but many other issues as well.
Ohio has, I think you mentioned, Father, in the chat that they have a senator seat that I think was looking pretty good. Eric, did you have that pulled up? That was Medina Maduro. What was his name?
It's the Ohio Senate seat. So it's Sherrod Brown is the Democrat and Bernie Moreno is the Republican. They're currently neck and neck. They both have about 48% of the vote with 28% of the votes in.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Sherrod Brown, he's kind of a very popular senator, so it's a tough job, to beat him.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
The incumbent?
Yes.
Okay.
Senator who's for re-election.
Okay.
So if Moreno can win, then that would flip that seat, which would be awesome.
Yes, and then, JD Vance is our other senator. So we will, if Moreno wins this, we will have 2 new senators as well, assuming that Trump and
But the governor is Republican, right? Because I think someone was saying that the governor would then appoint a senator. How does that work?
Yes, he's
He's DeWine, right?
Yes, Mike DeWine.
DeWine, okay.
Yes,
got it.
And I might also add that I'm also watching this race from the international viewpoint, especially because Russia-Ukraine war. So if Trump wins, there's, I think, hope that will end soon.
Yes.
That's why, and I've told people I've met on the street here. Sorry, real quick, Matt. Just the people I've met.
Go ahead.
At the store, I've been like, hey, look, if Kamala gets in, it's very possible that there could be war, actual war in Germany. Not just, sending missiles and stuff, but an actual war where people go and die. And well, that's not a very nice thought. I had to share, Omar. Wow, it's amazing for you to be here. And what can I say? Omar's my hero too. So Matt, yeah. Well, how are you feeling about the day?
Oh, I am, and I think that Trump is overperforming, not overperforming, but he's doing a lot better than what I thought he would. I just saw here he's winning Miami by 11 points. That's a county in Florida that Biden won by 7 points. So I think you're seeing a shift towards these areas that were either kind of a toss-up or pro-Biden in the past, either go Trump or Biden's Kamala's lead kind of shrink. So I think the trend early on tonight is being shown in odds makers. The Polymarket odds just hit 70-ish% Trump. The Fox News decision desk has Trump at a 72% chance now, which means that I'm probably guessing they're looking at exit polls, they're looking at data, they're looking at numbers that are coming in. So I think Trump is starting off very, very strong. And I think what we're looking at in Georgia and other states too is probably going to be the trend across the country. You look for trends, you look for patterns. Thank you, Dominic. You look for trends, you look for trends, you look for patterns, and you see the real pulse of people actually going out to the polls on election day. And I think one thing that really stood out here as well is how well Republicans did in early voting. That is a very Democrat stronghold in American elections, and Republicans either won it or closed the gap significantly, because Republican turnout on election day is usually very, very high, plus 17, plus 18, what have you. So all very good numbers for Trump. Obviously, we have to wait until that magic 270 is hit, but I think every data and every point of analytics right now is all pointing to a very good night for the Trump campaign.
Matt, do you have any thoughts on the North Carolina or any further insights? Like, that's the one I'm watching kind of with a knot in my stomach. It's only 10% in, but Kamala's got a pretty strong lead.
But that's what happens. I don't have any number. I've pulled up as much numbers as I can to look at, and I haven't looked at North Carolina, but it's very difficult to judge by that, obviously, because you're looking at what districts are pulling in first, right? Which is why sometimes you look at like, oh, so-and-so has a 60-point lead, and then you blink and then it's tied. You don't know who's reporting. Well, I don't anyway, but I think the trend.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to find that.
It's out there. Yeah, it's just not me.
I can't track all of them.
I just don't have that technology. Yeah, there are a lot of good Twitter accounts too, and I really think with Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter, I think that was the stepping stone of a total shift in politics. I think people are getting their voices out more. People are the generation. Kev, you and I have talked about this. People aren't really watching TV anymore. I mean, people do, of course, but people are getting I am getting election results staring at Twitter. I've never done that in my life. So I think
listening to Catholic Family Podcast, right?
I'm listening to a podcast
with the best place to get news in the world. At least that's what I've heard.
That's
so, CJ, before I come to you for your exactly. Before I come to you for your opinion, CJ, Eric, is there anything new? I just saw on Twitter. It looked like Mississippi and Oklahoma both went to Trump. Again, no surprises.
Yeah, we had that. I had that on my last.
Did you have that already?
Update,
okay, got it. I must have.
What I did want to bring up is Virginia now has 33% of votes counted, and Trump is closing the gap there. Kamala's only
the chatter I'm reading. Chatter I'm reading, a lot of it's on Virginia, and there's a lot of optimism amongst the conservatives there.
New Hampshire,
New Hampshire too is very close.
CJ, any thoughts? How are you feeling about the night?
No, you can put me backstage if Matt's here.
Let Matt do the talking.
He's got lots of thoughts so far.
Well, that's all Matt. It's nice when I can't show up for a Monday show. I'm just like, Matt, just do something. You can talk.
Just do whatever.
Matt's a lot of people's heroes, though.
CJ, you get a lot to live up to.
The greatest of all time. So Father Leitronta, he's the greatest. He is the greatest. So
can we make a map of Matt, Kevin, and Father Leitronta and see who's leading that?
Yeah, right. We should have a vote.
I hate to tell you guys, Father's going to win.
Yeah, that's unfair.
Father's going to win. I can make the map, but Father's going to win.
We're just laymen.
Exactly. And so Father Leitronta, you kind of brought up how you think if Trump wins, it could lessen war, the chance of war in Europe, or hopefully Ukraine, Russia will end. Well, what else do you think will change if it's Trump? Do you think it'll be a big, huge, I don't know, red wave of change, or is it just going to be a few things? Economy would be a bit better, few lesser wars.
he would need to win lots of obstacles. In his last term, he kind of failed in some things. There were lots of riots after the big crisis spring of 2020. So that kind of tarnished his reputation as law and order candidate. But if he wins, I hope he has learned from some of those mistakes. And I think earlier in the evening, somebody pointed out that when he started as president, he really didn't have experience how Washington works and how the political machine works. If he wins, hopefully he will be wiser and knows a little bit better now how the swamp works. So there's good hope, at least if he wins. But we will have to see. But now, even if he still has to beat many obstacles, I think he will still be performing better politics than Kamala.
I don't think any of us would deny that. Again, just seeing what she did trying to be elected is pretty shocking.
And also, like I mentioned, the war hawks or the political, those old timers like former Vice President Cheney. He supports Kamala.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
He trusts that she will continue that old foreign policy, which has brought so much costs and expenses both in lives and in dollars.
That's such a great point, Father. And that's something that Dad and I have talked about quite a bit, about how abortion is always the issue, and of course it is a big issue and a big evil, great evil. But we don't talk enough about war, about innocent lives being just blown up, and it's an unfortunate thing. Yeah, Eric, if you could pull up the map, that would be great to help out people who are
Yep. And y'all can keep talking while I do this. They don't need to see our faces.
Got it.
Hey, we got some sports fans. We got some sports fans here. I'm thinking we're early second quarter here. And what are we up 10-3 football game?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, no big pick sixes so far, right?
It's not like we're dominating.
Did you guys see how Tim Waltz, who's supposedly the football coach, messed up?
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
He did. Did you hear that? He said
I know
pick
he
six
coaches
wrong.
football, but
what do you say? We draw up a pick six? Like, wait, what? He's supposed to be a football coach. I mean, what on earth? Again, you can't make up how bad they ran this entire thing. But
so
it's not. I don't see. I mean, sorry, real quick, Matt. I see it on Twitter and stuff. I see this red wave. Trump is just killing, but I don't see it so far on the map. So I don't know. But go ahead, Matt.
So the New York Times election needle, if you guys remember that was a thing the last two elections, I think, and they just posted. So Trump is 65% in Arizona, 66 in Georgia, and 57 in North Carolina. Very early, but New York Times, wow, yeah, 57, okay. Yeah, and then it says here very early modules here based on exit polling and data says Trump will win. This is not a projection. This is just numbers that they're looking at. Trump will win Pennsylvania and Nevada. But could change, of course, still.
Okay, so that sounds more bigly to me than what we're seeing so far. So right, so if we're seeing Ohio, Ohio is going to go Trump, but if Virginia, North Carolina, Arizona, Arizona
should
be very
Trump.
big.
I think the numbers.
Right, agreed.
The early voting, he did well there. Trump did well there.
Yeah, so, absolutely. I do have to say, okay, Anna put this up. Doreen McMahon. I remember she was a commenter on this podcast at times. So everyone, please say a prayer for Mrs. McMahon, who is in her final hours. Oh, definitely more important than anything else that's going on. So please say a prayer for Mrs. McMahon. I know for sure she was someone who did listen to the show back a few years ago. So please pray for her. Yeah, it is really interesting to watch. It's so hard, as we all knew this whole night would be you wouldn't know in the first 2 hours. It wasn't going to be okay. Okay, Trump's going to win, but it is kind of like you just want to know, right? It's come on.
You know what's really cool though, and compared to when and I can go back to when I was growing up, and you would sit down to look at the election results, and you had CBS, NBC, ABC. That was it, and maybe a radio station or something like that, and you would basically get the same narrative from all three. Everything you saw was basically what they filtered through to you. Now here we are, 6 of us, all with our own feed, all with our own sources, and we don't know yet. I mean, it's like a giant puzzle to see which of us is most accurate. I mean, it's not like it's competition or anything, but it is fascinating to see that we're all looking at our own handcrafted media to figure out where we are with things.
I'm curious, actually, Dan. Oh, sorry, Kev, were you going to say something?
No, go ahead.
I'm curious, Dan, your thoughts. So, you have half of the country who is ecstatic about Trump. You have half of the country that is, I find this hard to believe, but ecstatic about Kamala. Who would you say was the last president of the United States where the general consensus among a majority of America's people would say that this person was a good president? I feel like Obama was very divisive. I feel like Bush was very divisive, and Trump as well. Who was the last president in your memory that, as a general consensus, the entire American public as a whole, a majority of would say he's doing a good job and we like him?
Yeah, I would agree that Obama had a huge number of fans out there and still does today. But really, I'd have to go back to Ronald Reagan and his re-election campaign. There's a great story from there where he actually, believe it or not, in 1984, he was kind of struggling for re-election. He had a lot of detractors out there.
The polls were,
scandals. Yeah, polls weren't doing that well with him.
We're tied almost, right?
Right, and so they were worried about him winning re-election. And he had that famous first debate with I think it was it Mondale, and the questioner asked him about whether age was going to be a factor, and he had this famous response where he said, "You remember, where he said, I'm not going to let my opponents, youth and inexperience become an issue." And from then, and it was Mondale's smile, and it was his laughing at that whole thing. The election was just over, and it was interesting, Matt. Something I've heard recently. I don't know how true this really is, but I have heard people saying recently that elections have a tendency to be won by the side that is having more fun, and I think it was probably true in 2008 with Obama. I don't think anyone was having fun in 2016, but I think for this year, if Trump wins, this has been a fun campaign, if nothing else, especially from the Trump side.
Well, and the guy is 79, and he did 62 days straight with a rally.
He did a rally at 2 a.m.
rallies. Yeah, he did 4 rallies in a day. That's honestly, I was actually getting to a point where I was like, this seems kind of unsafe. Like,
I'm not going to be able to function tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, we do actually want him to survive to the presidency. All right, Sharon from Eric. Looks like is there an update on the map?
Yep, just Arkansas again. Not a surprise, but filling it in nicely.
Thank you, Father Geckel, for your vote.
Thank you, Father Geckel. Yes,
that was the one. That was the one that mattered. Appreciate it. Christy says that our questions, is Trump now leading in Virginia? We did have that.
Yes.
Yep.
He just took the lead in Virginia.
He pulled ahead,
which would be a shock.
Not for Dad.
Maybe
I've been predicting all along.
Maybe I shouldn't say shock. Would be an upset. It would be an upset.
Yeah.
I just saw that in Florida.
Florida,
they shot down the legal marijuana. They did not.
And abortion.
Oh, good.
And
abortion. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Father
Trump
Leitronta,
Eric,
put you on the spot. What's your thought on legalized marijuana? What do you think, Father?
Me? Put me on the spot.
Oh, Father.
What's the one?
Marijuana.
I was asking Eric. Sorry. No, I think we're talking. Sorry.
Marijuana or?
Yeah, legalized marijuana, Father. What do you think? Yes or no?
I mean, I don't really know the American legislation there, so it's one of those substances which should not be used, but it's kind of a local legislation always. So
yeah,
so good thing if it's not used or usage is destroyed. So basically, I'm in favor of it. I mean, to make it
to not legalize it.
Illegal.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure when it came on the ballot in Colorado. I was actually kind of iffy on it, but then when they legalized it, and then I saw what it did to Colorado, I was oh boy, no, please don't legalize marijuana. Eric, do you have new numbers or? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Not new numbers, just interesting. So Trump is now leading in North Carolina and Virginia. North Carolina, he's leading by 16 votes with 800,000 cast.
Big lead.
So
Nice.
still neck and neck there, but he's actually up by 0.5 percentage point in Virginia.
But why is North Carolina so close? I thought that was Dad. We were saying that wasn't even
a few years ago.
swing
No,
state.
it was fairly red several years ago.
Yeah, it was red. I mean, they've had the recent issues with the hurricane and everything, but the only thing I can think of there is that they had a guy running for governor, Mark Robinson, who is he's like a Protestant preacher, and I mean he is extremely bold and extremely Christian, no question about it. He's a big, heavy guy with a deep voice, beautiful to listen to. And I think he's been a polarizing character. You know, I love him. I really, really truly hope he wins. But there's been analysts who think that he may be pulling Trump down in North Carolina just because he's polarizing.
Interesting. I see too here. I don't know where this is from. This is just on Twitter, but it's saying Ted Cruz is down 9 percentage points.
Oh wow.
As
that's probably also just
Texas just started. Texas just started. They start off with the larger cities first, which is what happened in North Carolina, Raleigh. I think Raleigh was first to report, so they just dumped that. But Eric, they called New Jersey already? That would surprise me.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
that surprised me. Right.
Yeah. Fox did.
I thought Trump had a chance there. Is that
Me
your same,
too.
Matt?
Connecticut.
Connecticut. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I thought he had a chance.
New Jersey
Okay.
it's only 30% reported in, but Harris is up by 15 points, and so Fox has called it.
Wow.
Interesting.
There's people that thought that was going to be competitive. It isn't like it's going to be competitive.
Yeah. Well, again, it takes time. It's hard to look at numbers right away and then judge them.
Yeah.
But,
Right. True.
I think. I mean, it's just.
Sorry.
The jump. He hit 71.4% on Polymarket. So the odds makers seem to continue to trend towards Trump overall.
But that's so real quickly though. Is that odds makers? That's just what money's coming in, right? Or is that someone
Right.
Is that
So
Vegas
that's-
putting the odds, or is it the money?
It's both. It's
Yeah.
So Polymarket is obviously people are betting, so they're putting money where their mouth is basically, and people, you can make whatever donation you want, but your odds would be in your favor if you voted for the lower percentage candidate, because if you vote for Trump with a 71% return, you're not going to get a lot of money back. So if you want to make money, you're betting. People are betting other ways, so it's kind of hard to tell just by that alone. But the decision desk area as well, which does take into account odds, still has Trump safely in the high 60s, low 70s, teetering back and forth.
Interesting, Sharon.
Because
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I saw somebody say, and you and I, Kev, have talked about this before. One thing that's cool about Twitter is some of the guys who head these polling agencies, Rasmussen, the main pollster for Rasmussen, is very active on Twitter. And someone said if Ron DeSantis was the candidate, he would have mopped the floor with Kamala this election. But this guy from Rasmussen said we put that to the test in polls, and that was not the case. So I think it's something to say, like, would someone like Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis have done better than, I don't know how Trump's going to do tonight, but would they have done better? I wasn't sure. And from what some pollsters have said, the answer would have been no, that Trump truly is the best chance here.
And it's hard to
Yeah.
say. It's hard to compare apples to apples there, right? Like, is Ron DeSantis a better candidate than Trump? Probably. But
yes,
would Ron
I would agree.
DeSantis have gotten shot in the head? Probably not, right? And that's a large bump, I think, to the election here.
Yeah.
DeSantis was the safer. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, quick update on Ted Cruz. 50% of Texas is reporting, and Cruz is up by a little under a point. So it's close.
Ted Cruz will win Texas. He'll win Texas.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be surprising. Yeah, that would definitely be surprising if.
Come on, and of course he's going to win.
Yeah, come on. Sharon also asked if Amendment 4 was voted down, and I believe it was. I don't know if it's official, but it was. It was.
I think
voted down.
it's at least it's projected to go down. Yeah, it was.
Right.
It needed 60% in order to pass, and it was winning the raw vote. But I don't think it was going to get 60%.
I have here it failed. Pro-abortion Amendment 4, it failed in Florida.
Yeah. Yep.
This will be the first defeated pro-abortion ballot initiative.
Wow. Very good.
Yeah. Wow, interesting. I don't know where this is from, but TJ Benedict saying Trump up 4 points in North Carolina. Is that right?
That is true. That happened very recently.
Nice.
But they're also projecting Mark Robinson, who I was just talking about, the governor candidate is going to lose. So,
yeah, that's always weird when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's like who votes for Democrat one guy?
Michigan is what baffles me because they'll lean towards or perhaps vote Trump, and yet they have. I'll spare my adjective here as a governor in Michigan. How does that happen? That is really shocking.
I can't explain it
because that woman needs a lot of
Whitmer.
Needs a lot of holy water thrown at her.
And we
I'm glad you bring that up, Matt. She's another one. Why on earth do you do that right before an election? The whole Doritos chip thing. It's like, I mean, you're clearly going to offend every Catholic. Even Nova Sordo Catholics are going to be offended by that, right?
Trump took
even
advantage
your
of
liberal Nova Sordo Catholics are going to be offended by that.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? I understand she's a Satanist, she's evil, but politically, I mean, it's so dumb. They do all these evil, dumb things all the time.
I think they send a lot of messages to one another that we don't fully remember. We see what they want us to see, and I think that is very important too. If they thought it was going to be so bad and so detrimental to Catholics, I don't think it would have leaked. So whatever we see online or on the media, whatever, is intentionally put in front of us for whatever reason, and I think. Whatever puppeteers are puppeting behind the scenes, which I do believe is, I think about it too, and someone made a really good point. We know that Joe Biden is not running anything right now. Kamala Harris is out on the campaign trail. Who is running the country? It's not Joe Biden. It never was Joe Biden. Kamala Harris is far away from DC, very much concerned about her loss coming up tonight. So who is running the country? Do we need a president?
Let me take a little bit of a stab at that, because I think that, and you'll agree with this, Matt. That you got, and it goes back to, I think actually, again, when Reagan was president, you had a decision that was I can't remember the name of the decision now. I'll think of it. The Chevron deference.
Okay.
Where basically Chevron deference decision was, what it said was that when there is question about how a law passed by Congress was going to be implemented, that it was going to be the deference of the legislature was to the executive branch to determine how it would be implemented. Okay, under Reagan and Bush, it was not that big a deal, but once Obama took over, Obama used that law to basically explode the fourth branch of government, the executive branch that is running everything now. And so, since then, even when Trump was in office, that fourth branch of government was still basically running stuff. There was a lot of decisions being made by these bureaucrats, basically, that Trump wasn't even made aware of. He wasn't even told about. And
how does he change that?
You fire him. And I think that's what Elon Musk. That's what Elon Musk is going to be looking at trying to do, is basically to down. And the just this last year, I think it was over the summer, the Supreme Court actually ruled it's put aside Chevron deference. So basically said from here forward, when Congress passes a law and there's questions about how to implement it, that needs to go through the courts, not through the executive branch. It was a huge. But yeah, if you want to know who's running Biden, who's running Kamala Harris, it's these unpaid bureaucrats who live in Northern Virginia and are paid by lobbyists, and they're all in bed with big corporations, and I think they're the ones running things.
Yeah. No, I agree with that completely, and I think, the big question here is, would Trump and I'm not saying this is my opinion, but would he fire them, or is he an illusion and a part of them? And I'm just putting that out.
I think based on precedent of last term, he almost never fires, or not so over exaggeration, but rarely. You can look at Fauci, you can look at lots of people.
Right.
He should have pardoned what's his name? WikiLeaks.
Julian Assange.
He should have pardoned Julian Assange that he greatly missed in doing.
Right. Well, he missed on the January 6ers too. I mean, that was another extremely obvious one. So that's. I mean, there were a lot of misses in his first term, and I think that is going to be the salient question. We know if Kamala gets in there, that she will be beholden. You'll have the same infrastructure, the same people, the same everything. Trump, we're just going to have to wait and see. I do tend to believe that the people who he has surrounded himself with, RFK Jr., Elon Musk, people like that, are going to be inclined toward actually carrying out this, downsizing of a government and then bringing into control the fourth branch of government. That was a big part of Vivek Ramaswamy's campaign.
My thing, and it's funny because when you take a step back, how much parties have shifted and how much there's been changes in what both parties represent, and I have a hard time seeing a difference in a lot of ways from, because you mentioned Tulsi, you mentioned Vivek, you mentioned Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy. The Republican Party is a lot closer, in my opinion, to the 90s, early 2000s Democrats. I don't see much of a change on marriage. I think the Republican Party has abandoned that completely. Vivek has said, marry who you wish. And I think, the Republicans have really softened in a lot of ways on abortion, too. It went back to the states. I don't think Trump cared about abortion. I don't think it's an issue for him. I think he kind of followed the Constitution, air quotes here, and put it back and doesn't want it to be an issue anymore. He's done. He's good with it. So they're in a lot of ways like Clinton to keep abortion safe, rare, and legal. I think that is kind of where the Republican Party stands today. And I don't know what's going to happen. Trump has revamped the party completely in a very quick way. I mean, if you think about it, Obama had the country by the throat in so many ways. Everything was radically left, and Trump swung in there, and the pendulum went all the way over in a very big, quick, decisive manner. So it's going to be interesting to see where.
This is interesting that Trump is leading with Latino men, according to an NBC exit poll. That would be big for Nevada, right? That would seem to.
But he's dropped with the white vote. He's dropped with the white vote. He's dropped with the white vote, which I think
the white
overall. I don't know about gender. Which one of the 83 genders? But which gender, Eric? Out of the 83,
the two-spirit.
So from what numbers were, he was down a bit from 2020, but he did have a big jump in the, which I think he's afraid to say it, and it's never talked about in the campaign. But they don't talk about the white vote. They'll say the Hispanic vote. They'll say the Latino vote, the Asian, whatever. They don't talk about the white vote that the Republican Party really needs to have in their back pocket. That has, I think, slipped in a bit numerically lately.
So I know Father Letrant is gonna leave us soon, unfortunately. Father, we're gonna step away from politics for a minute. Well, I'd love to know what is there anything new going on at St. Gertrude's the Great? Anything new with you? Any new books come out? Be nice to hear if there's anything.
In the summer, I published a book about Saint Therese and the Holy Face. I think Mr. Dominic Cageso very well.
Of course.
His company or group kindly provided publication for that. So that was something new and nice. And then I also have started to teach in our seminary, St. Charles Borromeo Seminary. So it's our patronal feast was yesterday. So in the morning. So my days kind of are divided so that in the mornings I'll teach in our school and then in the afternoons in the seminary. So I teach like this online. So I have a virtual classroom, not actual.
Okay.
Classroom.
Because the class is in Idaho or in Washington, is that right, Father?
Yes, where Father Ercolis parish is. So that teaching in school and seminary takes most of our time. we also
I believe it.
We also have the fundraiser for our Oblate sisters. So we have the final stretch to try to raise funds to buy them a house because right now they are living with their families and we cannot take new vocations until we have a house for them. So we hope that Faithful will generously provide for that.
And everyone can do that to go to sgg.org. You can donate. Should people, Father, should they leave a special comment or something for the sisters, or just give a donation and it will get to the right place?
You kindly publish their video, so you can watch that on directions from channel or then from the sisters' website, Magnet of Souls.
Right. So if you go exactly. So if you go on this channel and you search Oblates of the Holy Face, I think it was the name of the video. You'll find the information on them, and then please go to sgg.org to donate to them as well. And you can go and buy Father's book here. Again, I linked it here. Glorious Heritage.
Actually, it's sggresources.org. SGG is our parish website, and our SGG resources.
Resources, Father. Is that what you said? Resources?
We had our All Saints party on Sunday, which was a success. It seems we have more and more attendance each year. So that's always great. And then
Father, my girls love your fairy tale compilation book. I know you didn't write that one, but they really like that.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Yeah, I always loved fairy tales. So my mother used to read to me when I was a little boy, and that's kind of a sad in modern world that even little kids, they just use computer or app or whatever it is, and they don't read as much as they used to. So one of my book apostolate purposes is that hopefully to encourage children to read, actual books.
So really quick, sorry,
and also
they called. Sorry, they just called Virginia for Kamala.
Oh.
But Kevin, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Father. A pleasure as always.
Yes,
and again, everyone, please go and donate, and also check out the book. I've attached a link here above at gloriousheritagebooks.com.
Okay.
Great.
All right, okay. God bless everybody.
God bless you, Father. Until next time.
Thank you, Father.
God bless you. All right, so we've lost Eric for a bit, but Eric leaves and we lose Virginia. Thanks a lot, Eric.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring in. Oh, did he leave? Oh, he left. The American Sede privationist, privationist. Is that what I'm going to have to call you this whole time? Do I really have to call you that? I guess he's going to go eat dinner, but maybe we'll get him on later. Matt, so they just what was the final tally for Virginia?
It's not done yet. It's too close. But yeah, they called it for New Hampshire and Virginia. Yes, both for Commonwealth. But I'll keep in mind in 2016, Trump lost both Virginia and New Hampshire.
Right.
So it's not those would have been major upsets. That was not on the path.
Right. Well, how does North Carolina look right now?
I didn't see last I looked, but the New York Times currently has projected Trump with 280 is the estimate for the final count. So
for
still
Trump.
waiting, of course.
Okay. So you're Kamala.
You start worrying that it comes
with PA.
PA, yeah, you kind of start worrying it's going to come down to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right. Because that was the fear all along, and I still I just don't understand this. I'm still looking through X, Twitter, and just people just all over the place saying how huge it is, but it's just not
right. I'm seeing the same thing, but it's not really manifesting yet. That we're seeing, but I mean to Matt's point, he's exactly right. The betting markets and the Decision HQ, I think this Fox News, I want to say, are all just consistently kind of slowly moving in Trump's direction. So whatever they're seeing, maybe
Yes.
it's Michigan and Wisconsin. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, and I think he's again following the path that they kind of laid out. Remember, they put out I guess you can call it a plan as to what we need to do to hit 270, because obviously this is a game of math, this is a game of numbers, and they're looking at I know they're looking at Georgia, they're looking at Nevada, they're looking at Arizona, states that he probably will win, and then it's something like off the top of my head he only needs to grab one of Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, which I think Wisconsin might be pretty safe. I shouldn't say safe, but favored with Trump. I think I don't think anybody really had him going crazy with 3. I mean, there were people who said, one guy said we're going to look at a Reagan-esque map. I don't think anybody. I think that was a bit delusional there, and that never would have happened. The path to 300 plus is still very possible. And the markets still tend to think that way. But the trends are strong from where we've seen. Now, even here, he's projected to win, or Trump has lost New Hampshire and Virginia, but by much smaller margins than Biden did. So that still tells the story about what could happen in states that are a bit closer, right? Virginia was a pretty safe Democrat state, but not as safe as it has been. New Hampshire, the same thing. So that might be the difference maker in states that are actually very razor thin. Trump might have made up some ground, but we'll see. Of course, the odds numbers are still high, almost
75%. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah,
but what are they seeing that I'm not seeing? I don't understand. I don't know.
Because remember, you've got to get 270. Don't look at it like a massive blow. You have to hit 270, and the path is there for him to do that, and he's kind of on that way.
Eric with his map. Where's your map, Eric?
Let me shoot you.
I have too many things open.
I can shoot you a map real quick, Kevin. This is actually the Poly Market map, and this is one that I've been. I don't put a lot of credibility into it because I think it's too easy to manipulate. But it is actually people betting money on the outcome of the election, and whoever is putting big money on this election, and this is overseas. If you're an American in Poly Market, you're not allowed to bet if you're an American in the United States. So it's overseas, and obviously people watching this are clearly swinging towards Trump.
Interesting.
Yes, right.
Eric's back. Eric, you leave, and we lose Virginia and New Hampshire. So it's your fault.
Darn you, Eric.
Officially? Have they been
officially your fault?
Some have not called it yet.
Yeah, projected.
Who has called
again? I just saw some sort. I think it was it Fox Decision Desk?
DDHQ.
I've been clicking all over. DDHQ, whatever that is.
Yeah, Virginia Project says, I don't know why Decision Desk HQ just called Virginia, but it's not at all a determined outcome yet.
Yeah, it's Fox.
That's Fox News. They're the same ones that called Arizona.
Yeah, when the clock struck 9 o'clock or whatever. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. CNN, Fox, National Review, they're all not calling New Hampshire or North Carolina or Virginia.
Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Trump's looking pretty good in North Carolina. He's up 10.
Nice. Okay.
With a quarter of the people reporting. And Virginia, he's still up by almost a full point with 50% in.
So they just messed it up. Wow.
But they must. Well, they probably know where.
But yeah, it could depend on the counties, right? So maybe what cities are left.
I don't know if this gets reported, Eric, but what you got to look at is how much of Fairfax County has been reported. I heard they had the reason that Kamala took the lead early was because there was a big dump from Fairfax County right off the bat. I'm not sure exactly why that. Maybe that was their early voting or something, but that skewed the numbers to begin with. But yeah, if Virginia has they're 50% counted and Fairfax County is only 20% counted, then you can pretty much be assured that Kamala's going to win.
Yeah, well, and what these big news corporations do, I think, is they have a person like watching each state so that you can kind of tell by the counties which ones are going in.
Yeah,
I'm not that good, so I'm just going by the states. If anyone wants to dive in or open up the Virginia or the North Carolina like map, that would be interesting. I'm sure that somewhere we could find that.
So it looks like Ohio is fairly close. Is that right?
If we see He'll win Ohio fairly easily when it's all said and done. Which is why, again, it's hard to looking at these numbers, saying you got to wait. Of course, but I think once they call Georgia and North Carolina for Trump, I think that will happen. That'll pretty much. It's not going to seal his deal, but I think that will be like 1 foot is across the line there, because then the need to having to take some of the Midwest states there really diminishes, because those are points in his column. Remember, you've got to get to 270.
My fear there, Matt, is like
I've got some breaking news. Breaking news.
Oh, you have breaking news? Yeah.
Winner.
Sorry, thought you would.
Sorry, Eric. Go ahead.
What do you think, Eric?
No, so Matt, I did a preliminary map, just kind of basing everything on what my initial guess was. And even if Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, but Kamala swings the Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, she still gets to 270. So that's my concern, is I think Trump needs to win one of those.
You're right. I think he needs to win one of the three. Right.
Yeah.
Of the blue wall, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Is that what you just
right?
said?
Yeah. Virginia would have been a winner.
Yeah. Virginia changes everything. He wins Virginia, then
she's done.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
Michigan's going to be tough for Kamala because there's a lot of Muslims there. And those Muslims have swung hard from blue to red, and they've actually.
That's interesting. What do you think about that? I mean, kind of along the same lines.
You know why they're
comfortable.
I've seen. Well, here's why, and this is really interesting. That you've had at least one, I think it was with a mayor of one of the small cities there who attended a Trump rally and is basically saying that the Muslims are changing. They're moving towards Trump because they don't want war. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. And say what you want about Trump and being beholden.
I think it's
to
economics.
Israel and all that. Well, that too. That too. Yeah. But
it's just
I think that they are not as, maybe if they're living here, they're not as inclined to, because I mean, Trump obviously comes out and speaks a big pro-Israeli game, but at the same time, it makes me think, well, the Muslims they're not daunted by it. So I'm not, I don't know exactly what's going on, but it does sound from everything I've heard that the Muslims are going to vote pretty red.
All right, we got a big drop from Eric. Eric, hit us with your best shot.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
Oh, Wildmont Coda's in.
All right. Whoa, okay. Let's go, Trump. Red. Missouri went Trump. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no surprise.
Someone was saying that Missouri was a question.
These are all finalized?
They're just projected at this point. I
Okay,
think they might be closed, but
yeah.
Iowa's going to be interesting too. Iowa's almost definite to go red. There was some weird one-off poll that was in favor of Kamala, but that's not going to work out. But really, a lot of the question, you look at that map. If Iowa goes by 8 to 10 it goes by 8 to 10 points. That's going to impact things in southern Minnesota and southern Wisconsin as well, because it's a very similar demographic there. And that's the belief is that Iowa is going to be somewhat of a bellwether for Wisconsin, and Wisconsin, of course, being one of the big blue wall states.
I just like how much we're testing Eric's geography skills.
This is good.
Eric's like, oh crap, which one's Delaware?
I hate to say this, but so far the polling looks like was pretty accurate.
How so? You mean just with
there's not a state. I mean, we're still if Trump wins Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, because that was kind of the projection. That was the optimistic projection I've seen from Rasmussen and some of them. That's that 312, and you got a lot of Larry Schweikert. Some of these real good pollsters have been predicting 312 for Trump for quite some time.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is official, as in this is what Fox News and CNN have called, right? They only have just started counting, but these are all in the bag.
Interesting.
This is
when will we ever see a candidate win 49 states again?
Yeah, good question.
It's a great
maybe
question.
if it's JD Vance versus Kamala, maybe that'll
I I don't think so. We're still too
Yeah.
divided. We've got too much
Yeah.
voter fraud out there still. Perhaps I've got a little bit of crazy theory. Kevin will probably pursue this sometime in the future. That the physical health of people plays a large role in brain fogginess and just the division that we have and all that kind of thing. And if you get RFK in there and he's able to do some of the things he's talking about, like removing fluoride from the water, of making the big pharma advertising illegal, and some things like that, use the tartrazine, these, and get that out of our diets and stuff like that. I think we're going to get healthier as a country, and perhaps can start to think a little bit more clearly. But right now, I mean, you've got red and blue in two completely different realities. I mean,
Yeah, you do, right.
not just different philosophy, realities.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, everyone in the chat, it's actually gone kind of quiet. I don't know if mine broke this time. Someone was saying that theirs wasn't working, but I haven't got any chats for a while. Everyone, please like this video, because again, that will help other people see it. It's looking like I'm curious how long we're going to go, actually, because I guess we probably don't have to wait till the West Coast. I mean, I suppose it's probably going to be Arizona. It's probably going to be the last one we're going to probably have to call.
Yeah, well, California, Oregon, Washington will all bank Kamala, so that's a big dump for her.
Right.
So it's just those.
I heard this one too, Rose. It's so, again, just Rosa, sorry, just an example again of her intelligence. When I talk about bacon being a spice. With a Muslim, it's so Kamala. I think that needs to be a phrase when you do something dumb. That's so Kamala. Isn't it gonna be nice? So that's like one of the nicest things. If Trump wins, we will never ever hear about Kamala again, ever.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
which
We'll
I think
never
is
hear
part
about
of the
her.
Democrat plan. Honestly, I think
we
the
need a
Democrat
map again,
plan
Eric. Do
is
you have a
to
map?
get rid of her.
Say again.
Yeah.
Mom asked for a map. Do you have a map?
Yep. I'll put that up again.
I mean, did they need to get rid of her? They didn't even. If they wouldn't have made her vice president, nobody would have heard about her since.
Yeah, but I
Yeah, I don't know. It's all weird. And still, she's winning. She's winning this many states. Still,
Yeah,
Kamala
that's
Harris. This is how. I got to stop calling everyone stupid.
I know it's hard.
I mean,
it's hard.
how is this woman winning states? How? Someone explain this to me. I mean, it does still look like Trump's going to win, and I mean, hopefully he does. But man, come on, really, this woman?
Okay, I got a graphic.
It really should have been.
You
It should
got a
have been
graphic.
49
Go ahead and
minutes.
take it from me.
We'll let Eric.
Do I need to stop sharing here?
No, I can
There
do
you
it.
go.
I can do it. Sorry.
I do have to run quick, guys. So,
Come on, Matt. Matt, do you have to work tomorrow?
of course.
Oh,
It's getting a
Sadly.
little late there.
Yeah,
That's
I might.
funny.
I might hop back on really quick. I have the link, so I might hop on if anything changes real quick.
yeah.
But-
for sure.
Yeah, as we get big news on the three, because really what's going to determine it at this point is
Right now, we're
Pennsylvania,
kind of
Wisconsin,
sitting. Right,
Michigan.
exactly.
But yeah, and I think once we
Yeah.
get movement there, that might be, jump back on.
And it looks
We
like
will.
Pennsylvania is really the place that I keep seeing over and over at them having issues, and some places have been
Yeah.
extended. The
I guess
vote's
I'll
been
be back.
extended, and yeah. Matt, we'll see you.
Thanks, man.
Bye, Matt. Good luck finding your dad. That's interesting. I don't know about Mother Angelica.
Yeah,
Boy,
never heard-
I'm talking
never
like
heard
I'm talking
heard
like a
that.
German. Yeah, sin does make you stupid. That's a good point. But I don't know. Are Republicans any less sinful? I don't know. But yeah, it is just. I mean, again, how many examples have we had of their campaign being dumb? Like, actually, like, wow, like shocking.
The Waltz pick right off the bat
Oh,
was
so
dumb.
bad.
Not having a primary and just enthroning Kamala was dumb. Not doing interviews was dumb. And then finally doing interviews and doing them poorly was pretty dumb.
All right.
CBS had to edit your interview. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
But
And yet,
yeah, I think
here she is winning states.
yeah. I think we'll probably have sort of a lull, which is fine. I'm happy to stay on, but until we get closure on Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, which hopefully is happening in the next hour or so, hopefully. And then, it's the big three: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at a map here too.
I'm seeing a little bit of a war going on Twitter just between the Virginia is going to Harris and Virginia is in play. Eric, what are the latest numbers? I'm seeing
the latest numbers
in.
are Trump is up 50% to Kamala's 48.5 with 50% in.
Okay, so yours is even more current than mine. I started looking for. I want to see if I can look. I was looking at it.
Yeah, and like if we can look like by county projections for Virginia, that would be interesting.
I'm just trying to see if there's any interesting coverage.
As far as the House and Senate go, because those are, to me, just as important. So far, it's just nothing surprising. The only flip is that West Virginia Senate seat that was Manchin's.
Okay. Yeah.
So nothing.
Fairfax County is 51% counted, as opposed to 49%. That at least that's what I've got on Bloomberg. So I think it's maybe a little bit slow.
And so that's actually good news, right? If Fairfax County was 10% counted, then
then it's like right, exactly. So I'm not taking a deep look. Prince. Oh, okay. No, here this is interesting. Prince William County, which is that's kind of the impoverished area south of DC. It's like Virginia's version of Baltimore, and that's 91% counted. Kamala's up 58% to 39%. So that's another blue district or blue county, and it's almost finished counting. So from what I'm seeing here, I am not sold on Virginia going Kamala.
I'm not either. Which I'm surprised I'm saying that at this point with 50% in.
Yeah. I wonder if anybody.
That's huge. Right? If he wins Virginia, then really he doesn't need any of those other three.
Then he need anything else? No, right? He doesn't even. Yeah, he can lose all the blue wall states.
By the way, if you guys enjoy this coverage and want to support us, you can do that on Patreon, and that will let us be able to do another show for elections in 4 years. So your money will be very well spent in preparing for that election coverage. We'll bring in the best guests and co-hosts, all who get paid the best bucks and who get the best snacks in the waiting area. So please support us.
I didn't get any snacks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Catering.
Still waiting on Fox and
I just saw Ohio got called, by the way.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. The AP called it. Still waiting.
That was Matt's parting shot. I think he was exactly right that Ohio's going to go to Trump. No, there's that was a state that never really was in play.
No.
So that was more of the question about the. Okay, I'm going to share the map again about the Senate race, right? How's that looking, Eric?
The Senate race. Let me check that
in Ohio.
Are you sharing or am I?
Oh yeah. Let's mix it up a bit.
What's that?
The Senate race in Ohio. We are 50% of votes counted, and the Republican Moreno is up by a solid 2 points.
Okay.
Good.
So
I forget. Is that
not huge?
Is that a flip?
That would be a flip, right? Because that was what Father was saying. That's Brown, right?
Correct. That's currently.
Sherrod Brown. That's right. Yeah. You're actually unseating a sitting member. Yeah.
Yeah. And that would be the second flip in the Senate after Manchin's in West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Nice.
So
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's an almost automatic flip in Montana. I think it's John Tester. I want to say is the Democrat.
Tester's the Democrat, and
he's getting routed. How he won, I don't even know, but he's going to get obliterated. So that one's
that one's good. Other good news is Ted Cruz is pulling away. He's now up 5% on Allred, so that's good.
Who? Sorry.
Ted Cruz, he's up
Oh,
5
okay,
now
got it.
with 57% of votes counted.
Ted Cruz is he's like catnip for the Democrats. They obsess about him, and they spend all this money, and they try to get him out of there, and they never do.
He's always wins.
Well, and I was a big Ted Cruz fan in 2016. I was pulling for him
Yeah,
over
me too.
over Trump actually, and like I was kind of sad that he didn't win that primary. But I think his best place, the place where he can do the best work, is in the Senate, and really, like you said, be that punching bag. Keep on winning, be the punching bag, and get stuff done in the Senate. Because I kind of like him. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I do too. I think
I have to say, for snacks, guys, I have to say I had blood sausage. I ate blood sausage.
Blood
for a snack.
sausage.
Yeah, Blutwurst.
Isn't that an Irish thing?
I hear too. It's good.
Huh.
It's actually really. Have you ever had it? It's actually
Yeah, I had it in an Irish restaurant in
nice.
Denver, Littleton, and I didn't like it.
It's no. I don't know how the Irish do it, but the way they do it here, it's really nice. It's like almost sweet. Tastes like Christmas. Nice.
You've
Blood.
tasted Christmas?
Yes. I have.
Let's see. Interesting.
Everyone can like and subscribe, by the way, while you're at it. Lots of people watching. It's pretty cool. More
Yeah,
people
yeah,
than-
it's one of our better attended. And I mean, God bless those of you who've been on for a majority of the time.
Pretty cool.
Yes,
I think we lost our European friends though, probably. Most of them.
Oh,
Eric,
yeah.
you
Yeah,
had
they're
something there?
What'd you say?
You have numbers? You had a comment.
No, I was just like confused that it's weird that the AP called Ohio, but neither CNN nor Fox is. Oh, Fox just called it. Okay, good. I was
Called
just waiting for that to drop. Ohio.
Oh, okay.
So that's good. Now their map matches ours.
I am pretty tired, but it's actually all right so far. I'm gonna really regret it in the morning. Is when it's gonna really hit me.
Yeah, you can do anything
me-
for one day.
Yeah.
Let me shoot you, Kevin. I'm gonna give me just a second here. I'm
New
gonna
York
send
0% counted and flipped for Kamala. That's interesting. I thought New York went
No,
pretty
it's
fast.
18%.
I thought
It's
New York had a
18%
chance.
New
Oh, is
York.
it?
But they called it at 18%. Man, that seems.
Yeah, it's 70.
Well, at the exit polls are
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of get it.
Yeah. Oh, a Michigan voter. That's awesome. Glad you voted. How did
All
you
right,
feel,
Kevin.
Alexa? How did you
What?
feel about that? What was the vibe when you voted? Were you vibing lefty, purple-haired people, or were you vibing with the, I don't know, cowboy hat? What does Dad have for me here?
Okay, so there's your Virginia. This really is the biggest one of the moment. 51.3% in. Trump is up by 1%. He's up by, I mean, it's only 20,000 votes, not much. But Fairfax County, which is, 2/3 Kamala, is 55% counted. And then the next one down is Prince William County, which is very, very poor district. And if I remember right, and it's 95%. So I'm not sure where the rest of the Kamala votes are going to come from here.
Jill
That's
Stein
awesome
ran again?
news.
She like the Ron Paul of the left?
Yeah, Jill Stein's she's
She's the Green Party.
Green Party, yeah.
Yeah, I know, but like
Okay.
still keeping at it.
Yeah.
That was a joke. That was a good
Ron
one.
Paul's
Too
awesome.
deep for us.
This
Just
is
went over our
interesting
heads.
though. If you had taken 2016, if you had taken every single Jill Stein vote and given it to Hillary Clinton would have won the election. All right. It's a great case study in what you can do voting third party. And so I know for me, I spent about 20 years or so mostly voting third party because I had no use for Romney or McCain or Obama or George H.W. Bush or any of these guys really. And you can actually make a difference. I think you can put in with I don't like libertarians, but I mean, those who are libertarians, another good example this year, Donald Trump went to the Libertarian Convention and basically said, okay, guys, I got a deal for you. He's in classic Donald Trump deal-making mode. And he went to them and he said, okay, here's what I'll do. You vote for me, and I will put a libertarian on my cabinet, okay, which he's going to do with RFK Jr. I will support Bitcoin. And there's a couple of other initiatives that were real precious to libertarians. And they basically took the deal, and I forget who the libertarian candidate was. He's a horrible candidate. And they basically threw in with Donald Trump. So there is a case, if you're anti-Trump, if you're anti-Kamala, there is a case for voting third party. It can have a difference.
Interesting.
I have a little mini update. I haven't been keeping too close an eye on the governorship, but Josh Stein in North Carolina did win governor of North Carolina, the Democrat,
I saw that,
over
yeah.
Mark Robinson.
Over
So
Mark
that's kind of a
Robinson, yeah.
bummer.
That's a bummer. That would have been a nice win. But I think it's, to me, that race is a good example of if you, and it's just unfortunate, if you are like Taylor Marshall goes out there and runs, and we'd all be fired up, and it'd probably have God's blessing on him, and we'd love it. And well, most of us would. And but he wouldn't win. He wouldn't win anything because he wouldn't get any traction. I think it was same thing with Mark Robinson, that basically all the mainstream media has to do is to portray you as a radical, as outside the norm of American life, and you're going to lose elections. And I think that's what happened with Mark Robinson. Very tragic. I would have loved to have seen him win.
Yeah,
he's
those
a cool guy.
governorships I think are important, right? I mean, like we see in
Yeah.
Florida, a good governor can really turn a state around.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yep, no question.
Virginia
it's a little
too,
concerning.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's sure looking like optimistic in Virginia. I don't want to
Yeah.
get excited. We're now 52% counted, and he's up by almost a full point.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Interesting. Looks like Trump is still winning the popular vote. I guess, like Eric said in the chat, that's not too surprising because
Well, you're going to have, whatever it is, how many votes are in California alone? 20 million, 30 million votes just going to drop right at the end. So I wouldn't consider the popular vote safe until the West Coast drops.
How much is he up by? The popular vote?
Sorry, let's see, where was that? He's up by 3.2 million.
Oh, that's not bad.
I saw several pollsters saying that he could win the popular vote.
That would be awesome. Okay. I was going to get excited. So he's up by like 17 points in Wisconsin, but that's only 5% of the votes counted. So
okay.
Nothing to
Still
get excited about
don't
there.
take it.
He's down pretty big in Pennsylvania and Michigan, but again, very low vote counts yet.
Just started, yeah.
Interesting that I'm also seeing that Bitcoin and Dogecoin, etc., are all shooting through the roof, assumingly predicting a Trump win.
Does anyone have the polls or the polls, the betting odds? Have those moved at all?
Somebody in the comments was talking about it.
Let's see.
I can't see the comments. It's
Still not. That's weird. I wonder why. Okay, Polymarket has
Trump's still 73.6 is what I've. He's still
it's trending in the right direction too.
He's still rising.
as Kamala winning Michigan, Polymarket.
Yeah, Trump's
Senate.
ahead in Pennsylvania.
95% chance Republicans win back control of the Senate, according to Polymarket.
That's good because that was at 80 before the day started. So that's good.
They have
That's
Trump at
probably looking at the
59% to win Pennsylvania. Again, this is just the betting, but interesting. Likely to
Well, then
win
they must
North
be
Carolina.
counting
89%
Philadelphia
chance
first.
to win North Carolina.
89.
Yeah,
That's good.
Again,
He's up a full
Polymarket.
2. He's up a full 2 points with 50% counted. So
90% to win Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona
62,
was like the
62
one.
to win Pennsylvania. Oh, okay, that was an hour ago. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Arizona for a long time was under the strange spell of John McCain, and I think I've talked to people there, and their Republican committee was corrupt, and they didn't get people out to vote, and they're wishy-washy, and I think that I don't know if it's necessarily Kerry Lake that you can credit it to, but I think that the Arizona RNC has really got its act together in the last 4 or 6 years, and they've turned it hard red. That and the fact that the border is a big issue down there.
The border is huge, and I think the Mexican vote, men especially, going more to Trump, like that's huge also.
Yeah.
And if that trend continues, then not only will the Southwest, I mean, just all the South probably have a large bump. It also kind of mutes potential like illegal immigrant voting issues, right? If they're going to be voting for Trump anyway, then.
And ironically, that's a big reason why they're voting for Trump, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The Hispanic vote's going to vote because they don't like illegal immigration.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting that it's from the Hop Shizzle. I hadn't heard this about Mark Robinson. Was found to be participating in some very dark places online and saying incredibly stupid and bigoted things. His was a self-destruct.
Yeah, right, and that's a true statement. Mark Robinson has come out and vehemently denied it, and actually threatened a lawsuit against I forget, I think it was CNN that put it out there. So this could be another Eric Sandman. This could be another big lawsuit type of a thing. But yeah, that did kind of sink a ship.
So Crusader Film Works, thanks for joining the show. Nice to see you guys. So maybe another 2020 situation, crisis is in control either way. Absolutely, that's true. The second part, the first part, I don't know. I mean, how do you guys feel about this? Are you feeling nervous? I don't really know how I feel right now. Honestly.
I'm not feeling beyond.
Yeah,
I'm not feeling beyond. I feel like Trump's going to win. I don't feel like we're beyond the margin for cheating at this point. And
agreed.
so, now all of a sudden you have another pipe burst or whatever they make up, and guess what? We found a closet full of votes. And the difference, I think, though, is that when they try it this year, not only are you're going to have poll watchers there, you're going to have lawyers there. I think you're actually going to have the police there. And when they try to pull it, it's like, okay, let's actually look at these things and see if they're legit. And when they try to just create things out of thin air, I don't think the Republicans are going to let them do it this time.
Ooh, hope not.
Hope not.
I saw some comment somewhere. Oh, something was called. NC was called, right? North Carolina. Isn't someone say that?
North Carolina's called?
North Carolina is called according to traditional Catholic sermons. I don't know where her
it's at 52% counted. I hope that's the case, and it looks like it's trending that way, but I'll wait till one of the big ones call it.
I think, did we get back today?
Looks like the Associated Press called Nebraska's 3rd district, which I think
is that Omaha
on the map. That's Omaha.
Yeah. I don't remember which district it is. They've got, that they got that weird situation where you got Omaha gets its own electoral vote, and then the rest goes to the state. And Nebraska actually tried to pass a law to change that, make it winner take all, and it didn't go through.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, we're joined real quick by American Sedai Privationists. Can I call you by your real name, or do I have to say that every time I say your name? Do you hear me? No, figure out your microphone and then tell me what I should call you. Anyway, sorry. What were you guys saying?
Oh, just like Nebraska and Maine have the district approach, right? So they don't.
Right.
It's not the whole state is called for one party necessarily. It goes by district.
Yeah.
Right. So Nebraska, Maine is pretty Like their blue district has already been called blue, the other one not yet. And it looks like Nebraska's 3rd district has been called for Trump, but I'm trying to figure out how to make that happen on my map.
So New York Times is saying that Trump is on course to win Michigan. Wisconsin 50-50. And that's just currently.
North Carolina.
Decision Desk projects Trump to win North Carolina.
Yeah.
What was that from?
Decision Desk. That's Fox News, right?
Good. Okay.
I think
cool.
So, yeah.
I think you're pretty official.
Well, that is good news.
Daily Wire says, North Carolina. How are we looking then? Can you bring up that map? It looks like people are saying it looks like Georgia is going to go too. We're trying to get in. Let's see.
Georgia should have been called by now.
Are you there now? Mr. Sedeb Privationist? We don't hear you. Sorry. I've brought you in. I don't know. Maybe your mic's not working. People are voting for RFK. I think that's absolutely true. That was a absolutely genius move by Trump to bring him in. Unquestionably.
Yes.
And genius to turn his whole focus towards health. Because
absolutely.
They went after the moms. They totally went after the moms with the health thing. And absolutely brilliant. Okay, Eric's got a map up for us again.
Yep. So this is the Fox News map currently. So New Hampshire has been called for Kamala.
Okay.
I haven't put North Carolina North Carolina called yet. Are you confident enough that I should call that one?
Yeah.
That's pretty official. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. So that puts us there.
So if he wins Virginia.
I'm watching Virginia.
If he wins Virginia and Georgia, wow. It's over.
Yeah. It's over. Yeah.
Well, and I don't like you said, I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet, because he's up 5 points and 75% reported in. So it's got to be getting close in Georgia.
So Virginia, Trump's still up 1 point. What's the percentage?
He's up almost 2 points right now.
60% in. Okay, yeah.
Wow.
Wow. You could really win in Virginia.
Dominic says Nebraska 3rd district isn't Omaha as the rest of the state. Which and then that's always
okay. Yep, so that's what I have here. So this one right here is the Omaha area.
Omaha area, I would expect to go blue. I mean, that's where I work and I tootle around, and I hate to say I see more Harris signs than I see Trump signs.
Do you? Okay. Well, it hasn't been officially called, so I'll leave it off for now, unless you want me to go ahead and do that.
Georgia?
No, Omaha.
Omaha, gotcha.
No, Omaha, I don't think it's been called.
Okay, so we'll leave that for now.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're loud, but we can hear you. I'll turn you down a little bit.
I'll stop sharing.
Okay, first question is, can I call you by your real name? Important question. Or I'll call you AS.
Call him Privationist Patriot.
Privationist.
Get a Privationist. Got some alliteration to it.
Privationist Patriot. It's just too hard of a word. Privationist. I guess that's what he's known by, huh? That's his fame.
Whoa.
I think it's your stream, buddy. It's not our stream. We all work well. Don't blame my program.
Are you on a phone? AS?
Well, sorry, Dad. What were you saying?
Polymarket just jumped at 78.6. So I'm not saying
it's Virginia. It's Virginia. I think people see. I think it's going to be Virginia. I think it's going to be Virginia. And how were we saying with Father? How perfect would that be, man? If it's Virginia for Our Lady,
it's our Blessed Mother, man.
Oh man,
all those prayers going up.
That would be so sweet.
Hey, did you say Corey was coming on?
Yeah,
so we're talking to.
Well, now you give up his name, Dad. but I don't know.
He's late. Corey's later.
Yeah, Corey. Yeah, Corey. Yeah, for some reason he I don't know. There's something wrong with the connection. Oh, Matt's back too.
Matt.
What's up, Matt?
So Cruz won.
Yes.
They called it for
Cruz won.
Ted Cruz. North Carolina was called for Trump. So I don't know if you have that on the map. So now the odds have
Yep, we
exploded.
just added
Now,
North Carolina.
now we are high. Let's see here.
Yeah, you
Trump
can't just
is
come back on that and talk about stuff from half an hour ago.
I missed. Sorry. Make sure you guys aren't
That's
still
like
in
taking a
yesterday.
nap, comes back on. Oh, by the way.
His odds at 80% on Polymarket. Trump is now 80-20
Yeah.
favorite.
Wow.
New York Times election model almost has him at 70% chance of victory.
Hmm.
I mean, I think it's going to be
We're like
Virginia.
Ted
Matt,
Cruz
we were just saying,
doubters.
Matt, how cool would it be? How cool would it be if it all comes down to Virginia for Our
Not
Lady?
cool.
Right?
I think they come down to one. No, not cool at all.
Oh, come on. If Virginia is the whole thing,
I
that
need
would
to
be
stress. I do
that'd
not
be
need
so
to
cool.
stress. No, I'm not a big fan of his, and I think Kev, you and I have said this before, but oof.
Wait, of whose?
Trump.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
yeah,
But,
I'm not
yeah.
either.
I bet
But,
you were a Cruz guy in 2016, like
Oh,
me, right?
absolutely.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
big time. In fact, I left the Republican Party because of Donald Trump. I was a registered Republican.
Wow.
I did
Did you
too.
really?
That's
I was
funny.
very big Ted Cruz, and I heard that I was at work, and somebody said, "Hey, guess what?" I'll never forget the moment. "Hey, guess what? Donald Trump just announced his candidacy," and I said, "I will leave the party if that moron gets even close to the nomination, and he has a good shot at it," because I just felt that he was the right voice at the right time for a lot of people, but I did not back him at all. And I went to one of his rallies. I went to a Trump rally, and I was completely against him. And I went there as a Ted Cruz fan, but I wanted the experience of going. And he talked for about 2 hours or whatever, and I was captivated the entire 2-hour time. He was fun. He was very lighthearted. Never would have I thought him to be a billionaire. He was like chatting like with you guys. He was just cool. And I'm like, well, maybe I could change. And so I voted for him. I was Ted Cruz. Yes, I was Rick Santorum. I was
Mhm. Yep.
I was who else there? I briefly thought Michelle Bachmann. You can laugh if you guys even remember her.
I
She
remember
was
Michelle
from
Bachmann. She was
Bobby
good.
Jindal.
Yeah.
Bobby Jindal was I liked Bobby Jindal.
Yeah, I remember him in Louisiana.
Louisiana. Yeah. I thought he was until his Mr. Rogers reply of the State of the Union. "Hey, y'all, I'm Bobby Jindal," and it just fell down from there. Believe it or not, I was a big Sarah Palin fan at the time.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hated John
Matt, you don't
McCain.
have to confess everything.
Like you're lining up
going?
exactly with
You
my
gonna keep
political
going?
history, so it's
Well,
all
Eric,
there,
hey,
obviously.
matching.
Hey,
Eric and I
me
are
too.
matching here.
let me ask you this, Matt. I'm really curious because this is a kind of a belief of mine. So
Of course.
I was not really a John McCain fan, but
Yeah.
I have to have confession here, just kind of like you. I bought into the Sarah Palin hype, and
Exactly.
I don't remember for sure, but I think I ended up voting for McCain. Of
Exactly.
all of the, I'm not sure to this day. If I had it to do over again, I'm not sure I would vote for John McCain because I think I just have this fear that he would have turned the world into a smoking hole. We
Well,
would
I
get
think,
Warhawk.
and I've thought about this a lot, the MAGA movement did not start with Trump. It was Sarah Palin's groundwork of the Tea Party. If you remember the Tea Party movement in that Trumpish era, she was the first kind of let's go rogue, let's shake it up sort of voice that I think launched a sort of nationalist movement sort of talk. And I think she was the
it was
precursor
her,
to
and it was
MAGA.
also Scott Walker in
Scott
Wisconsin.
Walker, yeah,
He
yeah,
was
correct.
my favorite. Yeah,
Correct. Yeah. So I mean, John McCain? If it was McCain Harris, oh,
Oh,
I don't know, dude.
you go for Jill Stein, right? Go green.
Yeah.
I would probably, man. Could I vote for Bobby Kennedy? I don't know, man. I don't know.
So I'm gonna ask you guys, if Trump wins, what do we think is going to
When?
happen? Is it going to be, let's say tonight? Let's say they call it tonight, which I think that's vaguely possible.
I agree.
If they call it tonight, what do we think? Do we think that there's rioting? Do we think it's civil war?
You know exactly what's going to happen.
I actually don't. You know what's
know.
crazy? I actually
party
think
of
you're gonna have
tolerance.
some
All right.
leftists on the streets. I actually think it could be a somewhat nothing burger.
I think it depends on where. I think they're going to have one of their fiery, peaceful protests somewhere by somebody, because they can't help themselves, Kev. There's a group of people, that garbage, that woman in 2016 who was kneeling on the ground screaming bloody murder. They're out there, and it might not be as big. I might agree with you. I don't think the backlash will be as strong as it was with Clinton because they adored her for whatever reason. But they're out there, and they will light things on fire and whatnot. I think.
Yeah,
we all know.
Be more optimistic too.
For a
Like I
little
think
bit.
there'll be riots in the big cities, but it's
Yeah.
not going to be like 2020 was with the George Floyd stuff, where they were shipping people into little
Yeah.
towns to riot. I don't think it'll be that big.
So
Agreed.
just some live updates right now. New York Times has put the needle of Wisconsin in Trump's favor. So Kamala needs to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. She needs all three. All three right now are Trump in the New York Times needle.
And again, that's not mentioning Virginia. So if Virginia goes to
What did
Trump,
they say with that? I might. Do they pull that back? Or
Someone
what is-
called it, but right now Trump's ahead.
Trump. Yeah, I think they may have officially uncalled it.
For North Carolina or Virginia, which one?
Uncall it.
Virginia.
Virginia, he's
Virginia,
currently
Virginia.
up by
And-
1.5 points with 60% votes.
Stop the
counted.
count.
Yep.
Somebody stop the count. All right,
Trump
everybody,
poll
close your
says
eyes.
Trump
Everybody look.
Trump already has 88 million votes.
No way.
Wow.
There's no way.
But
That's
Tim
impossible.
Poll says Trump already has 88 million votes.
Maybe 88 million projected votes.
California hasn't even counted one vote yet.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
There's no way.
Well, not many
There's
are
no way.
going for Trump.
Think
New
nobody's
Mexico
gonna be-
has, New Mexico has
I can't
15%
believe
of
I'm-
votes counted, and it's up by 5. Trump is up by 5 in New Mexico.
in New Mexico. Kamala will win New Mexico.
You
But
think so?
I think you all will agree with me that Joe Biden was a better candidate. He might have won tonight. No, I see CJ's kind of like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I think Biden's a better
No,
candidate.
he.
You think
I think
as
he
a
was a better
vegetable or
candidate.
as 2020
Yeah, they-
Biden?
The name Biden, we all know that he
His
can barely
his
get out of
corpse would be
bed.
better.
Yeah, but he's still even since he dropped out, he's had some moments of being cogent and to where he's looked halfway normal. If they could have just limited his
appearances, yeah.
public appearances to when he was looking like, and they got his drugs right and all that kind of stuff, absolutely he was better than Kamala.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
I just like how he's
I
like
just appreciate we
subtly
have
sabotaging
thesis
her.
comments in the comment section.
We have
What's
thesis
that?
comments.
That's not for,
Let's talk
that's
about
not for
that.
tonight. That's for
Exactly.
tonight.
All right, so let's put politics on the back burner and let's really get into the material and formal.
Let's get into some
I don't even
politics.
know
Let's
where
get
you
into
guys
real
even stand
dangerous
on
territory.
that. I don't even know where Eric or CJ stand on that.
I know where
Nor
Eric
will
stands
you
on it. I
ever.
don't know where CJ stands.
On Biden?
I don't.
On Biden. Biden's corpse. His material corpse.
If you want to know where I stand on it, Matt,
Now,
it probably doesn't matter.
Kim Jong Un has body doubles, right? Hitler had body
True.
doubles. Saddam Hussein had body doubles. Why wouldn't the president have body doubles? They all do it.
It's true.
There's gotta
wonder-
be
yeah.
a Trump body double. So he's very. I saw him at McDonald's like a week ago. Like, there's got to be a
Trump's
Trump
body
body
double.
double somewhere. a double.
Yeah.
That would be a good trivia team name.
Do you think how do you guys think that he has a body double? I'm serious. They all have them, don't
There's
they?
a whole thing in Twitter in 2020. That was a
Oh,
big
he
thing in
probably-
Twitter,
he
back when I was
probably
on
does.
Twitter in 2020. Yeah.
Aremu says no Twitter. Who's winning Antarctica? Antarctica.
So this is-
my
this is
my
interesting.
theory- Antarctica
Real quick,
doesn't
New
exist.
York Times currently expects a Trump 312
It
victory.
does not.
We're back to 312 again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
barely.
does it say that?
It's just a tweet, but it's
Oh,
at the New York Times projections. Let's see. I can share it.
Antarctica doesn't exist.
It's fake like birds.
Yeah, it does. It has.
Correct.
Come on, it has Nazi pyramids. Don't be stupid. It definitely exists.
Is there a
Nazi
white
pyramids.
party? They can duplicate the
So
Trump. They
apparently-
absolutely can duplicate the
I don't.
Trump.
I
They
mean,
got
I
a nice
assume this
wig.
guy is pulling this straight from New York Times, but
Who's the? Oh, Eric. He's pretty good. Eric Daugherty.
Who's pretty good? Oh,
Eric
Daugherty.
Daugherty there. Yeah.
Dougherty.
He's got a good first name. I'll give him that.
He does have, yeah, that's true.
He does, yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, so you see though, I mean, if you start looking at that, you see why you're seeing the 80% betting odds, you know, because that's, if it's even possible for Trump to win 312, then that's obviously.
Well, even here with North Carolina, the numbers starting to finalize, he's expanding his lead, which again, as we kind of said earlier, you can kind of monitor trends and see where things are going, which, you know.
Yeah,
I think that speaks.
Still surprised they haven't called Georgia.
Yeah,
he's up 5.5 points with 77%.
Well, oh, it is it. But now, see, what Florida, Ron DeSantis has elevated Florida to just remarkable heights. Florida had live voting, meaning that throughout the day, starting at 7 a.m., I believe, one of only 2 states or so, where the numbers actually came in as people voted, which is why they were able to. 7 o'clock was, you know, it hit, and they were at 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 almost immediately. And I don't understand why Maricopa County in Arizona needs about a week to do this. I don't know what the difference here is in these states, other than
I see a tweet here.
Right.
Florida has counted 100% of the votes 2 hours 41 minutes after closing.
See, there you go.
Awesome.
Like that should be it.
That's great.
What's there to do?
Maricopa uses a Braille voting machine. It's all on paper with Braille.
But I think people, in Florida,
Get all the blind people to count it.
How did you guys? Is yours a computer screen or is it the paper? Like your guys voting?
Well, Iowa, we vote on paper, and then they
Colorado is paper.
I voted on the computer.
I've never seen it. I remember the old booth, which I wasn't old enough to do that, but I remember going with my father, and you would go in a booth and pull a lever. My grandfather, when I was young, he called me over. He motioned me over. I was young. I was maybe 10 years old, and he said, he goes, voting is real. This was during maybe the Clinton years. He goes, voting is very easy. You go into the booth, you put your finger where the Democrat line is, and you just go straight across. And any chance we can get a quick Hail Mary prayer, of course.
Of course. Shall we pray?
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Hail Mary, full of grace,
the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women,
and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Jesus, Holy Mary,
Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death.
Amen.
Mystical Rose, pray for us.
Pray for us.
The Holy Ghost.
Our voices are all off-timed by like a quarter of a second.
Right. Yeah, that was
fail.
I hope just to sing happy birthday would be terrible.
Isn't that the worst? Isn't that the worst? This is a Catholic problem. This is a Catholic problem. You pray the rosary at a parish, and everyone's right on except for like the one person who drags like 2 words behind. And it's like, come on, man. Can you just please?
I have to say this. At the end of Mass, at the end of Low Mass, the Leonine prayers, the St. Michael prayer, everyone in my chapel says it differently. And
right at the end, that's everyone. Point. Yeah, that's everyone in Catholicism.
I'm at the point where I have to tune it out.
We used to have a flyer. We used to have a flyer, and this was years and years ago, by a guy named Bob Meyer. I think he was part of the. Originally, he was going to be one of the 9, but he didn't pull through with his vocation. But he put together this chart that basically it was like a tree. So Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us, protect us, right? And he did this, and he went through the whole thing and diagrammed the number of possible permutations of the St. Michael prayer, and he came up like 6 billion possible permutations of it.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
It's like a snowflake. No two are the same.
Here's
Everyone
the fun fact about that. I believe that this was the first time in the liturgy where the priest still has his maniple on and speaks in the vernacular. The maniple's still on his left, and he starts saying the prayers in English. I think that was the first time that I can. I'm not an expert, but I remember reading that at some point. Why don't we just do them in Latin? It's problem solved, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
It's actually, I think in some places in Europe they do. I've gone places where
it would prevent my temper from.
Yeah. Interesting update. Like, the Vermont governor race is called for the Republican.
What?
So that's weird.
Really? Bernie
I don't know
Sanders
any
state?
of the details there. I don't know either of their names, but I'm guessing the Democrat has.
How is the House going, Eric? We haven't had an update on the House.
The House is like
I just saw that.
Just nothing unexpected. It's just
very small.
Yeah, it's currently it's broken 106 Republicans to 73 Democrats. But again, that'll skew. We'll be leading the whole night until the West Coast comes.
Correct. 47 to 38 Republicans in the Senate, which the Republicans, I think, are projected to take 53 seats, which would be a really big. I mean, if Trump could get the White House with the other two chambers of Congress going to Republicans,
So-
and having a red sweep.
So really quick, I might talk over someone because of how
Technical
bad
issues.
the quality is on my end. But really quick, I do want to point out I am the American Center Probationist. My name is Corey. I am calling out of Minnesota
Corey.
here, and I will be publishing a social conservative manifesto. This manifesto will be groundbreaking in that it will probably push some very hard right issues for the United States, as in abortion should be illegalized, criminalized. People who procure abortions will be going to jail. The death penalty for abortionists, at least the doctors, homosexuality is evil and should be, illegal. But that is a general synopsis. I'm having a very bad time with my connection here, so I'm actually going to sign off pretty early here. My initial election synopsis: Trump is going to win by the hair of his tail. He's doing very well in Pennsylvania right now. If you look at that, I'm calling Pennsylvania for Trump, and I'm signing off.
If he wins Pennsylvania, he's done. Corey, thanks for joining
Finally,
us.
someone calling something.
Don't blow
Look at
anybody
that.
up after your manifesto, please.
Now, if we can replace that with the Constitution,
I'm part of it. Sure.
you'll move back to America. The New York Times has this is not a projection. This is not a projection. The New York Times said they expect Donald Trump to win Pennsylvania by a point.
So, who else has Pennsylvania up? Because I've got reporting in, 35%. Kamala's still up by like 3 or something. So I'm
In
just
Pennsylvania?
curious where that's coming from. Yeah.
That was, I believe, that Eric Dohney
Okay.
guy posted.
So he must be taking a much closer look at those counties.
Yeah,
and
they
where the
have
votes
a
are coming from.
some of these people, they have the the 3 monitors set up where they're looking
Mhm.
at data from
Yeah.
from
Well, and some
all over.
people do it for a living too.
Like him. You're correct. We're not really prepared for that. We all jumped on after work.
Y'all are getting the discount.
Kev,
Map
you were
makers.
funny with the with the soda thing. How you were saying that all of a sudden people are interested in Pepsi, Coke. We had that whole show.
That was a great show.
Hopefully you
we were
both
on
work out.
vacation listening to that, guys, and we your mom and I both, Kevin, said you guys need to do more shows like that, because I mean that it was awesome. Man, I know you did a lot of research on that, but it was a fantastic episode.
Hey Matt,
yeah,
do you
those are the
think you
most
could
fun.
take a dry alligator?
Could I what?
Could you wrestle a dry alligator and beat
Not
it?
a drunk one, a dry one.
The dry one, like he's not in the
Dry
water.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, see?
Of course.
Kevin
I think
thinks
it's a
he'd
lot
die.
easier than a lot of other animals. All you got to do is get behind it.
Yeah, all you got to do, all you got to do is get behind it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
same-
they're
Hey,
slow.
could you
for the
disarm?
most-
Could you just disarm a guy with a gun? Yeah, all I gotta do is get behind
That's
him.
not the
grab
same.
the
That's
gun,
not
bro.
the same thing. That's not the.
Kevin.
It's a slow reptile on the ground.
Oh
that
my
while its
gosh.
jaw can strike fast. You could. Oh, it can't turn. Have you?
You can jump
watch
over it.
Watch an alligator do a 360. It's very slow.
Yeah.
I actually would like to watch it now.
My friend
Matt, you're my
I-
Matt, you're my spirit animal.
I think. Yeah, I know. I think we think very much.
And your spirit animal is a
Very much
drunk
alike.
alligator.
What did you have for dinner? What did you have for dinner tonight, Eric?
Spaghetti, actually,
Please don't-
bolognese.
Oh, really? Okay, I was gonna say, please don't say hamburgers
Oh,
because.
that's Italian.
Yeah, I know, right?
What are we
I'm
looking at
sure,
here, Dad?
I'm sure he made it very
Trump's
wrong.
up. Trump's up a point in Virginia.
Virginia.
And, yeah, and I'm really tracking Fairfax County because that's where most of the dominant Kamala votes are coming from, and tracking where they are. So at least I think Eric's numbers are a little bit more current than mine, but they're 51.3% overall and 55.7% in Fairfax County. So I'd say this one's still too close to call, but Trump's looking pretty good there.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm
Come
at
on, Virginia.
60% of votes counted. Trump is at an even 50 and Kamala's at 48.3.
Wow.
So
Kamala,
almost a 2-point lead.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yep, that's getting it.
And yes, Coke is
Maybe we
better.
can all go to
Pepsi.
bed tonight. That would be great.
Pepsi was better.
What?
Please.
Coke is
Well,
so much better.
please.
Pepsi is awful.
Oh, Pepsi.
Very
I had a
good.
Pepsi the
The
other
voice
day.
is so
I was
calming.
shocked. I was shocked how bad Pepsi was. Oh,
It's bad.
terrible. It's terrible.
Dr. Pepper's
You know,
better
I
than
might-
both. Then.
I might move
I
to
haven't
the
had it
West Coast. I might move to the West Coast just so I can be 3 hours behind. Us East Coasters have a very unfair advantage. Everything.
Matt, hey, bro, it's 4 a.m. here, so you know,
Yeah,
maybe
but
not the
yeah,
time to
right.
complain right now about
my
about time,
my
maybe.
friend, he moved here from Arizona, and I was like, what's been the biggest change for you here since coming here? And he's like, dude, like your sports games start at like 8 o'clock at night. I've never had that in my entire life.
Oh,
And I'm like, oh yeah, I
Yeah.
spent many World Series, many Super
True.
Bowl. Well, Super Bowl has a clock, but many into the wee hours of the morning. To my
Yeah,
detriment.
that-
So I
that's-
gotta get out of here.
that's fair. Can't get out of that.
What's your
liberal
coursework
place.
tomorrow, Kevin?
Sorry?
What are you teaching tomorrow? What's on the
Oh,
syllabi?
I'm not. I ain't teaching anything tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep until.
Oh yeah, you did
11.
say you're taking
He called
tomorrow
out. Yeah,
off.
he
Oh,
took the day.
I took off. I am not working anything. I'm sleeping in. My wife gave me
We-
permission. I said it's one time in 4 years. Okay, and she said yes because she's a nice.
Trump is going to go down in history as the man who stopped 2 women from becoming president.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I certainly
Oh,
hope America
man.
is not ready for a woman president.
Do you want to know the joke that I like though? That 3 presidents have been impeached. 2 of them were for embarrassing Hillary Clinton. I found that to be rather funny.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Eric,
Sure.
for
I
appreciating.
had to think about it. That's a good one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy.
Hillary Clinton
looks like- looks like
a
it's-
superior candidate to Kamala Harris.
Does someone have Iowa pulled up somewhere? It looks like Iowa's going.
Iowa still
towards
hasn't
Trump.
been called.
That's
Harris is up
ridiculous.
51 to 47, but it's only 20% reporting in.
Oh,
so
okay, gotcha.
Iowa
Just
is
slow
going
to
Trump
report.
by 10 points. People
Yes.
listen
Yeah,
up.
Iowa's going to be big Trump. Big Trump. So,
Number
Kevin,
20.
take a look at the sidebar there. We got
Yep.
Polymarket. Polymarket started the day with Trump winning the popular vote was
Wow.
28%. He's almost up to 50%.
Wow.
Ooh,
Wow.
Kamala has fallen to 19% in the odds here.
Yep.
To win, yeah.
The presidency,
yeah.
right?
Trump needs from now. How many does he have right now? Eric, can you throw up your map, please?
Yep.
I think he had
I can get
198 right now. So he needs.
He's at, well, so if we count North Carolina, which hasn't been officially called, we're at 211. Let me find
211.
out to share my screen. Sorry. I'm
Let me
working this
jump.
2-screen thing and I'm not very good
Is
at
anyone
it.
closing at 10 o'clock?
What?
That's a good question.
Is there other
yeah, I
polls
think
that-
the West Coast. is.
Colorado.
So
Oh, yeah.
this is, I always enjoy reading this here. So CNN just posted, not on their website, but a commentator just said that the Kamala campaign is, quote, very anxious, closed quote.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's my favorite part of election night. Watching liberals lose is one of my favorite things.
Yeah, I pulled up Young Turks. Let's see, where were they?
Oh, yeah. I'm curious to see.
Because that was the all-time best. Was the Young Turks just losing their minds? Let's see how that's
Jake
going.
Uger that guy's crazy, man.
He's crazy.
He sometimes gets some really profound stuff and hits nails on the head, but then other times it's like he's on drugs or something. I mean, he's just so far out of there.
And always screaming.
Yeah.
So yeah, just obviously California, that West Coast will pile points in Kamala's column. So prepare for that, of course.
But like, if we get lucky, if she can win Pennsylvania and Virginia, or he, what am I?
Okay,
I'm pro Kamala now. No, if Trump can win Virginia and Pennsylvania, then it really doesn't matter what happens on the West Coast. Like he could lose Arizona and Nevada, and it doesn't matter, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
New York Times needle has just hit 71% chance of Trump winning.
Nice.
Let's go.
That is the
guys. How nice would it be? I mean, very seriously. Like if we go to bed in the next 2 hours and we know that he won. Oh my goodness! Come on. That'd be so amazing. And just like all of this stress,
What's
all the
interesting-
politics and stuff ends in an easy, like,
Let me ask you this.
You
Let me
just
ask you
won.
this.
Oh, man.
Let me ask you
Oh,
this,
please.
because I've seen this. Trump clinches whatever tonight. The next 80-ish days or so might not be all that peaceful. There's talk of Kamala going to say, "I do not concede," which could, now Hillary Clinton did concede
I
on
don't think.
election
I
night.
think she's a
She
throwaway.
might
I think she's a
call it out.
throwaway. I don't think she'd
Yeah,
want
you
to
and
be
I thought
president.
that.
I think
She's
that's
a,
what
let's end
a
this.
lot of people have said. Yeah, she's just like, okay, fine.
I
She
found
can be
this.
a
This was
wine
pretty
mom.
interesting. In January of 2021, I actually had the article saved and it was still archived, and I can't find it here now, but I had it saved for. It was January of 2021, and Hillary Clinton said that Trump will run again in 3 years, which is tonight, and he will win. Now that was Hillary Clinton in 2021. So
why did
I
she
think,
say that? Like, what was that in response to?
I don't know. I think just talk or whatever. I don't know. But I do think that because what my point is that the thought process of Trump will run again and Trump will probably win. We need to throw away. They don't want to have Shapiro have a crushing loss here. They can't afford to do that. They couldn't afford to have a crushing loss with a top tier candidate. They had to throw away Kamala Harris, who
Do you
nobody
think
voted for,
2028 will
nobody
be
likes.
Shapiro versus Vance? Is that what we're looking at?
Well, what's funny is, does that ever work out? How many times have they said it's going to be Rubio and it's not Rubio? It's going to be Pence and it's not Pence. So no, I don't think it's going to be that, because that's the logical choice. So it's just not going to.
That debate would be a legit debate, though. Shapiro is sharp.
Vance is a massive,
really
yeah,
sharp.
but
and Vance is
you're not going to get past
really
Vance either. You're not going to get past Vance.
That would
But
actually
but
reflect
they would
well on
really
America.
argue. They would really argue the actual issues. That'd be pretty fascinating. And Vance would obviously win because he's right. But
We have
I have
our
to
10
say-
o'clock drop here, Kev.
all right, what we got?
Calling Montana.
Yeah, let's go.
We are calling Utah.
Montana. Wow, it's a shame.
Nice.
I have to give
think
credit
that
to Tim Waltz, though. I thought that debate was very cordial, actually.
Yeah.
I thought the debate was very good, and for the first time in
Yeah,
how many
true.
years, we heard a lot of people, both of them saying, "I agree with you. I agree." That phrase was used and spoken, which
True.
would be very refreshing to see.
Yeah.
I think the Democrats are going to have to figure that out. They're probably going to knee jerk leftward, that's what they usually do when they lose elections. But I think they'll figure it out within a couple of years. And by the time we get to the next presidential election, they're going to have to figure out that the wokeness, the orange man bad, the the Hitler, everybody's Hitler, that side of the Democrat Party's got to go, and they've got to get the adults back in the room.
Well, I think that's one reason why they said, let's just let Trump win. He's done after 4 years. That's it. He can't go any longer. Get him done. Get him over with. Start fresh. Throw Kamala at him. Put this in the bag, and then focus on 2028, which we have a very good lineup. Democrats have a very good lineup to try and to do. So I think you're right. They'll let the whole he's Hitler. The thing is too is that didn't stick this time around. People were. I've seen it. I saw it happen in 2016 and 2020. It scared people. They've tried that again, and I have seen Democrats say, "Yeah, right. I'm over listening to that. I'm not buying that anymore." Because he was president before. And I know we have our few dissenters on Twitter who, think everything is just at the puppeteers of Masons. I don't know if I would go that far, but I think Trump stops a lot of that. And I think too, in the end, I think people have wondered. I did vote for him. I did vote for Donald Trump, and is he? This is what we're left with, and in order to prevent, and actually, it's in the prayer in the missal for prayers for our governor or government, to do what you can to prevent evil in any category. Will Trump make IVF free? Yeah. Is it a bad thing? Of course, it's a grave evil. But I think we could have moral victories in some areas with him as well, which in Kamala Harris's column, where's the moral victory here at all? I think Trump gives us some, and I have to support that.
And I tell you, Matt, I don't know, was I talking to you, Dad? Someone on a podcast recently about the youngsters, and Barron Trump's best friend came on a show with Pierce Morgan. I don't know if you guys heard this, but I should get that clip of the interview. It's amazing. It was just everything this kid was saying, he was like, yeah, I really love Trump, except for a few things. Like, I really don't like his position on abortion, on IVF, and I forget one other thing. It's just like, dude, who is this guy? It was so cool, and he was so mature. He was 18 years old. I mean, and he was neck and neck, with Pierce Morgan and whoever else he had on his guest. It was very cool, and that gave me a lot of hope that, hey, maybe there's a chance. Maybe this next generation, the Gen Z men,
might not be as bad as we
they
thought.
may actually bring us somewhere.
There's some hope there.
Yeah.
Right.
And remember too, nothing happens by chance, right? Everything happens for a reason. God permits all things, and even if it's things that don't appear to be in our favor, even things that are of evil, good can come of them.
Exactly.
The greatest example of that is the crucifixion. Obviously, it was a grave evil that brought about the resurrection. So, with that, Trump has hit nearly 87% in the odds.
87.
Right now. Kamala has fallen.
It's Virginia, man. It's Virginia.
Virginia, he's up almost a full 2 points with 62% counted.
62% in. It's getting there. Hey, Kevin, leave father later on up.
Yep.
Leave that up for a minute. This is really interesting. Trump wins. Kamala Harris will have to, as vice president, preside over the Congress and get the electoral votes that will make Trump president and confirm her own loss. Not only will she have to do that, Mike Pence actually had the authority to send the electors back to the states and to actually get a legitimate count, which is the main reason that your Trump people hate Mike Pence so much. After that election, the Democrats put a little rider in one of their bills, make it illegal for the vice president to not certify the election.
That's awesome.
So
Harris
she has
like,
no choice but to certify it. No. Yeah.
That is.
No, let me actually.
Well, that's all. I
speaking
mean,
of
the similar thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Matt.
No, go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Oh, so a similar thing happened when they eliminated the Senate filibuster, right? You had to have 60% Senate votes to nominate a Supreme Court justice. They changed the rules so that you only needed a simple majority. And then Trump gets elected and pushes three through with a simple majority.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it's delicious irony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they
Go
warned
ahead,
them.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
I think in a lot of ways, I think Trump losing in 2020 was a blessing actually for him. I think he's built a stronger coalition. He has said that he did not know how to govern. He did not know what to do, and that he will bring on an entirely different team this time around should he get the win. So I think if we're looking at it from that retrospect as well, his loss, which seemed at the time a bit devastating news, might have been a good thing in the plan of God and all in divine providence. So we'll see. I think the things that Bobby Kennedy will do is just remarkable. The way he's talked about not only vaccines, but even fluoride in the water, soy in our foods, things that have not been talked about probably since the 70s, maybe with the food pyramid being introduced. I think this is the largest you're going to see this administration tackle those issues, which I think will be a huge win and I think a great step in the right direction for this country.
Oh, absolutely.
Real quick,
we know.
seeing Lauren Boebert projected to win re-election in Colorado.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah, she's going to win that district. It's super conservative.
Did you guys see that?
You could have run Joe Biden as a Republican, and she would have won that district.
Yeah. Did you guys see that Chinese lady in New Hampshire, Lily
Yes,
Tang?
I did see that.
If that woman becomes dictator, I would be happy. That was hilarious. That was great. Oh, Kev. This woman from China is debating this other woman who's her husband's in the Biden administration, and it's the strongest Chinese broken English that you could imagine. Pretend you're calling a Chinese restaurant, that sort of broken English, and she is just shredding this woman with the most Trump-esque sort of language. She's saying things like, I know I won't do that. I don't want to embarrass her, but she has a heavy accent, and she was saying things like, I know there's a stereotype that Asians are good at math, and your math is not adding up. She was saying things like that. It was just funny,
and she was just brutal,
awesome.
just like raking her over the coals.
She quite was. She can be dictator any day.
The House, just a quick update. Funny. We're at 119 Republicans to 82 Democrats. No real surprises yet. Senate still just holding all the seats that were outside of that one in West Virginia that officially flipped, but Ohio's looking really good. 71% of votes in, and the Republican Moreno is up by 6 points. Well, 5.5 points.
And as numbers come in, I know I've done this before, Kamala continues to collapse. She's fallen to about 10% chance.
Nice. It's Virginia.
But she's closed the gap on Virginia, so that's down to one point. 63% in. Eric, you might have a little bit more.
64% in. Yep, she's down 1.
Yep. And Fairfax County is 62.5% in. It looks like things have slowed down there. She may had a little bit of a surge, but I just looking at the map there. You've got Norfolk. You got Richmond, Virginia, is basically the only place where she has to pull a lot of votes. Almost everywhere else that's out there is red. I mean, most of the rest of the state is red, and so I'm not sure where she's going to pull her votes from. Yeah, right. Except for your urban area, right?
So New York Times now estimates Donald Trump to win the popular vote, according to New York Times.
No kidding.
Wow. The New York Times said that?
That's what New York Times says, yeah.
That's important, guys, because I think one of the things that you're going to see, you're going to see some Wile E. Coyote type things coming from the Democrats. I think to try to overcome the election, and they're going to try to say that Trump is ineligible and all this stuff. The very first thing I think they wanted to do was to see if they could smash through an abolishing of the Electoral College and name Kamala as the winner because she won the popular vote. And that tactic is not going to fly if Trump wins the popular vote.
And with that, I'll be back, guys. I'll be back soon.
Okay. Yeah, my opinion on that Electoral College thing, obviously making it a popular vote would be a terrible, terrible thing for the country.
Terrible idea.
But I have an intuition that if they somehow manage to do it someday, they'd have the same thing with the Senate. Like, they'd get bitten by it. The next person they ran against would win the popular vote, and they'd win the Electoral College. Right. That's just how it works.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bitcoin
Virginia. Someone's asking about Virginia. Someone did call Virginia, but I think it was too early. Trump currently
called
Virginia.
I think they actually uncalled it.
Anyone heard anything on Georgia? Because Trump's up a full 5 points. With
I haven't seen anything official.
Like nothing I'm looking at is calling it yet, but it seems like that should be a one that hopefully happens soon. Pennsylvania, we're at 50% in. Trump is up by a point. Michigan, we're only 20%, so I don't really care there. Wisconsin, we're at 42%, and Trump is up 2.5 points.
Where is that? Sorry, Michigan?
Wisconsin.
2.5 in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wow.
With 42%. He's down a 1.5 in Michigan, but it's only 18%, so not saying anything on that one yet.
Yeah.
We are at a quarter of New Mexico counted, and he's still
there
up
he is.
by 5. That would be cool.
Dominic, what's up? Sorry, I missed your.
You started No Shave November too early.
Yeah,
I know.
Dominic's
That's like from last year. It took me 31 years. Just saying.
Yeah, right. So Dominic, what are you thinking? How you feeling?
I think I'm feeling really good about it, honestly. Like, I tend to take a little bit more of a black pill stance. And right now it looks like it's going to the good guys.
Agreed. Yep, agreed.
I know. I think the thing that I'm really interested in is, Trump's kind of Catholic stance, or not stance, but a couple of the blurbs that he would put out of, the Ave Maria at his rallies, or posting the St. Michael prayer.
And Happy All Saints Day, yeah.
And Happy All Saints Day. I really, really think that he's surrounded himself with some people that kind of know just how much of a good versus evil thing this whole election is. And I'm betting that he's got some historians in his cabinet or in his, inner circle. They're like, okay, throughout history, what have other countries or what have other, leaders done to get over something like this? It's like, okay, well, Our Lady and St. Michael, that's historically, you got Battle of Lepanto, you have the Black Death, that I really think that he's kind of taken that good versus evil and is fighting for good. I don't know. I just particularly appreciated that. Yeah, what I want to see though is that, okay, does that continue afterwards? Because the election's the first step.
Yeah, it's interesting. A couple comments in here. Oh, go ahead, Dominic.
I was just going to say, does that fight, of good versus evil continue in his cabinet as okay, well, we still need to have Our Lady involved. We still need to have St. Michael involved. We need to have a godly, organization to fix an ungodly country.
Yeah, and I'm Matt dropped off. This would have been a good discussion for Matt, because I know there's a comment in there from Anna. ANA, I think Trump was playing politics. Hope we lost Kevin. She said,
That's
I think
okay.
Trump
I sound just like him. I'll take over.
Okay. I think Trump was playing politics to get the Catholic vote because he lost the pro-life side. And I know Matt agrees with that 100%, that basically he was doing a little bit of almost like passive aggressive. So he was trying to get the female vote, the cat lady vote, if you want to call it that, and get into your moderates. And so he kind of sold out his base. And so to get the base back, he did some stuff like the St. Michael prayer and all that. And so
what throws the wrench in that though is that his base is more like your Protestant Bible thumping, the Bible Belt. So I think if he was really going after that, he would not be invoking Our Lady. Like that's my personal opinion on that.
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
Because I think that is directly against your Lutherans and your Protestants.
Not enough for them to not vote for him. It's not going to offend them enough that they won't vote for him.
Right.
Probably not. But I don't feel like the Catholic vote is really that big of a mover, though, in this.
There's a bunch. It is in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. It's a lot of Catholics in Pennsylvania. I think that's what I've heard.
Oh, okay.
Well, in Minnesota.
There's this whole constructed narrative like Melania being a good influence or her being Catholic. I mean, there's lots of that out there. That just people are like,
well, yeah, I mean, Melania is Catholic, a pro-choice Catholic or whatever, but Melania is Catholic. I mean, he picked J.D. Vance as his running mate, who used to be a Protestant and converted to Catholicism. Like, that's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, so very helpful for PR.
Yeah. So the people he's choosing to surround himself with apparently are Catholic. Yeah, probably just providentially or accidentally.
Well, and his people too. I mean, we've got a clip. I might have Kevin play at some point that we pulled of one of the things that Trump had a rally. It was right after Kamala did the stupid thing where she said, "Hey, you're at the wrong rally," when somebody said Jesus is Lord. And it was Benny Johnson gets up in front of the crowd and he says, "Jesus is Lord" here. And then they start chanting, "Christ is King, Christ is King." And, Benny Johnson starts chanting, "Christ is King, Christ is King." So, I mean, this was not a small sentiment with this group.
Well, yeah, you got 30,000 people chanting that. And then you have your black pillars in like, Trump's organization is awful. And he's actually out for our bad, for the bad guys. Like, no. Like, even if it's a kind of a shallow take or a shallow sentiment that they're just trying to get votes, it's still good. It's still a wholesome thing.
That's what I've said. Is like, I mean, no matter what, I mean, if he's having the Ave Maria sung or if he's posting on Twitter Happy All Saints Day, even if it's for votes, that is an objective good thing. You have what, 30 million people seeing that on Twitter. There's no argument against that. None that you have to say political, whatever, fine. It's good. That is a good thing. Whatever reason he did it, it is a good thing. It was not in mockery. It was a legitimate thing. It's good. And I think the people need to take wins when we can get wins. How often do we get wins in our society, for goodness sake?
Right.
Like,
take
never.
the W.
We never get wins.
Well, I think part of it is we're so used to losing that we don't understand what it feels like to be on the winning side.
It's a win.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's like Roe versus Wade goes away, and it's like, oh well, that's there's still going to be late-term abortions, and it's like, no, take the win, guys, take the win.
We almost have a martyr complex where we're not happy unless we're being put down, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we won something. That must be the devil trying to make us, I don't know, complacent or something. No, it's just a win.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So guys, now on that note, I got to bring us back down to earth a little bit. It looks like the cheat is on in Virginia.
No.
Yeah. So Trump's still up by 0.7 with 65% of the vote in, but Fairfax County, as is typical, has stopped counting. So they're at 62.5%. So what they're doing, and this is how they do it every election, I think, they sit back and they wait for everybody else to report. They'll be the last ones to report, and they see how many votes do we need to get the Democrat over the top. So it looks like Trump's odds on Polymarket continue to go up. I mean, they're like they just hit 90%.
90%.
So 90%.
Yeah, that's because he's winning Pennsylvania.
I think it's because he's winning Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think.
What's
I think
the
Virginia,
margin in What's the margin in Pennsylvania right now?
Only 1.5. Yeah, 1.5. He's up 1.5 points with 52% counted.
So New York Times has Michigan 71% chance going to Trump right now.
Okay.
I don't know where they get these numbers from. That's just
that must be on a county basis.
I don't know.
It's 20%. 20% and Kamala is actually up by a point. Well, 1.5 points.
So at this time, 4 years ago, did we have any sort of predictions of, Trump is going to be, he's got a 40% chance to win with half the votes in, or do anybody remember what that was like?
I don't remember what time it was, but there was a time when everyone went to bed and Trump was up big and everyone thought, yep, Trump's going to win, or fairly big. It was like, yep, going to be Trump. I don't know. He was 60% chance or whatever. And then as I said earlier in the show, I was up because I was here in Germany early in the morning and I watched, and you could see those spikes, the famous spikes that went, kind of tick, 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 and then they stole it.
Well, remember, part of that is the big cities taking longer to get everyone's votes counted. Like, there is some legitimate reason.
There is some legitimacy there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't pour water on my conspiracy theory, Eric. I have the ability to mute. Just remember that. It's interesting. Polymarket is the one that's, as Dad said, that you can only bet from Europe. Kashi, I think, is the one that's in the U.S. So Kashi at 78%, Polymarket at 90% for Trump. So it's interesting that the non-Americans are finding it more likely. I don't know why.
Interesting.
But I mean, maybe Polymarket, maybe the betting odds is set in the U.S. Actually, that I don't know. But you can't bet on it in the U.S. at that. I do know.
Do you have any feel for the European take on Trump versus Harris?
Oh, Germans generally think he's Hitler, but and the interesting thing is, it's just because the media is 100%, always, that's just what he is. He's evil and they hate him, and so that's all people ever hear. But as I've said again on the show, that the politics even in Germany are definitely swinging right. That there's another party. There's a party called the AfD that was considered the Nazi party, the new Nazi party, but now it's actually the third biggest party in Germany, or even second now, maybe. And they've won several states. The system over here is different, but they hold a lot of power in the parliament. And so I think there are a lot of people who would actually be rooting for Trump, much more so than 4 years ago, and a lot more so than 8 years ago. Eric, you got new stuff on the Senate?
Just updates, nothing new. Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, the Republican, is up about a point on the Democrat with over 50% in Ohio. They still haven't called it, but Moreno is 5 points ahead of Sherrod Brown. With almost 80% in. So that one's looking pretty good. In Arizona, Carrie Lake is down relatively big. So they're 48% of votes counted, and she's down 8 points.
Wonder why that is.
Carrie Lake is down. Wow.
I like Carrie Lake. Yeah.
Polls actually had her up. Yeah.
Strange. Also seeing, this is not looking official, but Trump wins Iowa. That's not official. I think that's just here on X, but
kind of assumed.
Yeah, so it's only 40% reported in, and he's up 7. So
it'll get there. Yeah,
it'll get there.
Georgia, he's up 6.5. Also, with 80% reporting. Why on earth have they not called Georgia?
Georgia. So
that
because
worries me a little bit. Are they waiting to try to cheat?
Well, so Georgia,
To
the
get
Atlanta
Atlanta,
area,
yeah.
is still it's
Yeah.
taking a long time. So
Mhm.
you're at 80%. I'm at 88%, and he is up 4.
Okay.
Okay.
So his lead is declining slightly there as they count the cities.
Interesting.
So that's why they haven't called
Yeah.
it yet. North Carolina's looking pretty good. We're at 75% in, and he's up 52 to 46. So hopefully they call that
Yeah.
one soon.
Yeah, that one looks like that's callable.
I'm not going to call it yet.
Do it.
Do it. No, wait, we did call North Carolina,
Send it.
didn't we? We sent it.
Oh, I already sent it. Darn it.
We already
Okay,
sent
okay,
it.
but what's going on with Virginia? See, I'm seeing now again 5%.
Virginia,
to go,
Harris now
and
has a
Trump,
slight.
and Trump is leading. Okay, so you have Harris leading.
Harris is up by about 0.5% with 67% in.
Got it. Okay. Do you think? Here's a question: if Trump wins, is he actually going to throw people in prison who cheated during this election?
No.
Yes.
No.
He
Yes,
was
I
thanking
think
Clinton
so.
after his 2016 win at a dinner. Why would he?
Yeah,
I
Yes,
think
and
he
that
goes
video-
about it.
Yeah. It's,
Oh.
I think
being a
that,
gracious winner is a good idea.
yeah. I do think. I mean, he'll insulate himself, but this is really interesting. That, and I remember somebody saying a while back that more important than the vice presidential pick for Donald Trump is actually going to be his attorney general, and who he picks as attorney general is going to tell you a lot about what direction he's going to go. If he takes Mark Meadows or Jim Jordan or just somebody from the House and Senate who's kind of, whatever, then yeah, he'll probably go soft and he'll tend towards what your impression of him, Kevin, that he'll just be kind of middle of the road and
Yeah.
try to make the economy good and stuff like that. If he goes like somebody like a Ken Paxton, who's the attorney general in Texas, who is just like fire and brimstone, then it could be a different story. He could be really looking to come down on the January 6ers and the people who perpetrated from the Democrat side, from the election issues, from the people who tried to assassinate him. I mean, he could really start going tough on those people, but it would be through the attorney general. It wouldn't be Trump himself.
Say, what was that country that had the attorney general, or basically called all the government into a room and said, "Hey, you're all under
Argentina, I
investigation."
think.
Argentina,
was
yeah.
El Salvador.
Was it El Salvador? Ah, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it
El
was
Salvador.
Haley.
Oh, okay. It's like everybody's under investigation, including myself. So,
Well,
I think that would be
I had a
one
friend
way
who
to clear house.
who just went to Singapore, and he said in Singapore it's like the cleanest, nicest place he's been. I think it was Singapore. And he was saying part of it is because they just have absolutely brutally strict policing policies.
Yeah.
So they will like
get
if
whipped.
you steal something,
Yep.
they'll cut off your hand type thing. And I am all for, everyone knows that I'm all for corporal punishment. Maybe not cutting off hands, but man, you steal something, yeah, go strap him to the post and whip him.
But if you look at what I
put him
just
in prison
posted,
for a long time.
if you look at what I just posted there, yeah, I mean this I think it is a fresh
Yeah.
from Truth Social, and
I still
he's
know how
talking
to
a big
tweet.
he's talking a big game. I don't know whether he'll actually pull through or not, but he's talking a big game.
I think he attacks that legislatively. I don't think he actually puts people in prison. I think he just enacts certain laws that prevents it from happening again. And maybe he puts it to the states to just sort of like, hey, you guys take care of the election interference if you want. But next time around, now we have all of this stuff in place that will fix that. And you know that the left is going to go nuts. And you're like, well, he's fixing the elections. Well, yeah, he's actually fixing the elections.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I personally don't see people going behind bars. It's going to be Hillary Clinton again. He's going to say it's not for the good of the country. We're not going to divide people more than they already are. We're just going to take, the steps necessary to keep this from happening again. You're all kind of pardoned and go on your way. Just don't do it again.
Yeah, I mean, he literally
then there'll be
killing Hillary at a dinner after his election in 2016, after like months of telling people she would,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a lot of screens.
Any football fans. Sorry, real quick. You just got to see this. We're entering the witching hour where wins become losses and losses become wins. Does anyone watch Red Zone ever?
Yeah,
that's pretty awesome. That's pretty perfect. That's probably a little too accurate. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Bigger fish to fry.
No, it is interesting to think though what he's going to do. Father Borja, good to see you on. Father, I would say still we're all a little nervous because it's getting to be cheating hour. But I would say I think we're all pretty optimistic. Not like soaringly optimistic, but I would say it looks good. He should win at this point. I don't think anyone right now thinks that he is likely to lose, but well, yeah, again, it is.
Well, yeah, the New York Times apparently projected he's going to win the popular vote, and so that's.
So I wonder how many votes that actually ends up being. So what was his last was 81 million?
I think it was 76 million last time.
76 and Biden was 81 or whatever. If you count
air quotes 81.
Air quotes, right? So watch, Kamala is going to end up getting 91.
Probably.
Where are they all? Yeah.
He's going to get 1 million. No, 1 billion.
1 billion.
Yeah.
Why not? If you're going to cheat big, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing from this Eric Dougherty guy that Trump won Georgia. But again, there's no official reporting. That's just from the Eric Dougherty.
That's not surprising. We're at almost 90% in, and he's up by over 3 points. So that would be a pretty impressive Atlanta blue sweep to keep that in play.
Yeah.
I think I'll hold off on our map if you're okay with that.
I suppose.
Want me to change it?
I will allow it. And I just want Trump to win Virginia. Man, I got my hopes really set on Virginia.
Yeah, I do too. I'm watching it and it's just it feels like past years. Glenn Youngkin just put out something and said, "Don't call it yet; it's too close." But Fairfax stopped counting, and you can just be sure that they're figuring out how many.
And so is Fairfax? Is that a Democrat or a Republican?
Yeah, that's that.
Democrat.
Fairfax is basically that's your suburbs of Washington D.C. Very extreme.
Do they say why they? Do they say why they stopped counting?
I haven't seen. No.
Power outage.
Burst pipe.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find anything.
CNN reports on the mood at Kamala HQ. Quote, "I can feel the anxiety in the crowd." Unquote. They're getting anxious.
It wasn't that with Hillary when Hillary lost, that their whole crowd is like, yeah, we won, we're winning, we're going to win. And then they absolutely lost their mind because
they really truly thought they couldn't. They really thought they couldn't
lose.
That Trump could win. Yeah, they really thought that they really thought there was no chance. Zero.
And that's another one because I remember going to bed around, well, not maybe this time, but an hour later, and Hillary was up and everything. And then you had this red spike where Trump won at the end. I don't know if any of you remember that or not.
I wasn't following that until the next morning. I came into work. I was teaching English, and I came into work, and people were like patting me on the shoulder, like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that your country screwed the world over." Always the British. The British are so incredibly Rude. Sorry to any British people out there listening. You
I was
guys
gonna
are
say,
fine.
well, I mean, if Kamala wins, then we're gonna become Great Britain. So you actually would probably be in big trouble. I'm thinking a couple years in jail for your content.
Yeah,
you know,
probably
mean Facebook, Facebook.
It'll be
posts,
shut down.
and, yeah, you're
It'll
done.
no kidding. I really do believe if Kamala wins, this channel would be shut down eventually. I'm not saying immediately, but eventually, eventually, I think it would. Yeah.
Like that's the reason why Joe Rogan went and endorsed Trump, because he sat down with Elon Musk. I don't know if you saw that interview.
I didn't watch it.
Pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty much the same old. But they were going on and on about how if this administration gets into power, we're done. Like there will be no more Twitter or X. There will be no. It'll be censorship like 2020 with COVID stuff, but across the board for any dissenting voices. Because I pretty much just and the way Musk kind of put it is like, this would and will be the last election, just because Kamala's going to come in and get all the illegals legal, and that's it. You have what,
which is
20
crazy for
million
someone,
people or something crazy like that.
Yeah, which is crazy for someone who's truly a center left person to say, isn't it?
Yeah,
because I mean, no one thinks Joe Rogan is a right wing guy. I don't know.
No,
like that's nuts.
Well, I mean it's kind of sad, honestly, because I think you said it earlier that the Republican Party right now is the Democrat Party of 1980, 1990, whatever. And I don't particularly love that. Like, it's not necessarily
but it's better than the Democrat Party of 2024,
but it's better,
right?
Yeah. So it's lesser of two evils for sure. But at the same time, it just kind of gives me heartburn thinking, it's like, wow, our nation has fallen so far that to be considered, an ultra right conservative, you're actually a Democrat of 20 years ago.
That's it.
Kevin, are you going to put up?
Super excited.
Kevin, are you going to put up something?
Oh, sorry, I was off the page.
Yes,
Yeah.
ABC.
I was off the page.
Oh, ABC has just called Iowa, so I think I'm going to update the map.
Yay!
Father Borjas.
Father Borjas. Yeah. Have there been any surprises? I would say no. Actually,
really not. No. In fact, I've been.
It's been a pretty boring 4
impressed.
hours, actually, Father. You haven't missed anything.
I would say the surprise is how close Virginia has been. Right, I was in that Kamala's gonna win it by 10 points camp, and so the fact that it's gonna be within a point, even if she does win it, is pretty awesome.
I think she's going to snipe it. That's the feeling I get.
Yeah.
I'm just watching the numbers. I'm just refreshing and they're
close
they're
enough
holding
to
back.
cheat.
Yep, close enough to cheat. In Fairfax County, where they cheat, and they'll come up with just enough. A 10. Now the good news though is that in Virginia they've got great new laws that are going to allow them to do a hand recount of the physical ballots, so they don't even have to depend on the machines. And so I think that by the time it's done, you're going to feel like if Trump lost Virginia, he lost it fair and square. So
and I think hopefully Georgia goes for Trump, and I think we're close to being able to call that. And then if any one of Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin does, then it's basically game over. So, I mean, hopefully in the end, it doesn't matter what Virginia is. It just would have been really nice.
It was a bonus. It was a bonus. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, in that case, for the state of Virginia, would you have a recount even if Trump won big? Like he wins as many electoral votes as he needs, but as a Virginian, I'd be like, that's garbage. I want to recount. Do you think that would happen?
It's a good question.
Or is it like just leave it?
Yeah,
just leave
I
it.
don't know. Right.
Do it. I
would do it.
Yeah, I would.
Right. For if nothing else, for the history books, and for in 2028, like, well, Virginia went red. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, DDHQ is saying Georgia. I'm just trying to find if there's another.
Let's see, Fox, National Review, CNN, none of them yet.
So I'm trying to remember
Oh,
how
goodness.
this all shook out. Can you put your map back up again?
Yep,
Eric?
there's a couple more too that I think we might want to talk
'Cause I'm
about.
just curious because I'm trying to think of how this all worked out before. That Kamala pretty much has to win. She has to win all 3 blue states, right? Or the Michigan, Wisconsin.
She has to
Pennsylvania.
win. Yes, we're kind of assuming Minnesota. Can you see my mouse on your screen or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good,
I'll tell
okay.
you what, too.
Kind of assuming Minnesota is going to be blue. So
Right.
all 3 of these, assuming
Right.
Trump wins Arizona and
And
Georgia.
Virginia. Right.
Well, no. If he wins Virginia, it's over. But
Assuming right. I mean,
she
assuming
wins-
she
yeah.
wins Virginia. Yeah. Right.
She wins Virginia, she wins Minnesota, which I think is likely. Then she
Yeah.
also needs to sweep all 3 of these
Yeah. Right.
to get to 270. I hear, what did I just hear? Kansas. Okay, we already did Kansas.
They're saying it looks like they're saying that Trump's going to win Iowa by 11 points.
We called that one.
It's going to be really, yeah, that's about what we were thinking.
Nice.
It's going to be
Yeah, New
hard
York
to
Times.
imagine that Kamala wins Wisconsin fair and square when Trump won Iowa by 11 points. Because, I mean, the 2 demographics are similar.
Do you know what Kamala or Biden won Iowa by? Or no, Trump won Iowa, I'm sure, in 2020.
Trump, Iowa,
but do you know
yeah,
what
I
that-
think,
Yeah.
I want to say it was
How
6 or
much was
7, something like that.
6 or 7. Okay. Trump is
Good place
currently
to
up
be.
1.5 in Wisconsin with 55% reported in.
What's Minnesota right now?
Minnesota, Trump is, it's only 3% reported in, but Trump is up big. He's up 60 to
okay,
35. But again,
yeah.
that's 5%.
Here's an
that's
interesting.
rural.
Oh, I got to share this one. This is a good one. This is exiting polls for religions. I don't know. I just found this on Twitter, so I don't know who's sharing this. Just a sec. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Catholic vote on Twitter. It's pretty interesting that the Protestants are voting more heavily for Trump than the Catholics. Oh,
That's not surprising.
That's no surprise.
I know it's the evangelicals, but it's still sad. Oh my
I
goodness.
can't believe 33% of Mormons voted for Harris. That's nuts.
That is kind of crazy.
Oh.
That the Muslim vote was going to be a little
Yeah,
bit more
Muslim
towards
vote.
Trump too. It's-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Jewish and the Muslim vote would be a little more even. That's crazy.
The nun vote is not surprising.
Yeah. Atheists. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, as you say, bunch of atheists.
All right.
There's still no
Saw that.
official.
No.
No
72%
official
for Kamala's up 1.
Someone share something with me.
Nope.
So Kevin, you missed your chance on TYT. It sounds like Cenk Uygur just left his own show.
No way.
That's what I'm seeing
awesome.
here on Twitter. Yeah.
So what's he seeing then?
Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, probably. Like we're all
yeah,
kind of
I'm just
depressed
pulling
because
up.
we were hoping for Virginia, but really we shouldn't have been hoping for Virginia.
Yeah, that's
Trump's
true.
back up a point. And Arlington
In Virginia?
started- yeah, and Arlington started to report again. So yeah, don't write that one off yet. No, it's
What
still-
percentage?
still-
What percentage are you at in Virginia?
I've got 72% in. You probably
I've
have
got-
75 or 76.
I've got 72, but Kamala's
Okay.
up 1.
Oh, really? 1-6. Okay, I've got 168. Oh, you're right. Kamala is up 1. Yeah, that's
Okay,
Arlington.
cool.
Yeah, that's Arlington coming in. Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably Virginia's gonna. I think Virginia's likely to go.
Yeah,
Kamala.
I'm still holding on. I'm still holding on for Virginia.
It's not over, but it's got awfully close.
Okay, I'm
Looks
seeing
like
a
he's up
lot.
2.5.
I'm seeing a lot for Georgia. But I've not seen Fox or anything yet.
Okay, we can call Georgia. if you
Georgia
want.
for
We did
Trump.
that.
Yeah.
Georgia for Trump.
Yeah, for Trump. I think
Makes
I
me
think we can
nervous
do it.
because of 2020.
That looks. I mean, you can wait.
No,
I'm
no,
fine with
it's
waiting.
your show, man.
It
You
looks
tell
pretty
me.
solid though.
Kevin's show, Kevin's rules. What do
Yeah,
you
we'll
want?
wait. We'll wait. We'll wait for an official one. We'll wait for an official one.
We'll wait. Okay.
We can wait. Yeah, we can wait. Blaze says Catholics are voting higher for Trump. Oops, wrong one. Higher for Trump than ever for JFK. Really?
Wow.
That is interesting. Wow. No, but so Trump's getting 50% and JFK got less than that.
Less than 50%
in 1960.
How many more Catholics were there in 1960 than now? I bet you
Well,
that's
raw
a
numbers
percentage
or
game.
percents,
It's a percentage
Yeah.
game.
Okay, that's fair.
And I'll bet you
You
there
probably
were
had
a lot
more people not voting that were Catholic.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
I just want to say, I just want to bring that up because that's what I want. That's really what I want Virginia. I just want Virginia for Our Lady. That's the main reason. Trump's going to win anyway, but I just want Virginia for Our Lady.
quick Senate update for everyone. Called races, the Republicans already have 48 seats and the Democrats have 37. So it's still looking like, it'll be close. Like the Republicans aren't going to win all the rest. Democrats are favored in a lot of them.
They should take it.
But we have 48 locked. 48 locked at this point.
The
37
Ohio one's the big one because I think we're gonna
Mhm.
win West Virginia and Montana,
Mhm.
and then Ohio is the other big one.
Yeah, West Virginia's been called. That's counting West Virginia.
Right.
It's not technically not counting Ted Cruz, which is silly because he's been called by several outlets.
Is Ohio called?
Not yet.
Still too close.
It's 83% in, but the Republican is up by 6 points, 5.5 points.
Oh wow, he's killing it. Okay, so that one is going to be
Where?
That should be
Ohio.
called. Ohio Senate.
Oh, okay.
So projected out, how many does that make total? Is that 54, 55?
I think we're at 52.
No,
52 right now,
52.
right?
Yeah.
52, okay.
But I think there's another one or two in there because I think 55 was thought to be the ceiling.
That would be the ideal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think 52 is like the betting favorite or whatever. So it could go
Mhm.
plus or minus 3 or so.
I'm seeing here too from John Solomon, who's pretty legit. Republican Kelly Iotte projected to win New Hampshire's governor's race.
Yes, that's actually been
Oh.
called.
Okay,
New Hampshire and Vermont both have Republican governors, which is
New
pretty
Hampshire, man. I'm talking like a European over here.
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. I won the governorship of New Hampshire.
Yeah. So of the governors that were up for re-election so far, the called ones, the only two Democrat called are Delaware, which is not surprising, and North Carolina, which was the bummer. But Vermont, New Hampshire, West Virginia, Indiana, Missouri, North Dakota, and Montana are all called for the Republican. Utah and Washington to happen later.
Here's an
comment on there.
So Kev, I've got an interesting tweet there. If you want to put that up, I'm not sure exactly what he's seeing.
Elon's
Musk,
thinking it's
though.
done.
Yeah, he says it's over.
Elon wants to go to bed.
That's right. He's in Texas, right? He's an
hour. Yeah, he's your same
Central
time zone, man.
Yeah, he's our time zone.
So wait, what time is it for you guys? It is. I am kind of thrown off with the time.
We're
It's not even 9 for me.
Jeez.
Wow.
It's almost 10 for us.
Bedtime.
Is the sun rising there for you yet, Kevin?
No. It'll probably be 2 hours from now.
Okay.
I don't know how I'm going to handle this. It's going to be interesting. So Kalshi, so that's interesting. So Kalshi now, the U.S. betting one has it Trump at 83.4. That's the highest I've seen that one.
Yeah, Polymarket's a 91.5. I mean, Europe is 92.9.
Wow.
So, yeah, they've got it. It's just over. Yeah.
So Senate, we talked about the one house flipped, confirmed in West Virginia, likely the other one in Ohio. The House has flipped 3 seats, all Republicans. So they're up 3 in the House.
3.
Nice.
So Father Borja asks if it's projected to have the results tonight, and what scenario do you see that we go to bed knowing that Trump is elected.
If they officially call Georgia, North Carolina, and then any one of Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, we can go to bed.
Any one of those three. Yeah, I think they're really. I don't think that there are any red states that are anything that the Democrats could even challenge. I mean, I could see Trump challenging Virginia because it's going to be really close, but I don't think there's any other red state that's even close.
No, like because the only one that hasn't been called that's a traditional red state is Idaho, which that's obviously going red. They'll call that in 11 minutes when the 11 o'clock time drops.
Did Nebraska precinct 1? Did that go blue?
Nebraska.
I don't remember if we called that
it's
one.
Still not called, so that's the only one that's not called in Nebraska. At least it's still showing up. And then, go ahead.
I say Anna on the chat has a good point. She said she's listening to the PBD podcast, and Candace Owens was just saying that if Trump wins, we need to do whatever we can to make sure he doesn't put in the neocons to his cabinet. And that's a great point. But I think that you're already seeing that he's surrounding himself with some
different people,
wildly anti-establishment. Anti-establishment.
Yeah, anti-establishment. Exactly. Right.
Yep. I think that's going to be really telling. That
yeah.
And if he brings like Mike Pompeo back in or something, then I'm going to be pretty upset.
I think we're all going to be really disappointed. But no, Trump's been pretty open about the fact that he learned that lesson the first time around. That he said he got to Washington D.C. and he knew New York. He owned New York. He'd been in New York his whole life. He didn't know Washington D.C. Didn't know who he can trust and who he couldn't. And so he surrounded himself with basically the neocons, thinking they were the good guys. And they were every bit as swamp as the Democrats. And I think it took him the better part of 4 years to figure it out. And so he had some good military generals around him, and maybe he had a couple of good insiders. But I mean, he just time and time, John Bolton and I'm trying to think of some of the other names that were just horrible that he surrounded himself with.
Yeah.
But he gets it this time.
I hope so.
Can you guys hear me?
No, yeah.
Are you sure?
Little on the quiet side.
Okay. I mean, you can, you can stop stumping for Trump, Dan. It looks like he's doing okay.
Well, I'm an optimist about the guy.
I think Anna makes a good point. Like, actually hold him accountable this year.
No, I agree. I agree.
Next 4 years,
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, by the way, everybody, make sure you like and subscribe. Do all that stuff. Comment, share. We're possibly coming to kind of the home stretch of this.
You know what?
Epic podcast.
It's
8 minutes.
It's looking like it.
It's possible.
We need
if we do Georgia, North Carolina, and one of the three.
Pennsylvania.
Check out Polymarket, guys. Go ahead and put that up, Kev.
Oof.
94.
Oh, so they're saying Trump's going to win all three of the Rust Belt.
I think so.
Shoot.
Right.
Yeah. Wow.
That's gonna take you to the 312, and there's gonna be some guys. Larry Schweikert being one. I forget the others. There's a couple of Rich Barrett's probably another one. Some of these pollsters who are going to be crowing because they've been predicting 312 electoral votes for a month now.
Well, what's crazy about this, right? So I know we're all fans of Virginia, but let's pretend like it's not a swing state just for a sec. This is every single of the 7 swing states Trump won.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, all going to him.
That would be wild. Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, really, the polls from Arizona and Nevada were just insanely favorable to Trump.
We're
in Arizona,
exactly
is pretty much done almost, isn't it?
Well, we're exactly halfway in Arizona.
Okay.
And Trump is only up by 0.2. It's a neck and
Ooh.
neck there.
Whoa.
904
okay.
votes to 901.
Interesting. That's
a lot of
closer than I
votes.
thought.
Nevada hasn't started yet. They'll start in 7 minutes. Georgia is at 90% counted. Trump is still up by 3. So I don't know why they haven't called that yet. North Carolina, we are at 86%. Trump is up by almost 3. Pennsylvania, 66%. Trump is up by 2.5. Virginia, 75%. Kamala is up by almost 2 now.
Yeah,
So all those
she's
votes,
starting
all
to
those
pull
votes
away.
coming in from DC.
Yep.
Yep.
Bummer.
Yep.
Guys are afraid of losing their jobs.
Yeah.
But while I'm going around the horn here, Michigan is only 26%, but Trump is up by 3.
Wow.
Wisconsin, 58%. Trump is up by 2. And then Minnesota, it's funny, but 9%, but Trump is up by like 20. Again, the rural.
Nice. Yeah.
It is the
Let's
rural,
go, darling.
That would be funny.
So-
like if
The
she
Tim,
picks
the Tim
Walz.
Walz effect.
Yeah,
wouldn't that
Yeah,
be
the
funny?
Tim
Yeah.
Walz
Right.
effect.
Oh,
Minnesota. When was
yes.
the last year Minnesota voted Republican for the presidency was in 72? Is that right? Was
I think
Nixon?
that's right. Yeah.
Sounds right.
Dang.
They were
Wouldn't that
the
be
only
funny if all it took was a Tim Walz?
He is that bad. He is
So
that
bad.
He's so bad.
Kevin, do you remember when we did the podcast when she picked Waltz, like that day? And we were like,
I,
Oh,
def-
that's
I,
right,
I
yeah.
remember commenting on it. I
The
forgot
ti-
that was
I
with
think
you.
The title,
Yeah.
the title of your
Oh,
video was "Are the Democrats trying to lose?" And you got a lot of
Yeah.
crap for that.
Yeah.
You're like, Waltz is great. Those comments
No.
didn't age well.
No, and it was the first time I saw him on stage, and it was like, this dude is not normal. He's not normal. I mean, it was really strange. I mean, bizarre. It was bizarre. It was no other word for it. And yeah. Oh man,
Well, I
come on, if they
assume-
lost Minnesota, that'd be awesome.
I assume you saw that Kamala Harris came out and said, "Oh, I was sleep deprived when I made that decision."
I heard that.
That was
Isn't
literally
that amazing?
that
Did she
was her
officially-
comment on it. It's like that was her
thought
comment. It's like, yeah, I was
what I
sleep
thought.
deprived. Like, what?
How does
That's
that make
awesome.
Waltz feel?
That's so funny. And it's like it's like bashing both of them at the same time. It's like, it's saying that he's a really bad pick, but saying that you literally made that pick when you were tired. It's just again, you can't make up how dumb they are. Man, crazy. 90% on Kashi. Let's go.
90?
90. That's on the American betting.
I just want. Can anyone else find a Georgia or a North Carolina closure yet?
DDHQ
I thought DDHQ had called Georgia.
called Georgia.
I saw that
What's
on Twitter.
VDHQ?
Yeah.
I don't know that. Is that
Okay,
legit?
I'm seeing on Fox it says too early to call Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina. North Carolina? What? Georgia.
Yeah, we're
Hold
still
on.
waiting on North Carolina officially.
So Fox has not called North Carolina or Georgia.
I would wonder if North Carolina, I think a couple of people have mentioned it in the chat with the hurricanes, if that's affecting any of the voting. Putting on my tinfoil
be.
cap, how the
Yeah,
government.
possibly. They bent over backwards to accommodate that voting, but it may still be slow.
212. Okay, so they called the part of Maine that is not liberal for Republicans. Fox did. Shoot. Wait a second.
Don't know.
Oh, that's right.
who
Maine's a
this-
split vote.
Yeah.
Does
So
Maine have
Maine,
two-
Maine's like
Don't know
Nebraska.
who this guy is, Kev.
Sorry? Just saying. Yeah.
Just saw this tweet. I don't know who this guy is, but interesting.
Harris campaigns were probably working on a concession. Yeah, I saw that one.
I'll tell you what, it's almost as big a deal that she concedes the election as
True.
Trump wins it.
That's true. Yeah.
Because then we
Yeah,
hopefully,
that'd be
God
huge.
willing, avoid the violence and everything else.
Should I put the map up
So, yeah,
again?
Go for it. Yeah, Thomas, do you want to come on, by the way? Thomas, if you're listening, let me know if you want me to send you a link. You can pop on. Give us.
We can use some fresh blood. We've been going for 4.5 hours already.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Kevin's running a bit out of juice over here. I got some gummy bears. I need some gummy bears.
Yeah, go do some gummy
if you
bears.
just close your eyes and listen to my voice and just pretend that Kevin's here, and then Kevin can go take a nap and we'll just wake him up, and actually call it.
It's nice to have a voice double when you do podcasts. It's true.
Yeah, it's nice to have a
Kevin,
voice
when
double
you get
when
a
you do a
chance,
podcast.
Share my screen.
What did you say, Tom?
Oh,
you
when you get a chance.
I could ruin this stream right now.
You could.
I just copy everything you say like a half a second behind.
Did we do that one time with Ina and she couldn't guess which one was which?
Yeah.
We weren't married yet. I'll give you that.
So we had been saying.
I think you can call Georgia.
No, Fox,
well,
is,
no,
Fox
I guess
is not called North Carolina or Georgia.
Fox is not
Georgia.
Yeah,
So did someone call North Carolina? Or
I thought they did.
Because we did have North Carolina filled in here.
I thought they did. I mean, you can take it off if you want.
I don't know. But this is the one I added, the little main conservative.
Yeah. It's one more.
Los kids.
That's a good point, Omar. Kevin does have bigger feet than me.
You can tell. Kevin, I'll go to sleep for you. Oh, come on, Thomas. Come on, man. Come on, man. Another hurricane.
I saw that.
Crazy year.
Late, yeah.
It's that global warming. This is why we
No,
all
it's the
needed to vote
lithium
for
mines.
Kamala. It's the lithium mines.
When I get into some deep conspiracy theories.
Lithium
Oh,
mines.
man.
I thought it was a Halo. What's it called? Is it Halo? What's the or HARP?
No,
HARP.
so HARP. So the conspiracy is that the government came in and needed all this lithium, and directly where the main, devastation in North Carolina happened was like right over top of the largest deposit of lithium in the entire world. So people are like, well, yeah, they used HARP and they flooded the whole area out, and now all these people are going to be out of their houses so we can have our lithium mine.
I wouldn't
Tinfoil
put
hat.
it past our government. I don't know if there's the ability to do that, but boy, the more you learn about what the government has done to its people, it's brutal. In morality, I would not question it. In the ability to actually do it, that I don't know.
Yeah.
The Harris campaign has gone dark. They aren't even responding to CNN's inquiries.
Wow, that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
When's that nuke test again?
Later tonight, apparently.
They're in their bunkers. They're all in their bunkers. That's what's going on.
That is not too far off. I mean, what if they actually did that? I mean, no, that's obviously not something we want to actually think about. What if they just nuked Mar-a-Lago? Just kill everyone in one fell swoop and then say, well, there you go.
It was the Iranians.
JD Vance would be ticked.
Do you want any
I guess he's probably not
news?
in Mar-a-Lago. True, that would be smart not to be in Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, yeah.
Do you care about
Interesting.
Colorado?
They made 2016. They made the left lose faith in elections, and then 2020 they made the right lose faith in elections.
Just whoever loses is going to have
Whoever, right. Well, we're so
That's a good
polarized.
point.
We're so polarized. Yeah.
In
Both sides
2020
are gonna
just
think they
seemed
won.
it seemed unfair to me, but I can kind of stomach it. If Kamala wins, no, then yeah, I will still vote. I'll still take part, but my faith in actual democracy, no, it's gone. Oh, Thomas,
All right, Thomas.
All right, Thomas,
She's
you're gonna be
gonna
the
pull-
new host while I take a nap.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kidding.
New blood.
You're taking a nap?
No, I'm kidding. Come on.
Good.
Are you kidding me? Do you even know me? Do you even know me, man?
I've only known you for 35 years.
Where was it? I saw at some point, I don't want to say recently, but somewhere like Facebook or somewhere, there's a picture of a Halloween party where you and I were probably 5 or 6. I don't know where I saw it. I wish I could remember. Like someone showed it to me, or I saw it somewhere. I was like, "Oh my goodness,
that's funny."
Hop Shizzle was there. Your wife was there. You were there. Me.
Yeah.
Crazy time. Crazy times.
Crazy times.
Crazy time. Who was president back then? It's 1994. That was Clinton, right? Yeah. The Young Turks are losing their minds, apparently, says Matt Couch. And I gotta go check on the Young Turks.
Yeah. Sounds like Cenk Uygur walked off.
Oh, he's back on.
Oh, is he?
I'm watching him
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
Trump is up 3.5 in Pennsylvania with 70% counted.
Ooh, that's.
And you may have the city bump towards the end, but
Wisconsin.
That's going to be at 2:00 in the morning.
It could be
before Pennsylvania. That's what happened last time.
That's what happened last time. Philadelphia County. They just started dumping them right at the very end there. Philadelphia County has reported 65%, and Pennsylvania as a whole is at 70%. So it's not like there's a tremendous number of votes.
How about Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh is at 88%. Allegheny County is at 88%.
88. Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like a lot of the blue votes have already come in.
So it's only Philly we got to worry about.
Yep.
No one you've seen is called North Carolina
Trump,
or Georgia.
or somebody sent.
Legit.
Someone sent cops. Someone sent cops. No, I haven't seen him. Trump was saying there's cops at in
Pennsylvania,
Philly.
Yeah, I heard he was going to. He said they were sending them.
Wisconsin,
Extra cops
61%, and Trump is up by 2.3. We have a dump. Let's get some blue on this map.
Oh.
No.
No, hey, come on. Dude. I thought you were on our side.
Come on, it'll be fun. Blue is a prettier color, to be fair.
Oh boy.
Let me know when you share it here.
I feel like
come on.
We have got all three of these
as you're
already
clicking the blues, I can't help but read this. All affliction comes directly from the hand of God. I think that's a
learn to suffer.
There we go.
There we go.
Got a little bit of red.
And that's it for now.
That definitely got us closer, huh? Got us.
Go figure.
Has Alaska ever? I'd say Alaska and Hawaii, they've pretty much always been Democrat, right?
Yeah, Kevin, do you mind? No, Alaska's always red. Hawaii's
always
red.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Are you okay if I do this, Kevin, just so that I don't have to stay up for another 3 hours waiting for them?
Do what? No, go for
Put Hawaii blue and Alaska red.
Yeah.
Daily Wire called in North Carolina. That's right. I knew I saw somebody.
Oh, well, that's good enough for me.
If Ben Shapiro can do it, then anybody can call it.
If Ben Shapiro can call it, can call a state. Anyone.
If Ben Shapiro can call it, then we can call it North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Waiting time.
There we
You're
go.
not wearing
This is
your
where we
yarmulke.
currently sit. Wear a yarmulke.
Yeah, I do need a yarmulke.
I like Ben Shapiro. He's funny.
I can occasionally.
I actually-
tolerate him. Thomas, where'd you go?
I don't like him at all. I absolutely do not like Ben Shapiro. He drives me
typically
nuts.
don't.
It's like the way he talks is just gives me a headache.
Have you heard him
Yeah,
argue
new blood.
abortion though? I don't know if anyone
Hello,
argues
gentlemen.
abortion better
Hello.
than he does. Hey, Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas, how you doing?
Hey, Thomas.
I'm hanging in there.
Your state
Kevin,
did
how are
pretty
you?
well.
Kevin, how are you even alive right now?
I don't know. Blood sausage. Blood sausage is the key. That is the key.
Blood sausage.
Hey, things are
I'm
looking
telling
good.
you, I had a thing like blood. So I had cottage cheese and blood sausage, and man, I felt like $1 million. way.
No, things are looking really good right now. I'm pretty pleased with what I'm seeing.
They are looking good. I still
Any
want
surprises for you? What you've seen so far?
No, I mean, nothing too much. I mean, I'm just was concerned what my state was going to do, but Ohio's been notoriously red. I mean, at least the past couple-
Ohio's solid.
They've been pretty good. So I'm not
You guys
too
gave us
concerned.
you guys gave us a pretty good vice president.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
of course, don't agree with all of them and everything they say and do, but JD, I kind of like listening to him speak. He's a super smart guy. You can tell, he knows what he's talking about, and so I actually do enjoy listening to him. So I don't complain
He's
about
one
him
of
too
those
much.
He's one of those few people. He just has that glint behind his eyes. It's like that. You just know that dude is more than just a little bit intelligent.
And honestly, I really like the fact that he's a Catholic convert, right? Because you have the Catholics who just use it as a badge, like Biden and Pelosi and all that.
Yeah.
Like to be a Protestant and then to be an atheist and then to come around and be Catholic, that takes actual thought. You actually believe it at that point, right? And that's what I like about Vance. He's pretty cool.
So JD Vance 2028. JD Vance and Vivek.
I don't think there's any.
So Vance and Vivek.
Vance and Vivek.
Yeah, Vivek maybe.
Oof.
Although I think Vivek's going to run for governor of Ohio. It sounds like so. That's the rumor.
I didn't know that.
And yeah, they give him a chance to kind of cut his teeth as a politician.
Josh Hawley reelected. Do we have that one already?
Let's see. He's Senate, right?
Almost have to be.
That was not really competitive.
Yeah.
Yep, he won. Well, he only won by 8 with 72% in, but they called it.
Yeah, see, Josh Hawley is one of those other kind of rock stars.
Yeah. But it looks pretty good
I really like Josh
to
Hawley.
sweep, right? I mean, it looks like it could be Trump, the Senate, and the House, right? It looks really.
The House is the only weak one at this point.
But right now, the
Like,
House
it
is
would-
159
the Senate-
Republicans, 104 Dems, right? That's what I'm looking at. On
It's
Fox.
160 to 103 is what I got. But yeah, but all
That's
the
good, right?
races in California haven't been called yet. So
come on, man.
I still think like I don't know if anyone has like the betting odds, but we've only flipped 3 seats in the House, which I guess we had
for
the
that.
majority
Three.
anyway. So
Do
Still
we have the polling market?
Significant, yeah.
see if you can find like the betting odds on the House.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, does any of Northern California get red?
Oh, here you go. Here you go.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, real quick.
Central
Market-
Valley is very red. Yeah.
Poly market 79% to sweep president, House, and Senate.
Wow.
Woo.
79%.
That's something that you've heard from a lot of commentators that if Trump gets in but loses the Senate and the House, well, it's like nothing's going to happen.
Nothing
It's
can
just
happen,
gonna be
yeah.
what they call a wounded duck presidency, or there's a term for that.
Lame duck sitting. Yeah. I think
Or
it's
lame duck. Yeah.
Lame duck.
No, I think it's
But
lame
yeah,
duck.
and-
If he can
and,
get
like,
to
honestly-
50, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say if he can get to 53 or 54 in the Senate, you're gonna see Clarence Thomas retire and probably Sam
And
Alito
Alito.
retire.
Mm.
Possibly Sotomayor, but probably just those two. And I think Trump will come back and replace them with legitimate. The first 3 he brought in were constitutionalists or really not social conservatives. I think he would actually bring in 2 social conservatives, and you would have a relatively conservative Senate or Supreme Court for a generation.
Because the 3 he brought in, like one of the things he was really smart about was they were all young, right? He didn't nominate
Yep.
anyone who was over 50, I think.
Right.
Yeah, and it sounds like, and there may be
Come on,
2
Georgia.
who retire, right?
Call that.
What's that?
Who's the closest here
Pennsylvania,
to
do we know?
Georgia? Can someone just fly down there and help them count?
Probably Thomas, huh?
They're at
Yeah,
88%
probably.
votes counted, and Trump is still up 3 percentage points. So it's got to be getting close here.
Gonna wait till 2 o'clock.
Do you want me to go around the horn again on the swing states?
For the percentages, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. That gives everyone a little break. Pennsylvania, 73% counted. Trump up by 3.5. Michigan, 30% counted. Trump is up by 4.5. No,
Nice.
5.
5.
Yeah.
Well,
But again, 30%
wow.
counted. 30% counted, but still. Wisconsin, we're at 63% counted. He is up by 3. And Arizona, 50% counted. He's only up by 0.2. And nothing in for
Arizona.
Nevada yet.
Kinda
Yeah,
wild.
Arizona's actually the closest so far, but
Didn't see that coming. What's the Senate race like there? Did Carrie Lake get any closer? Do you know?
yeah, let me check it. Nope, she is still down 6.5
Wow.
with
better.
50%. Yeah, I mean,
Man, that state was looking so good.
Yeah, straight like
That's
crazy
gonna
good.
be
Yeah.
crazy good, right? That the two that did seem to do the best with their registration was Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Yeah, right. Interesting. They all got out to vote early, and I think that probably threw off expectations a bit.
Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I think Mom has a good point that says, I hope you appreciate that Trump laying down the win. This is only the beginning of the fun. That
Yeah.
I think if God willing, the good guys win, we got a lot of stuff coming down the pipe that it's going to be interesting. I think for good and bad, that you're going to have the wacko liberals, torching buildings, but I think that's gonna-
This election cycle seems very muted. Is that just me?
I'll
So
tell you
my-
what, I was expecting a lot worse in October. I think I even made a kind of a prediction in one of our podcasts that the world of October 1st was not going to look like the world of October 31st, just because there was going to be so much, just shenanigans and who knows who was going to do what, but it didn't turn out that way. And I think it's been a lot of rhetoric, and a lot of screaming and yelling, but yeah, so far I think you're right. It's been more talk than walk.
Well, but I mean,
And
Kamala Harris is the scarecrow, right? She has no brain, and I think Trump has become Grandpa Trump. Trump's not the same guy as 8 years ago. He isn't. I mean, and I think in some ways better. But you listen to him, even at speeches and rallies, and you listen to him on Joe Rogan, and he's a little slower. He talks a little slower. He says he kind of goes off on wild tangents like an old man. He is also. I think we also have to accept that even though we like him, he is also getting older. He's 79, and he does sometimes talk like it. Now, not nearly like Biden, but he does sound like an old guy sometimes. And I think that's part of it. You had I think, two kind of boring candidates. I mean, weirdly enough. I mean, Trump is Trump, but even then, Trump this time was nothing close to Trump in 16. I mean, boy, you remember him getting up and
No
you'd be
locker
in jail, locker
Yeah.
up. Yeah, I mean, he had some legitimate
Rosie
singers.
O'Donnell. Yeah,
Rosie O'Donnell. So Dad shared. This is a good time, I think, to share some Schadenfreude. Speaking of German sausages, we'll use a German word. That's like the best German word. Schadenfreude is seriously the best word.
That's taking pleasure in other people's pain.
Exactly. Let's see. We're going to share a little bit of what MSNBC is feeling right now.
He didn't support him on January the 6th, who said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the Army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day, and yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, now I didn't hear him, and then you say, well, here's the quote, and then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something far more long-lasting than just Donald Trump, the candidate. There is a sort of Russian embrace of disinformation, a radical devaluing of truth over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics and what the term Madisonian democracy even means, what checks and balances even means, what judicial review even means, what the rule of law even means. How do we as a nation, even post-Trump, how do we reach those Americans who apparently didn't go to civics class, apparently didn't learn the basics of this Constitution, and have just been overwhelmed with this information?
So you're all garbage. Half of the entire United States, you're all garbage.
How do we reach out to these people? Yeah. Basically what he said was,
how do we reach out to them? They're too stupid.
We put them in
How do we
camps,
reach
is what
out to
we
the
do.
stupid people?
Right.
And when he
That
says
is
they
crazy.
devalue truth, it's like, oh, really? That's the pot calling the kettle black.
Well, and some of the things he said that Trump said were actually taken out of context. I know the
They were
firing
taken
squad
way
one
out of
for
context,
sure
yeah.
was taken out. Like that one, I know for sure he was saying that if she was going to send people to war, then she should just stand in front of
She
a,
should
you know,
go
in
first,
front of the
yeah.
guns. That was not in front of a firing squad. That's a lie. Like that's not what he said. So this guy is just making stuff up and he's like, yeah, they're misinformation, Russian information agents, while he's actually making things up. The media's they're so pathetic and gross.
Yeah. But what you worry about at this point is that kind of rhetoric going to lead to violence? I mean, obviously you got 2, assassination attempts against Trump, but is it going to lead to them torching buildings and turning over police cars and stuff like that? And I hope not. I mean, I would say if Kamala Harris comes out and she actually concedes, we could possibly.
I actually think that's going to happen.
go smoothly.
Actually, I really do.
Yeah.
Here's this is a really interesting tweet. Really interesting. This is Brian Cates. It says it's not just partisan bullshit. Networks are refusing to call races in states Trump has clearly won to keep people watching. That is such a good.
Now that's a conspiracy theory
point.
I can get behind.
One last dance.
So much. Why hasn't Fox called North Carolina and Georgia? They want that. Totally makes sense. Wow, really good point from Brian. Wow, that's interesting, and that
one makes sense to me.
Did
And
I don't
agree
just
with
give you a
Dominic or
conspiracy
Lisa
theory
there.
you believed? Sorry,
I
CJ.
believe in the ones that are legit. Yeah.
Sasquatch. I mean, aliens. They're
Birds are
legit.
real.
Birds are
CJ,
real.
What were you saying, CJ?
Oh.
Sorry.
I said I don't, and back to what Dominic said a while ago. I don't disagree with him, or at least that stuff will happen. It just doesn't seem that it's going to be a reactionary to this. It seems like there's nothing set up for anything yet.
Yeah.
It's the way it's
No,
coming
I-
down. I would
yeah.
not have predicted it. I wouldn't have predicted it, but CJ, I think you're right.
I
think
love
there's the
taking off my
trifecta
black
that-
hat.
Yeah. I think there's
Yeah,
the
I tend-
trifecta that happened to the Democrats, right? You had the debate with him and Trump, with Biden and Trump, that is, and Biden just like shows himself to be just dead, basically. So that happens. Then they have no choice but to put Kamala in for literally fundraising reasons, right? They couldn't have a primary because Biden had already won the primary and had all the fundraising for that. So then they're forced to put Kamala in. And then the third thing is Trump assassination attempt. And it's like all three of those things, like that was just like a 1, 2, 3. I think they basically, I think they'll concede defeat just based on like looking into fate with those three things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But you got to look at cost benefit. I mean, you think about what it's going to cost you to challenge it and all, and what it benefits you. There's no path to victory. There's no benefit.
Unless you shoot Trump before he names a vice president and install Nikki Haley. Guarantee that was their plan.
Right.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
absolutely their plan, like 100%. Because it would have gone to Nikki Haley, which is, I mean, kind of going back to Trump's waiting so long to pick a vice president was I don't know, it was not a good decision, obviously, because of what could have happened.
I heard that J.D. Vance said that Trump had chosen him as vice president and had notified him and was actually talking about announcing it in Butler the day he was shot.
That was that was when he was on Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan,
Vance.
right?
Oh, right.
Kind of crazy, yeah.
This is interesting. Minnesota Senate results are too early to call. Royce White against Amy Klobuchar. White leads 52% to 44.6. I don't see the percentage of.
Yep. No. So in Minnesota, it's 16%. And you said what, 53 to 44?
Yeah.
Yeah.
52.5. Yeah.
But again, so Minnesota is
That's
also
rural.
currently strongly Trump. Yeah. So they're just getting the rural parts right now.
You get Minneapolis,
Bitcoin
you get
all-time,
Alberta, and that's
Bitcoin all-time high. Wow.
huh.
Wow.
Hey, I'm also watching the Pennsylvania Senate. I'm not sure if you're on that one, Eric. That it looks like Dave McCormick is a Republican going against the incumbent. I think Bob Casey.
Yep. Bob Casey. He's almost up 2 points.
Yeah, up almost 2 points with 75% in. So
Yep.
that could flip.
And that would be an unexpected flip, right? Unlike West Virginia and Montana.
Right, which everybody knew about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Bernie Moreno won, but I think we knew that one already. He was the Ohio one that Father
Where was that?
Alejandro
Oh.
talked about.
Yep.
That was
Yeah.
Ohio.
You have Ted Cruz won.
Ted Cruz
Talked
won.
about that.
Has there been a Democrat? There hasn't been a flip, at least, right? For
No flip
Senate.
yet in the House or Senate for Democrats. We have the one flipped official with Republicans, but it's looking like 2 to 3, and then still only 3 flipped in the House.
Yeah.
In Colorado, Kevin, if you care, the District 3, which is like the southern Colorado and mountain area, is currently Republicans up 2.5. Jeff Hurd over Adam Frisch with 73% in.
Let's go.
In my district, the Republicans up by like 14, but that's Colorado Springs, so we're
Yeah.
always red.
So
and Lauren Boebert
District
has-
3. Sorry, District 3 would be a flip.
Yep. District
Nice.
3, no, because currently it's Boebert technically. So she
Ah.
is now moving to District 4.
And she
She's
won.
already won, so
Yeah.
she's official. But yeah, Frisch was the guy who.
So I just where'd it go? Someone. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just last.
No?
What was it? 2 years ago, Boebert won District 3 by like 100 votes, or was it 90 votes or something? Like it was just this really tight race.
Yeah.
So then she moved out east where she could win, and then got another guy in who looks like he's probably going to win in her old district. So that was smart politicking. Occasionally it happens.
And I'm seeing the New York Times calling North Carolina for Trump.
New York Times for Trump. All
New York
right,
Times.
we will call it for
I think
Trump.
that's pretty fair.
We already did because Daily Wire did. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
So you want me to share again just to
go for it?
Remind us all where we are.
Dave Portnoy says, I'm rotating all channels with election coverage and I have no clue who is winning. That's kind of funny. That's the media for you, yeah. Thomas, I thought I heard you. Maybe not. Ooh,
I've got
Trump?
the map up whenever you're.
It's not ahead big in Arizona. Oh, sorry. That's what I heard then.
Nope. You're good. Whenever you're
Yeah.
ready.
So where's Arizona sitting right now? Do we have kind of a count of the
2%.
precincts?
That's a
Yeah.
little
So
off.
Arizona, we have 50% in, and Trump is up by just a sliver of a percentage. So it's neck and neck there.
Wait, I want to check that one out and see it. That's got to be.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big one.
Hey, major
Yeah,
props, by the way. I got to give major props real quick to everyone, all of you guys who've done this for so long. Dominic, you're kind of a latecomer, but I guess,
Yeah, I know.
as Christ said, you also
I've
get
taken-
the talent, at the end of the day.
Yep. You're the 11th hour. That's okay.
Yeah, 11th
Taking
hour.
care
It's
of
all
a
right.
baby.
But but no, seriously, Dad, Eric, CJ, it's seriously, you guys, major respect. Me too. Major respect to myself for doing this for 5 hours. Pretty cool, and really cool for everyone in the comment section. I know traditional Catholic sermons, you've been here the whole time. A couple of you have, so Seriously,
Yeah, we've
get your
kept
props.
100.
Been
We've
fun.
kept 100 or so viewers almost throughout the whole thing, which is
We've kept
pretty
300
fantastic.
or so viewers throughout the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Counting when you count
Twitter. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
right. You guys
yeah.
you guys only see YouTube. Yeah,
Yep.
I see. Yeah. You're almost as crazy as
Wisconsin-
me. Yeah, almost. Yeah.
Wisconsin's
looking.
Wisconsin's looking really good. It looks like Trump's up 3 points with 67% in.
Yep.
And that there's another good Senate race that could be a flip.
Yep, because that would also Eric Hovde.
Yeah, Hovde.
Yeah, he's up by almost 2 percentage points over the incumbent Democrat Tammy Baldwin. Again, with 67%. So that one would be another unexpected flip.
Yeah, that'd be your 55 or 54 or 55 scenario.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you what, too. I look at this, the amount that's been counted already in Dane County, which is Madison, which is your college town, which is where your liberals votes come from. They're 84% reported. So Wisconsin, and I think Wisconsin's another one. Trump just needed to win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But that's assuming Georgia comes through.
Right.
Which again, he's still up almost 3 points with 91% in. It's all that ad revenue. Or they just count really slow in Atlanta.
Yep.
When does California start?
California has started. Their polls
okay.
have already closed, so they're just counting. Right now, they are about 20% in. Harris has 59 to Trump's 38. So no surprise there.
Yep.
How's that Senate? The Senate race sounded like it was going to be ugly.
In California?
In California, yeah. That was Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey.
Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey. Schiff is up 59 to 40.
It's probably not winnable, but
no. But man, if we flip, I tell a lot of people this: if we ever flip California to be red again, I might move there. California, it's such a nice place. It's
a
too
beautiful
bad,
place, yeah.
And Dominic, you were asking about like, is Northern California conservative? A significant chunk of California is conservative. So the northern part, northern part is, but even like Central Valley, like Modesto, like maybe not Sacramento, but those areas, like you drive down there and all you see is Republicans.
San Diego is pretty conservative.
San Diego is a conservative city. I think they have a Republican mayor, don't they?
In the military.
Yeah.
Donald Trump currently leads the national popular vote by 5 million.
Whoa.
Wow.
What's the number?
Right here it says 47 million for Harris, 52 million for Trump, approximately.
Okay.
I think that's pretty low.
How has this country gone so off the rails that we can give Kamala Harris 47 million? It just blows. Didn't that just blow you away when you sit back and think about it for a minute?
Yeah, well, that's where I tend to wear a black hat more than I should, because like, man, we are so polarized as a country right now.
Yeah.
Hey, he's back.
Sorry about that. Back.
Hey, Thomas.
Weird.
Yeah, like Dominic said, like people, they probably never see those clips of Kamala Harris stammering or Joe Biden not knowing where he is. They never see that. So why would they
never see
ever
it?
get
No,
the impression we do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the two separate realities. And I think the mainstream media has a lot to do with that. But yeah,
what I don't quite understand is you see all of these interviews, like on the street interviews of, hey, why are you voting for Kamala Harris? What's your favorite 2 things about her? It's like, well, she's a woman and she's black. And okay, anything else? And she's gonna kill all the babies. Like, anything else? So it kind of makes me wonder, it's like, what is the actual thought process of these voters that?
Crazy.
I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely nonsensical. They have to live in an alternate reality.
Well, and
where
I know
Orange
a lot
Man
of
bad, and because I am. yes, I'm graced to live in an area where all of the people I work with are wildly,
No,
similar
it's almost
thought
more of
process.
it's almost more of a culture thing. Like from what I can tell, it's everyone's now wearing, I don't know, skinny jeans. That must be in. Oh, everyone's voting for Kamala. That must be in, or Kamala, right? It's less of a thinking and just more of a this is what I'm supposed to do.
Or it's just the
Mhm.
anti-Trump vote. I mean, it's just
Oh,
purely
yeah.
put anybody in that position.
Yeah,
and
but those people, like, they don't have anything personal.
so just like it's just a mess. It's
the fluoride.
It's the fluoride. That's
Get
definitely
RFK
it.
in there, and it's gonna be
That's the
90% Republican. Tell you what,
It's gonna turn into a utopia. Like two
Make-
years
make-
from now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here's a
make
question.
people think again.
Intellectual.
My
Can
turn
I
into
ask you all?
Europe.
Yeah. Can I ask you all a serious question? So, if Trump wins, we get the House, we get the Senate. Do you think we can repeal the 19th Amendment?
No.
No more women votes.
Well,
go back to land ownership.
Well,
Tell you
we better
what,
play.
landowners. That's a great question though, because
I don't think that was a
honestly,
serious
the more, but
I mean, it's
honestly,
obviously
the
never
more you
gonna
look
happen.
into it,
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's clear that women's votes are what sink this country and all around the world. And I don't think anyone can possibly deny that. But it is
Well,
the reality.
I'd say
It is the reality
that's-
that they are still part of our voting, world, and we'll have to allow it.
And there's been
We'll have
Yeah,
to educate.
and-
We have to educate them better. While they're making us sandwiches, we have to educate. Eric's like, oh man, shut up, Kevin. Hey, my excuse is it's 5:30. Okay, it's 5:30.
Yeah.
And I'm
5 o'clock
mostly
somewhere.
joking. I'm mostly joking. Okay, mostly.
I mean, but on a slightly more serious note, though, I think that is totally true. That you're talking, morality has fallen so far, and the whole, whoever rocks the rules of the world. I think that a good part of our issue in this country right now is that women are amoral, or not. I shouldn't say that. That's like a total, in total, but you have such a huge amount of these crazy liberal, blue-haired, just mentally disturbed women that shape society more so than a bunch of crazy men.
Well, but I mean, let's be honest. Women became a problem because men did nothing. I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah, right.
Men
It
are
goes
really,
together,
so
yeah.
when I blame women, I think it's because women are the actual active ones doing anything. Men are just a bunch of lazy little bums who sit around and let women do everything because women have to. And women have had to for the last 60 years. So I think again, it's true that I think women are actively the biggest problem, but it's because men are just in general inactive. And I hope that's what's changing with Gen Z. The Gen Z is the one who's like, hey, no, we want to be political. We want to actually have traditional lives, and we want to, actually, have families and make decisions with the women. And I think that's
and take care of the women in our
obviously-
lives. Yeah.
Right.
And that's
Yeah.
a lot of what's not happening with the previous generations.
Sophistication of
The Hop
America.
Shizzle, you have all just precluded any possibility of any of you ever running for public office.
Hop Shizzle, what did JD Vance say about, like, JD Vance
Yeah.
is going to be in the vice presidency, and he basically said the same thing Dominic did. I
Says
don't
he
know.
called
I
them
think you're
cat
smoking
ladies.
something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We just speak the truth. All right, Eric's got an update, I think.
Yep, it's not unexpected.
Save us from being smacked by our wine. There you go. Oh, New Mexico.
This is where we're at so far. Boo. That's all right.
So the dream of Trump cutting into that next layer of
Yeah.
Kamala
Blue,
states
yeah.
just doesn't really look like it came through. Yeah, I was hoping he'd
No.
win 2 of those 4.
But what was New Mexico? I don't know if anyone has this handy, but what did Biden win in 2020 by? Like, Trump is still only a few points behind. Like,
Yeah, I think Trump's
Not
closer
much.
in almost every state. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and you can tell that from the popular vote, right?
right.
Like, the electoral college looks good, but if he can somehow pull out the popular vote, that's what, 5 million votes flipped. from last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah,
that's significant.
I mean,
Even if it doesn't show
I
up
am
on
just
the
not seeing
overall
any
color.
more news. Is anyone seeing any news about anything? Like I feel like it's
No,
been
in fact,
20 minutes and
almost like-
there's nothing. Like it's just everything stopped.
Everyone went to bed.
I
Again,
don't know.
almost
They're
like
waiting till 2 o'clock,
Broncos
I'm
news as
telling
I'm
you.
getting
Yeah,
Bronco news.
exactly. Yeah, Broncos only traded away a pass rusher. I guess we could talk about that.
Yeah,
I'm sure all
everyone
of
will wanna
our
hear that.
viewers would be very happy with Broncos.
I think they called the Ohio Senate formally. Did we talk about that?
That one I mentioned. I think that was a Moreno,
I don't remember
right?
if we. Yeah, Moreno.
Moreno, yeah,
that's huge.
We just mentioned it. Yeah.
Kevin,
That
are you
is
actually a Nuggets fan? I want to ask you that.
Sorry, am I what?
Actually a Nuggets fan, since you're out there, or like a Denver
I'm
guy.
a huge big Nuggets.
Oh,
fan.
yeah, boy.
Oh yeah,
boy.
Huge. Man, I was a Nikola Jokic fan way before he was
before he was popular.
Way before. And I think Eric
Because
could
I remember
attest
he
to
was.
that. I was a big
Oh yeah.
fan.
No. I won't contest it. I'll back you up
Dude was on
because
the bench.
you were laughing. Yeah, he was a rookie and he was really fat and he was on the bench and he came off the bench and you were like, dude, this Jokic guy's gonna be great someday. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
I did totally.
You were a believer.
I was. And he was behind Nurkic, who was at the time a much better center.
Okay, you better stop talking about Denver sports, sir. We're gonna lose that.
You're gonna lose your entire fan base.
Right. We went 349 viewers down to 3. And I think, oh well, yeah. I don't know, but there's nothing to report. It's really kind of
Well, so yeah, New Mexico officially being called by
Okay,
the
that's
AP. North Carolina has officially been. We talked about that. Arizona's still really close. Georgia, we're at 91% in, and Trump is up by almost 3. So I don't know why that one's not being called.
Which one?
Virginia Harris has Georgia. Like, I don't know. Virginia is pretty solidly Harris at this point. Pennsylvania, he's still up by over 3 with 80% in. Michigan, he's at 51-46.
Wow. Michigan. Wow.
Well, that was
They're gonna cheat in Detroit though. They're gonna dump votes in Detroit.
Yeah, or just big city dump. Okay, Biden won New Mexico by 9 points, and
wow,
Harris is only winning.
Well, it's
by
interesting.
4.
I'm seeing that Senate race in Ohio that we just mentioned, Moreno. He won by 5 points, and that was against Sherrod Brown, who was 17 years. He'd been a senator for 17 years.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Whoa, wow! So that's a
Swinging
big deal.
far.
It's a really big deal, and won comfortably. Wow, interesting.
Which is a relief.
Jack Posobiec
That's a
says
relief,
the
honestly.
the Secret Service is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida, per White House official.
Yeah, I think I'd heard that they'd already kind of done that. I think they built a big fence around Mar-a-Lago.
Did the same thing around the White House. I don't know if you
And
saw
around
that.
the White House too, yeah.
Yeah, it was big news for a little bit, a couple days ago.
Like how big?
Like that big.
I just remember last time I was there,
No,
they already had
like-
like these concrete barriers that were like waist and chest high. So I was just wondering what else they did. Like,
Oh yeah, these are I think they're like over
They're
your
probably
head,
10
yeah.
foot, 12 foot. Yeah, they're big boy fences.
So
they-
Poly Market,
yeah, they had the fences. I was talking about the. Never mind.
Poly Market
Or wait.
has Trump winning Pennsylvania 93%.
Wow.
Wow.
The
In
best
Wisconsin,
fence.
94%.
Wow.
In Michigan,
Wisconsin,
86%. Holy mackerel! Hang on,
Whoa.
let me go ahead
Whoa.
and send. Let me go ahead and send this. This is whew, baby.
I mean, obviously, again, that is just the betting, but
Right. No, it's not how much he's going to win it by.
yeah,
It's just
still something. Yeah.
confidence of the bettors. Okay, hang on. Let me push this.
While
out
you're
there.
while you're pulling that up, anyone heard anything on Nevada? Like the
No.
polling closed a long time ago, and there's still just zeros on all the boards.
Weird. That is weird.
Not that I don't think it even matters at this point, but
Yikes.
Georgia?
That is A lot.
Oh, so it looks like they're definitely saying he's going to win Georgia. Yeah, that makes sense. Arizona 90
Yes.
to 10. Okay.
Yeah, they
Lot
must
of
know
79.
something about the Arizona.
I just wonder. Yeah, it's interesting. Where do these come from? I wonder. The betters. I mean, it's interesting. But you got to remember the betters put the Broncos winning percent, total at 5.5 games.
5.5. That's right.
Sometimes they just dumb.
I see what you're trying to do. You're
Yeah,
trying to
see
get
what I
everyone to stop watching so you can go to bed.
I'm just trying. It's been 5 hours. I'm trying to stay interested in this process.
All right. Well, anyone read any good books lately?
I'm reading about the medieval kings and queens of England. Pretty good.
All right. AP has called Virginia for Kamala.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, that's too bad. That got so close.
I did. That was.
I thought it was a 10-point state. The fact that it's like a 1.5 to 2 point state.
Yeah.
That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm updating my map, Kevin, if you care.
Yeah, the map helps.
Yeah, I'm just kind of scrolling through looking for news.
Father got goals. Somebody on X apparently calling 2/3 of the population garbage Nazis wasn't an effective campaign strategy.
Yeah, that's
not
right.
That one didn't.
So,
go
well, that's,
too
and again,
good.
based on
just speaking of how dumb they are. Sorry, real quick, Eric. Just how dumb they are.
Yeah.
Trump made the mistake of having that really stupid comedian go to his rally. That was dumb, and he made really dumb jokes, which at a really bad time. And then Biden, instead of like, hey, this is awesome, let's let them, kind of stew in their, their mistake. He just comes out with the next day or 2 days later and calls everyone garbage.
No. Joe Biden voted for Trump. I guarantee it.
Well, Jill was wearing red.
Jill
was wearing red. So
he wore the MAGA hat. I think he hates Kamala.
I think
I think
there's
so.
some serious beef there, and I think he actively kind of sabotaged it.
If not, he is as bad as she is. Anyway, okay, Eric, update us.
No worries. So, called Virginia for Kamala. We're looking at basically all the swing states left.
Georgia is going to go to Trump. I mean,
let's just call it.
Like
then.
I think you can call it. At least to see it. So that's 251.
Yeah. And
so
I think
Pennsylvania
Minnesota's
wins it, right?
going blue, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Pennsylvania wins it.
Pennsylvania wins it.
270. Yep.
Wow.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm just trying to we can
speed running this baby.
Yeah.
Speed running.
Speed run it. Let's speed run it. So we think Pennsylvania. This is sort of what we're looking at, and we don't really care what happens here.
So that's
There's
the 312.
Yeah, 312. Yeah.
And so let's say then that okay, Arizona is close. Let's say that she wins Arizona just for kicks.
Okay.
And let's say she wins Michigan because Detroit cheats. I mean, there's no path, right? I mean, okay,
Pennsylvania.
Okay, if you don't
That's
win,
what I was gonna
Oh no!
Yeah, I guess
you ruined it.
Pennsylvania. That's it.
Thanks, Dominic. Who invited you anyway? All right, let's see. Dad shared something. When did you share, Dad?
Yeah, this is
Oh,
interesting.
yeah, here you go.
This is Project Veritas. They're down there, and they're starting to bring in the illegal ballots in Detroit, just right on schedule. And but I think the conservatives.
It could be
have
donuts,
teams down
Dad.
there.
It could be donuts.
Sure. Here they come.
Could be donuts. Someone got
Yeah, there you go. Pizza. But this time, the Republicans actually got a court order that forced them to have their own poll watchers. So it's not
poll
gonna be
watchers.
just-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be
Almost
just the
everywhere, at
Democrat
least.
poll watcher.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I've heard a lot of the campaign money that they've kind of taken over the last bit has been spent on poll watchers and lawyers.
Yeah.
On the ground for today.
Yep. Yeah, they took that part of the ground game seriously.
Yeah, I
Well,
like
it's
what
gonna make a
Michael says here.
difference.
So Father Gecko says up by 300,000 in PA in Pennsylvania, and Michael De Stefano says the Amish.
Yeah,
I think that's true. I think didn't they come out. I think it was something like 300,000, wasn't it, or maybe it was 200. I forget the amount, but a lot more than I would have expected. And they all apparently are.
I remember for 2020 that was a big deal that they had some Amish votes, but had
But
the
not many,
entire Amish
yeah.
community voted, then it would have gone to Trump. So this time around, I think they really, they mobilized.
They see their way of life threatened. I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Christina's beginning to have a sinking feeling. It's just because we showed you that video. But remember the map. It's still. I've seen on Twitter and stuff too that they're saying the Democrats need a miracle, and yeah, they could cheat their way through it, but it's
and it does feel a lot. I mean, I saw somebody say it has tonight has a 2020 vibe to it, and I mean, I can see that they're not calling the states. A lot of the counting has slowed down, as you would expect, and I mean, so some of the variables are in place. It does seem like, and Trump is not as far ahead as I expected him to be, but it still seems like he's on the right path.
So in 2020, though, when we were at this point and it was all the swing states, Trump was up by 0.4, 0.5 percentage points, right? And that's when they counted all the cities, and then it flipped. Right now, he's up by he's closing in on 4% in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's a lot.
5% in Michigan, like that.
Yep.
I don't know who will buy that if those all flip in the next 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just hoping
And
that
we
there's
did
enough
kind of
from the last time that they can take enough precautions to avoid any sort of cheating and meddling, at least limit it, better than 2020,
Yeah, so, gotta think so.
Yeah. Limit it and then make it too big to cheat. I think that.
Well, that was
probably kind of the end game.
Have just blown it out of the water, so it was just too much of a gap. You couldn't even try to meddle with it. But if it gets too close, then I get a little concerned about what can they do to sort of work their way into it. Trying to do some fishy business.
Yeah, I guess I'm just reading a memo from Kamala.
Kamala sent you a memo?
She did. We're pretty tight.
Cool.
Yeah. Buddies.
Better win, Kevin. You'd better win. Love Kamala.
What do you mean? Kamala and Trump have been sending me mail for the past 3 months.
True. Yeah, that's right.
Can you afford just $5? Just
wait.
just
That wasn't just for me.
I thought I was special.
Oh man. Trump at 74% odds of winning Pennsylvania, according to New York Times. 82% reporting Trump up 2.3%.
Polymarket has him 72% chance of winning every swing state.
Kevin, what did you say on Pennsylvania?
I gotta find it again.
Sorry, I'm at 82%
Pennsylvania
reporting.
Yep, 2.3 for Trump, 74% odds of winning, according to New York Times.
Okay. Oh, so check. Hey, can I share my map again?
Do it.
Maybe if I can remember how to do
Oops.
it.
You guys gotta tell me when I leave stuff up on the screen. I'm sleeping over here.
Oh, I'm getting that sinking feeling in my stomach too. I think I need some blood
Everyone's like,
sausage.
"Oh, now that I've looked at it this whole time,
I need the blood sausage. Gotta get that red wave,
I'm telling you, yep. If everyone could just,
Look what happens if Pennsylvania goes.
yeah, they win. I know that's what I'm saying, man. And Alaska, in Alaska.
Alaska's not going blue.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm showing a black screen. Oh, there we go. Never mind.
I mean, Trump's got this, guys. I mean, he's got it. He's got this.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
really what it's looking like is even worst case scenario if we put these blue. That's worst case.
Put Pennsylvania blue. I feel like they're the most likely to have cheating going on. Yeah, even there, yeah.
Because she has to win. Wait, huh? What did you have?
Oh, sorry, Kevin.
Wisconsin and Michigan. Okay. No, you're fine. I was just trying to say. Yeah, she has to win all three: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
We're down to these.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen. They're done. I mean, like I feel pretty. I'm with Father Gecko. I don't see how this could happen. I don't see it. I think.
Yeah, well, and in Pennsylvania, like you said, 82% in, and he's up by. I'm seeing almost 3. Michigan is they're slow at counting in Michigan, but they're at 42% in, and he's up by 5. Wisconsin 75% in, and he's up by 4.
I think Wisconsin's got to be almost called.
Yeah.
But if they win Wisconsin, then they win. Then it's done. Then Trump wins.
No, Wisconsin, not quite. She could still sweep all 4 of the rest.
Really? I thought she had to win.
Arizona, Nevada, you mean?
She has to win all 3. Doesn't she have to win all 3 of the Midwest?
No, because when we said that, we were assuming that these were both going to be red. Right? Arizona and Nevada. Arizona's really, really close right now. Nevada's still at 0%, so I don't know what's going on there. But she could, in theory, win. What could she, in theory, win? Pennsylvania and these 2, and she still doesn't have enough. Okay. She has to win 4 out of the 5.
It has to be 4 of the 5, yep.
No way. No way.
That's not.
I know they're trying to cheat, but I mean, come on. No way. No way. And look, like the one box, people carrying a couple boxes of ballots in Detroit or whatever. I mean, that's not enough. I mean, you got to have tons of people.
You're talking
cheating,
tens of thousands of ballots. Yeah.
Well, here, I'll tell you, he's up by 130,000 votes in Michigan.
Wow.
With 42% in.
Now I'm seeing
he's up by 220,000 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, exactly. 80% reporting.
Yep.
I mean,
he's up by 100,000 in Wisconsin. He is only up 7,000 in Arizona with 50% reporting. So there you go.
Arizona's tight.
That really surprising. What's the update? Do we have an update on the Senate races that are still in action or
counting?
They're moving along with it. They're moving along, I think, slowly along with a couple of these other slower elections. So Pennsylvania, I've been keeping an eye on, and there's still, it hasn't really changed. So there's 82% in, but the Republican David McCormick is still up 2 points there.
Yep.
About 100,000 votes. And what was the other one? I think Wisconsin was the other one, right? That
Wisconsin is the Republican is up by 2 points with 76%. And that comes out to about 55,000 votes.
And those are both flips.
Those are both flips.
Yeah. So you get 5 flips?
That would be 5 flips, assuming Montana also flips. Yeah.
Right.
Which I think can be safely assumed. Looking at Montana, it's only 14% counted, but he's up by 18.
Yeah, he's going to win big.
Yeah.
So
and
that's
it looks
54 without Kerry Lake.
And what about Michigan? So Michigan's got Rogers versus Slotkin. Did you mention that?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No.
And he's up
Michigan,
4% or 3%.
Yeah, 3.5%.
That would be another flip. So then that's 56 if Kerry Lake gets voted.
Kerry Lake
Lake's not going to win.
Kerry Lake does
Kerry
not.
Lake doesn't look like she's going to win, though.
Oh, okay.
She's down.
Still 55.
Yeah.
I thought that one was going to be closer.
Kerry, you know what? I think she's too abrasive. She's too,
Yeah.
she's too femininely
off-putting.
abrasive. Like, but then
Yeah.
so is
Yeah.
MTG. So I don't know. I guess
Well, I
different
think you can win. You can
electorate.
win a small. You can win a small house race. I think like that. But if you're trying to win an entire state, Mark Robinson
A
does the same
statewide.
thing. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you can't be brash. You can't be, you really ideological, and win a big state.
Polly Market, Trump's chance of victory, 97%. Polly Market, Georgia, Trump 95. Here, I'll pull this up on the screen just a second.
We already called Georgia.
Well, I'm calling it again. Oh, did my
do it.
camera die finally? My camera died.
Claimed twice the amount of votes.
92%
Hey,
chance of Trump winning the popular vote on Polly Market.
That's awesome.
So Georgia,
huge.
yeah, okay, we called that. Okay, they say Arizona 88%. Interesting.
Yeah, so
have
they
him
must
just
know more about the counties
destroying.
then.
They have him destroying everything. He's going to sweep.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
That's the 312. That's the 312.
That's the 312, right? That's kind of where we started the night.
Mamma
Was thinking
mia.
that, in fact, it was the very first. I think it was the very first chart we put up was the 312, which was kind of what a lot of the experts were expecting.
When was the last time a president-elect had 312 or more? Was that Reagan, his second term?
Maybe.
Well, maybe. Yeah.
Obama is
That'd be
second
good.
term.
I was going to guess Obama. Yeah.
Obama is second. Or even his first, actually. That's a good question.
Yeah. I think George W. Bush had a pretty good second election over Kerry.
Hey, I just want to say, Heidi Extreme Zionists can't stop the Catholic Family Podcast. Zionists can come at me, bro.
What is Polly Market? Is that an aggregate or what are they?
No, it's basically foreigners it's a forum where foreigners can bet money on different
Why
propositions.
are you pulling that? What? Okay.
Well, it
Because it
tends
looks
to
good
be-
for us.
It does, yeah, that's right. No, it tends to be predictive. It actually tends to be more accurate than polls because people are actually putting money on it's betting and it's gambling.
Oh,
but I
it's
mean,
been around
people-
for a few elections then.
yeah, and it has a relatively solid track record. Not great, but better than the polls.
Interesting. So here's interesting. New Jersey estimated results. Joe Biden won +16, Harris +6. Pretty cool. So you do see, even though these states are being won by Harris, they are certainly not the same amount as Biden.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking? End of the third quarter, up 21 points.
With a rain
Yeah.
delay.
Feels more like middle of
With the
fourth
rain
quarter.
delay, game might be forfeit.
With the rain delay, and the
I-
refs are figuring out how to call the penalties back.
But they're
on the
putting it.
team
But they're saying
opposing.
80% reporting, 85%. I actually think this is fourth quarter up 35. I think it's done. I think this is. I think it's done. I don't. I mean, how do
Yeah,
they?
well, the
possibly- how
aggregates,
do they-
yeah, the-
even if they
yeah,
cheat in Detroit and Atlanta's done, right? So they cheat in Detroit and Philadelphia, maybe, but
I don't know.
I think it's done. I think it's done. I think you can almost call it. Feeling good.
Might have Mahomes type referees though, so that
That's right. Pass interference, guys.
Pass
Roughing the
interference.
quarterback. Roughing the quarterback.
Yeah. Have you seen the deep fake of the announcers? Before the play was snapped, pass interference on the defense. All hail the mighty Mahomes. It's like Joe Buck's voice. It's like, okay, that's,
Unfortunately, I heard that Mahomes' mom voted Trump. So,
Well, and his wife.
and
his wife
I
voted
guarantee you, yeah,
I'm pretty
I
sure
guarantee-
Mahomes voted Trump. If his
Yeah,
mom and
I
his
was
wife
going to say
are,
that.
he's
I
not voting anymore.
guarantee you, Mahomes voted Trump. I so desperately
You
want
know
to
who Butker
not
is
like that
voting
guy.
for. Yeah.
Who?
Butker.
Harrison
Like
Butker.
Butker? Yeah, Butker's awesome. Butker's awesome. You guys are going to the game next week, right? Dad and Dominic?
We are,
Yep,
yeah.
this week.
Yeah.
That's legit.
first ever.
Too legit. Cool game.
First ever. Wow.
So Obama got 365 electoral votes in 08, according
Wow.
to the Hop Shizzle.
Ooh, that's a
How? Yikes.
What's that? What did I miss?
Yeah, 2008. I think the McCain blew that one. There might have been cheating going on, but McCain blew that one.
I think McCain blew it, and I think Obama was actually charismatic and had a good way with words.
His was
too.
a legitimate movement. Yeah, in fact, really Trump. If you're looking backwards at a politician that had charisma and had an actual following, because I mean, Obama had his inauguration. He had like 1 million people there or something like that. So I mean, he did have a legit following.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they and a
He was
brilliant
smooth.
message, just brilliant message. Amazingly, just simple. Didn't really have any actual platform. Just hope and change. He was charismatic. Just tell them what they wanted to hear without any actual message. Any actual structure of it. But he just did it better than Kamala. Kamala tried to do the Obama, but Kamala tried the same. But you can't because she was coming off of Biden, and obviously he was coming.
But I think it's more than just Kamala isn't good. It's also the current day we live in with all the Twitters and the long form podcasts and everything.
People
I don't
more
know if Obama
informed.
would have done that.
Yeah,
I don't know if Obama would have done that well.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
I don't know. I
It's
think
a
he was
dark horse.
a special kind of smooth. I still think he would have won.
Dominic voted for him.
I think you did
Oh,
fine.
that's right. I voted
Wow,
for
okay.
Kamala. What are you talking about?
So I'm seeing right now Election Hub in Wisconsin, 85% reported. Trump's up 14.
What? No.
Hang on, let me check Bloomberg here.
It's
I've
election.
got
Hub,
76% counted.
What's the percentage?
And he's up 3. No, he's up 4.
Okay. All right. I think Election Hub might be a
Bad
little
info.
off.
Yeah,
Election
it's a
Hub
full-
got hacked by the
full 4.
Russians. He's up a full 4 with 76% though. That's call that. Come on, guys. Call it.
Are
Pennsylvania.
they going to wait to
still-
call these?
And-
Seriously, though,
and
are they going to wait to call them? They're going to wait, aren't they?
What's that, Dan?
Eric Hovde is beating Tammy Baldwin. So all 3 of those blue wall states, right? You got Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin that look like they're all going to go Senate Republican flip.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So it's West Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Montana. Did I miss one? Ohio.
Say it again. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't
Yeah.
listening.
Okay,
You've got
so
Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana
Wisconsin.
would all be flips, right?
West Virginia,
West Virginia.
right? Which would
That's
give
6. That'll give us
55.
55.
That's 55. Yeah.
55. Yeah.
Wow.
That's gonna
legit.
be real. That's gonna be a really smooth path to getting your federal judiciary worked out.
Oh,
Yeah.
please. Like if that's all he does in 4 years is just no
Just-
wars, just fix the
Yeah.
judges, man.
Well,
sign me
I
up.
mean, close off the border, fix the
Yeah,
judges,
okay.
no
Yeah,
wars.
Order
That's
two.
the big
Order
thing.
two. You're right.
Downsize the government. Put Elon Musk in his, Department of Government something.
Make sure we get a man on Mars in the next 4 years.
Drill for oil.
That's
drill for a while.
It's so. I'm sorry. The Mars thing is just so ridiculous. Who did I hear today? Someone on a podcast is like, he's gonna send someone to Mars and it's gonna save humanity. It's like, what are you? Have you seen Mars? Have you actually seen videos of Mars? Videos of Mars, maybe. Okay, let's say they actually are for Mars. Yeah, that looks like a great place to save humanity. Yeah, sure. That's where we're
The
gonna
save
go and thrive.
the save humanity
Oh
thing
my
is dumb. But
goodness.
there's something very American about we can
Exploration.
Go there because we
I'm
can.
totally game with walking on Mars and the moon, which
But
still
save
hasn't
humanity
happened.
is
but
silly.
Didn't
anyway.
happen.
Yeah, colonizing is stupid.
Didn't happen. If you can't walk on the moon, you're not going to walk on Mars either. Let's just say that.
That's right. And we know we didn't walk on the moon.
We know that
Right.
for sure.
The Earth is flat.
I don't know how that's. I'm not sure how that's connected, but yes. The moon is just a. What do they even say? It isn't it just like some thing like
It's
held
made of
up
blue cheese.
above-
Like a
made of blue
satellite or
cheese,
something.
yeah. A satellite,
It's
yeah.
made of blue cheese and it's just stuck up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Giant
weird.
flashlight. Government Oversight Board. I think that's actually going to be have a bigger impact on our economy than almost anything. You cut down all the government, waste, and you start bringing in tariffs. It's going to immediately boost our, way of life. Everything, prices will be down. It'll be a lot easier to start a business. I think your middle America will actually, you will have a middle class again.
You'll thrive again. Yeah.
Legitimately don't. Yeah. I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan because he's just a weird dude. He takes some bad stances on things, but he's
got that.
If he's pigeonholed, I mean, just kind of like RFK. RFK Jr. gets in and is pigeonholed into his specialty. Brilliance will come out of it.
Right.
But if they are allowed to stray and kind of, work outside their boundaries, I think that's when you're going to have.
Well, that's when you're going to have.
It's actually a really good topic, and Eric will come to your Senate update real quick. I think it's a really good topic because I do think that the right as well as the left do turn these things religious, right? They turn them into turn them into worship. Now, none of us worship Trump. That's obvious, but there are people who absolutely do, and it turns into a cult of personality. And that's absolutely something we see with Trump, and we see it with Elon Musk. And it's weird. It's really, really weird. And it's like this, it's like, Elon Musk, the greatest hero of our time. It is like it's like a hero worship. And it's like, what he did engineering that rocket to come back down and get caught again.
It's amazing. Yeah.
I'm not an engineer, but that's not, I mean, maybe Eric can speak more to that as the engineer in the room. But I mean, that was insane what he did. But it's still kind of like, okay, calm down. He's still just a really weird guy who wore a Baphomet costume for Halloween. Last Halloween. So calm down. Don't
get too excited. Don't get too excited. Yeah.
Anyway, okay, Eric, Senate race.
Yep. So I know we've been talking about the Senate and it's looking really good, like the 54-55, but officially the Republicans have control of the Senate with 51 now.
Nice.
Wow. So that's a
And actually, now that you're talking about it, I did want to bring it up. This again from Eric Dougherty. A guy I think we all kind of respect a little bit, at least. Current Senate situation in the blue wall. Pennsylvania, McCormick's up 2 points with 82% in. Hovde, they have the same name, which is interesting. In Wisconsin, or did he mess that up? I wonder. Did he mess that up, or is it the same name?
Let me. I'll check for you.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Probably messed that up.
Hovde. Oh yeah, it should be Rogers in Michigan.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So he messed it up. So Wisconsin +2 for Hovde, in Michigan, Rogers up +3. So I mean, it's kind of funny because it's gone in. Kind of like a roller coaster. It's like, okay, does it feel big? Does it feel? But actually, if you start looking at the Senate and the House, and if Trump wins the states that he's winning right now, which is all of them, this is a red tsunami.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So here's the question to put out for the group. I don't know how much you guys pay attention to this. Who's going to be your next Senate Majority Leader?
Ooh. Josh Hawley.
Guys, just gonna say Josh Hawley would be my.
He would be my favorite. He would be. I don't know.
It's probably Jim.
I think he's too abrasive.
Yeah, Jim Jordan's in the House, right? I'm trying to think.
Jim Jordan's in the House. Rand Paul is probably going to be. Ted Cruz would. Ted Cruz would be a definite.
Hawley, Cruz, and Rand would be my top
Rand
three.
Paul,
I think.
Yeah. Mike Lee. There's another one. Mike Lee, who I think
he's
is
good.
he's former Marine. I want to say. So you do have some good ones there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's awesome.
How is that decided? Is that voted on by the Senate?
They voted on. Yeah, apparently they're voting because Mitch McConnell stepped down, and so they're going to do it on.
Mitch McConnell.
He didn't step down. He just kind of froze, and they pulled him away.
That's right.
But he's another, and that's another really good one. Who was I just saw on Twitter? One of these guys in the Senate is going to be pushing for term limits. It's like, boy, please, that sounds good. No more Nancy Pelosi's, please.
Yeah, you got to try to get the money out of it if you can.
Yeah.
I mean, they're also talking about forbidding them from trading stocks.
Of course,
they've got to do some stuff like that.
Yeah.
And start to take away a little bit of that, that upper crust, the way they have so separated themselves and the two-tier justice system and everything else that they become this elite, and it for them to get elected is just a home run financially for them, and you need to take that out of politics. They're servants. They need to be public servants.
And that's not how the founders envisioned it, right? It was
Right.
a duty that you would do. You would leave your home, you'd go to Washington, you wouldn't make any money. Like the people who ran were already, financially, done already. And then, you wouldn't make any money the whole time you were out there. And then you do it until you got tired of it or needed to make more money. And then you go back to your day job. That was how it was intended.
Yeah. In fact, it's been for a long time. I've had this theory that we should treat the House of Representatives like jury duty, right? So you call a big convention of 1,000 people together and let them hang out for a week and wine and dine them. And then over the course of that week, let them elect one representative, and it would be a pure, and they go to Congress for one term. They're done. You pay them, and then they move on.
Yeah.
Sure, the problem with that though is that our system is so bloated, and the people that are going to be voting to make laws that will keep the bloat down are benefiting from the bloat. So it's like you're not going to vote to make less money. That's just not a human. That's not what you do.
Incentive, yeah.
It's not. Yeah, there's no incentive to do it other than true altruism. But I think you could maybe count on 2 fingers in our entire government that people are actually truly altruistic.
But that's because the incentives are set up that way, right?
Right.
I'll bet you
and people that get into those positions, right. But in this scenario, everyone that's been voted into this position has gotten there through the scummy means, pretty much, and money.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it used to be. Maybe you guys said this already, but it used to be that it was actually considered a duty, right? I think that's It was like, hey, I'm going to do this because I need to do it for society. It's amazing that people actually used to feel like they owed something to the people around them. It's kind of a shocking idea. Like, wow, you mean I should do something beyond myself? I shouldn't just be completely selfish and actually give to the the people around me. And I think is that ever going to come back? No time soon.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd give up my $20,000 freezer full of ice cream. Just saying.
Nor would Nancy Pelosi.
I mean, has anyone actually had ice cream for very long? I mean, it gets freezer burnt pretty quick. So that lady must eat so much ice cream. Amazing. You have to respect her for that. You really do.
Yeah.
If nothing else, you have to respect her ice cream intake.
And she's still
in Arizona. In Arizona, we are over 50% now. Trump, I wouldn't say he's pulling away, but his margin is expanding. He's now at 0.7 over Harris.
Man, that's
that's in Arizona.
Closer. That is a whole bunch closer than it should be.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, he's still up 3 with 85%. Michigan, he's up 6 with 48%. And Wisconsin, he is up 4 with 77%. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins Pennsylvania, he wins, right?
Yeah, and I'm hearing growing sentiment out on X, people saying, "Come on, man, there's no way she can win. She can't win Pennsylvania. Just call it."
Yeah,
and I think once you call Pennsylvania, you call the election, and then you start looking at how long before Kamala concedes.
Yep, I'll share the map again so we can see it all.
You mean I got to do work? Come on, man.
Sorry, Kevin.
Come on, man.
So, granted, we've already called Alaska, which I don't think has been official yet, but Pennsylvania, boom.
270.
Yep. That's it. You win.
270.
That's without Arizona. It's done.
Wow.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yep.
Again, we also called Georgia, and that's not officially called yet, I think.
Georgia's technically not officially called yet.
But, I
So
The Secretary of State came out and said basically that there's no path for Kamala to win. So
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't the the media, but it was the Secretary of State.
yeah, he's up 2 and over 2%, which is 120,000 votes with 93% in. So yeah, there's
I wonder if there's a polymarket bet about if Kamala will blame the Russians for losing. Maybe a 90% chance.
Oh, I'm seeing pictures of people walking out of the Kamala party.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And they all sad faces.
Schadenfreude.
It's over. Yep. They know it's over.
Screaming Karens.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm checking in on Cenk.
What does that mean?
Cenk
Uger.
Oh,
the young Turks. The Young Turks. Yeah.
Ow.
That guy's like bipolar. I mean, one minute he's making a lot of sense and talking logic and reason. The next minute he's like an absolute raving lunatic.
Oh, he is the poster child of cognitive dissonance. Like literally, when there's a mental disconnect that logic doesn't work, so you have to go way outside the lines of reality to make it work. And I think you have like literal personality snaps when that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell you, I was listening to, I think it was yesterday, to Piers Morgan, and he had 2 liberals and 2 somewhat conservatives, and you really can't, and I don't think I'm just being biased. You can't listen to the liberals. They're just obnoxious, and they're yelling, and they all it is Hitler and abortion. I'm not kidding. Like the entire show.
Yeah.
And Piers Morgan's like a liberal, and he's like, guys, stop. I mean, like, what are you doing? It's absolutely ridiculous. Their whole rhetoric is awful.
Big news. Hawaii called for Kamala.
No.
Yeah, there's a shock.
Not Hawaii.
Who would have guessed?
No way.
We called it first. Just saying.
Yeah, right. You heard it here. Okay, why is Kamala's party like 99% black? Okay, I just watched a portion of it. I guess I shouldn't judge too quickly, but
It's dark.
Interesting. Oh, there's a white guy. There's a. Is that, oh, there's a.
there's another guy.
Maybe. Halvesies.
They all look so sad.
They do.
Look at the shoulders. Yeah.
Though I must say it's not as impressive as the memes from 2016 yet.
No,
I know. Those were
2016.
Those were incredible.
2016 was a surprise, right? Everyone was like,
Yeah.
Hillary's going to win.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it was
This
just
is
like
yeah.
this guts ripped out. This one, everyone kind of went in knowing that Trump had the momentum.
Your chances weren't that great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, Father Geckel. I don't know how you lasted this long. Almost 6 hours, fellas. That's I can tell you, I actually feel pretty good. My lower back feels like it's like melded into part of my middle back, so that's a little bit uncomfortable. But otherwise, bueno.
Yeah, I mean,
6 hours is got to be about
going strong.
Tom's like, yeah, man,
killing it.
I'm starting to feel it, man.
Hey, it's past my bedtime. I gotta go.
Yeah, right. Yeah, seriously.
All right. Well, I gotta go say my rosary before it's midnight. So I'm gonna give my closing spiel.
Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Hopeful for a different maybe take this time, but yeah, like I've bothered you guys on your other streams. Just can't keep voting for the Overton window and voting that the ends justify the means, and if we keep doing that, we're going to be here in like 4 years and doing the same thing again. So
yeah, but I'm sorry, I got to interrupt you then. So what's your option? Give me another option. Monarchy tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
How do we get monarchy?
That's a good question. But that's my point.
Through
so
revolution.
You're saying
so,
voting for the lesser of two evils is going to end up in the same place. What's your solution?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying don't say the ends justify the means. Don't say we can put whoever as long as they're not Kamala or whatever. Don't do that. If we do that again 4 years from now or 8 years from now, it's just going to keep sliding.
No, but
he's already saying, it don't matter if it's IVF, if he's, the kid can do the gender reassignment, if the parents are all right with it. All the stuff I've already bothered you guys about in comments.
Yeah, we've got to hold him. We got to hold him accountable to be sure.
Yeah.
And I'll throw in real quick. I think one of the other solutions here that we don't take seriously is we have primaries in our system, and conservatives are really, really, really bad about voting in primaries, and that's when you have your chance to really warm up to somebody that you like, that really portrays our values, right? A lot of times you don't vote in the primaries and we end up with just a Republican in name only, somebody who's liberal or whatever. And I think when we get involved, that's when we can be better about it. But yeah, I agree. We need to not sit back on our laurels and say, okay, thank goodness Kamala didn't win. But yeah, I agree. Let's hold Trump accountable.
That's what I was going to say, Kevin. If you're serious, pretty much what he said, subsidiarity, being more involved, and not being this, not that you guys are doing that, but this general thing I see with the normies or whatever, where it's an armchair thing every 4 years and we got to vote harder or whatever. But yeah, being involved and at the local level, at the state level, and saying, yeah, I might have to sacrifice this year because I'm not going to compromise on this or that. So thank you for your patience with me and having me on tonight, guys.
No, thanks for coming on.
Good to have you on, CJ.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
we'll do it again sometime, and we'll talk about the topics that you mentioned before. We'll do it again soon.
All right, thank you for doing this, guys. God bless.
Sweet.
All right,
yeah,
God bless.
God bless.
Yep. God bless. No, I do totally agree with him though that I mean saying that Trump got a excuse me, saying that Trump is elected in and yay we won and this is the greatest thing ever is not necessarily isn't it's not the end game, or it's not the end goal. It's like, okay, this is a step to where we want to be in 2 years and 4 years. So like, that is the kind of the crux of the better of two evils choice, that you cannot just sit down and be okay with the better of two evils. You have to work towards the better of, no evils. So I totally understand what I think he was trying to get across.
Definitely. But yeah, on the other hand, right, 4 years ago, the Supreme Court basically had a decision that allowed abortion throughout all 50 states. And we're in a better place now because of an election just like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where are we going to be 4 years from now? Like what seems to be a legit, Novus Ordo, but a good Catholic vice president and potential future face of the party. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's small, it's baby steps. Yeah, it's like you're saying. Right. I don't remember, was that you guys ever talked about this earlier today? That basically you're not looking for a home run, exactly. or you have to have be able to take a walk, be able to take a just a bloop single to win a 9-inning game. It's like you're not swinging for the fences every time. You have to be okay with being on base sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. Like Father Cepeda had a really good sermon. I'm sure some of you may have seen it, like explaining that, really well. I mean, we can't have every problem fixed overnight. Like this election's definitely not going to solve every problem, but it takes us farther away from a place we can't go. We can't go to socialism full blown like the Democrats. We have to work towards, our goals, to have a true Catholic state. That's going to take time. So, we got to take what we can get right now. And, that's why I'm always just trying to make sure people know it's like I'm not necessarily I'm not just waving the Republican flag. Like, that's not what it is. I just realized there's a greater evil that we can't allow to, take over our country. We have to make sure that we're looking for ways we can take steps towards the right direction. And so I think that's something that, hopefully in 4 years, there's another big step, like you said, Eric, that maybe, maybe
a
it's
conservative Catholic win a general election as president, not just vice president. Right. This year is the baby step to vice president. Next year is president. Yeah. And then it becomes normal. Like maybe some of the representatives, the House of Representatives, or even senators could be good, moral Catholic people.
Right.
Yeah. And it's always an argument I like to make in times like this, that let's not let the perfect become the enemy of the good. We've made progress here tonight. We've turned things. We've taken this pure evil and we've taken them out of power. Now, that doesn't mean that the game's over with them, but we've taken them out of leadership at a federal level. Okay, the game's just starting in terms of, actually keeping them at bay and turning us into a more Catholic type of a country. But it's a good start. It's a good thing. We've had a good night.
Yeah. Well, it's just the beginning. I think we have to treat it like it's a small victory, but the big victory comes through, prayer, comes through
definitely
the next 20 years, that this might be a good, stepping point for our country, that, we're no longer spiraling into the abyss, but we're also kind of hanging by it still. And it's going to take God's grace and I think our personal work to climb out of the dark hole that we're in. You can kind of see the light though, and that's a really encouraging.
And I think when you start seeing that change, society change through, better food, better water, better judiciary. You start seeing the bad people locked up quicker. The better people safer. People not committing crime because they know they're going to get really punished. I mean, these kind of basic things for a society. I think that is where you start to see a more comfortable, traditional, family-oriented society. And I think, again, we all hope that it, ends up, of course, as, putting Christ the King, Christ as king. But I totally echo you guys, one step at a time. I'm seeing here too from somebody on Twitter. This is kind of interesting. The RNC, so the Republican National Committee, I guess, just forced. Is it? Yeah, as I was going to say.
Convention
RNC.
is the act.
What
the
RNC
party
actual
thing? Committee. I think.
Party, whatever committee. Just forced Center County, Pennsylvania officials to keep counting ballots throughout the night after they plan to stop counting. They will not be able to pull out the late night mail-in ballot dumps they used to cheat in 2020. Pretty interesting.
That's big.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And that's something that again, the Republicans they were just smarter this time. They just actually had a plan. They're like, hey, we know what they did last time, and we're just not going to let them do it.
Yeah. You have 4 years to prepare.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think they did, and it looks like it's going to pay off. And so I really think if the Democrats know that now, I think they're going to call it tonight. I think they might call it soon. I really do. I really think we're all kind of holding on. Like, should we go to bed? Should we? But I think it's so close. It's so close. Well, I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, I just feel like it's within a fingertip, but it may not get called till tomorrow. That's obviously.
Well, the only thing that's got me discouraged here is that I've been watching these vote counts, and they're not moving. And it's the same thing. It was probably about the same time as 2020. Now, granted, I think that I don't even know that we're necessarily farther ahead, but this is probably right when the RNC's got to go to work, and they knew it was coming. They knew this was coming.
Yeah,
and it looks like they're ready for it.
Yeah, they got lawyers all over the country, and especially in these swing states. So I think that. They came prepared, and I think they already have even warrants or subpoenas or whatever to be like, hey, nope, look, you got to count them, you got to do it now. And so I really think they could concede any minute. I really think that could happen. I could also totally be wrong. Yes, I really really want to go to bed.
yeah, same. So is Nevada still at 0% counted?
Yeah, that's what
I kind of vaguely remember that being the case in 2020. I don't know if that actually happened, but I feel like there was
thing is, I
one
don't-
state that just
it is 0-0.
never, it like didn't count.
I don't think
It
Nevada
may have been
matters,
Nevada.
is the thing.
No, it doesn't. Just still kind of odd.
That is odd.
It is odd. Pennsylvania, it
Maybe
has
they-
been moving just really, really slowly.
They don't
But
86
Pennsylvania,
86%
go ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, 86%.
How much left in Pennsylvania? 86.
Yeah, 86% in. He's up by almost 3 points. 3%.
Okay, so if
points,
he
which
if he
equates
wins
to 200-ish thousand votes.
Oops, that didn't work.
Yeah.
What if he? Oh, come on. What if he wins Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia?
Let me share my little map. We can do some games here.
Yes, please.
Keep us entertained.
Keep myself awake. Are you not entertained? All right, you can see.
Yeah.
So what did you want to see, Kevin?
If he wins Arizona and Wisconsin. Yeah, that
Yep.
wins it too.
Yeah, that puts him over.
Yeah.
So Wisconsin, he's up by like 6 with like 85% in. or something,
Wisconsin.
right?
I can't believe they haven't
Yeah.
called Wisconsin yet.
That's a like it's
Yeah,
a it's pretty easy.
He's up
right?
4. He's up 4 with 82% in.
4. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to win this. He's going to. They just have to. Nevada says they're allowing 4 days for mail-ins. Yeah, but they still have to count the vote, don't they? There's like,
Nevada doesn't
nah,
care. You don't care.
nah, we're just not going to count any of them. We're waiting. Wouldn't surprise me. Breaking.
Could we have any-
MSNBC reports that another 50,000 ballots are expected to be announced in 9 minutes. That was 24 minutes ago. So fake news.
Let's see, what else could we do?
So have you heard much of anything about different abortion bills? I know that Florida
won both.
got shot down, and I think
Colorado
went down,
lost.
yeah.
I think
Yeah,
Colorado lost
it.
that nasty one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you had one in Nebraska.
Tell you what,
I think,
Eric.
Nebraska.
Iowa's a better state.
Have you lived in Iowa?
That's a good point.
Or were you imprisoned in Iowa?
I'm not in the business of leaving a perfect place to live because of the politics. I'm going to stay and fight. It's like the Alamo.
Yeah.
Maybe the last one here, but well, and the other thing is like, Colorado is liberal and blue. And how much has it gone? Let's see. Kamala's up 54 to 42. So like very blue. But that's literally Denver and Boulder and a couple of the mountain towns. It's like Colorado Springs, super conservative.
Yeah. Springs is awesome. I miss
Eastern
Springs,
Colorado
actually.
Eastern Colorado is just as red as Kansas. It's just we got overtaken by stinky Denver.
Gonna be a little San Francisco here before too long.
Oh, Harry Sisson says it's really depressing to see how many people voted for the felon rapist fraudster who lies constantly. Many Americans fail their fellow Americans tonight. Okay, I guess he's not conceding, but that's pretty close.
That's pretty much a consensus.
Who's Harry Sisson?
Oh, he's
Oh
a
my
little
gosh,
sissy,
he is-
sissy
yeah.
Sisson. Yeah.
Oh man.
Ugh. Yeah.
He's a guy who very eloquently, he's a young kid.
Yeah.
And he's got all the talking points. He literally speaks in CNN talking points.
Yeah. And he does it well for as
He
young
does
as
well,
he is.
yeah.
But he's insufferable. He's totally insufferable. He's just annoying.
At what precise time does Harris not conceding become an insurrection? Question.
No,
on
they
this.
haven't. I mean, they haven't officially counted, obviously, but
Yeah.
But yeah, good question, right? They will definitely be held to a different standard. That we know.
I'll be back in one moment, boys. Hold on.
Go for it.
Yeah, Jeff Froome has a good point here. He says that true outward reform in the world starts with inward reform in me. It's evil within me that is the cause of the evil in the world that I must address. It kind of goes back to what we were saying a little bit ago. It's like, our state of the world is because people are not good, or I don't.
Yeah,
There's a better way to put that, but yeah. What he said.
But
the Chesterton. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Greg.
The Chesterton quote is, "How do I want to improve my world, my community, and everything? The first thing you start with is a mirror."
Right.
Because if you're not living right, if you're not, following all the laws, like, you're not going to change anything for the better.
But there's part of me that says that we are facing an evil that's taken over every possible corner of our world, including the papacy. And we're doing okay. We're fighting it. We're fighting it now. It's pretty indomitable. I mean, it's pretty nasty and hard to defeat. But I think we're doing okay. We're doing our best to try to fight it.
Yeah.
How many rallies would you have heard? Christ is King being shouted 10 years ago.
Yeah. Right.
The needle is pointing in the right direction.
Did you guys know that Donald Trump is the only president who ever attended the March for Life?
Yeah, I had heard that. Yep.
Was right down the street from Ronald Reagan. He never attended.
Still kind of flummoxed about that, though, because his stance on abortion is not.
It's political. He's playing politics.
It's political. It's
He's
political.
playing politics. He doesn't. Oh, and I know this is a big thing for Matt when he's on. Even overturning Roe versus Wade, they didn't, at least outwardly, at least as far as we know, the justices didn't overturn it because they cared about the lives of the unborn. They did it because it was bad law, and it was bad law. But at the same time, I mean, Trump's fruits have been to roll back that law, and you got to give him some credit for it. But I don't think personally, of all of the issues on his plate, abortion and homosexuality, unfortunately, are way down his list, way up my list, way up all of our lists, but way down his list.
Oh, you want to hear something good? Okay. This is from John Lynch. I know my Colorado guys know that name. John Lynch. John Lynch, GM of the 49ers, former safety of the Denver Broncos.
Yep.
Quote, I'm more focused on getting our guys to vote. Oh, wait, he says he's more interested in election day than trade deadline day. He says, I'm more focused on getting our guys to vote, hopefully for Trump, than improving this team. Yeah.
Wow.
Go Lynchy.
Go Lynch.
Lynch came out. And Nick Bosa's on the Niners.
Yeah.
He's super conservative. It's funny, San Francisco team.
Kamala is not going to do any speech at all. She went to bed.
Smart.
Is that
Kamala.
official, or is that just a
semi? AP. Yep. Harris not speaking tonight. Associated Press.
Okay, so then you will not get a formal
that thing. Yeah.
Concession.
There you go.
There it is. Yeah, that I didn't expect. I thought they would still call it. I think they're not going to call it, guys. I think they're not going to call it. I think we're going to have to.
I think
we're
playing
gonna have
games
to
with
call
you
it.
now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I thought
I will
there
say
was a
if we
chance
wake
that they were
up and
going to.
somehow she won Georgia and Pennsylvania and Michigan
goodness.
and Wisconsin.
Oh, if that happened, there would be civil war. I mean, there's just.
I think you're right,
I mean,
Don. I actually think you're right.
I am
I actually
serious
think
about
you're
that.
right, yeah.
That there will be blood in the streets if that happens.
At this point,
I think it's
I
so
actually think you're right. Yeah.
far away. Being able to cheat slyly, it's way too blatant at this point.
Yep. Agreed. Well, gentlemen, it's been an honor and a privilege. We fought the good
Probably
fight.
maybe the longest podcast we'll ever do.
I
Is
can't
this your
imagine.
first
Maybe in
6-hour
4 years.
podcast?
Oh man.
At least another 4 years, right?
That's
You know
right.
what? You know what though? Honestly though, and I do feel it. Like I feel like I sat here for the last 6 hours and 12 minutes, but it was fun. Actually really
No, that
enjoyed
was good.
and it actually
Yeah.
went pretty fast. It was fun. Yeah, Mom, that's a good idea. Show you the map one last time. We'll run through the map with.
Okay.
Actually, let's do that. Let's run through the map and we'll run through the current
numbers
Get the
voting
last
time.
minute numbers here. Yeah.
Mr. K.
And then this is recorded so that we can, when we wake up tomorrow and all these go for Kamala. I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
exactly. We're gonna know what
We'll
they
have the
were.
proof where it's like, no, I don't think so. All right. Pennsylvania, 87% votes counted. Trump is up 51 to 48, so 3 points. And that looks like it is about 200,000 votes. Michigan, 56% counted. Trump is up 52 to 46. So what's that?
That's
6 points?
6
points.
That's a lot.
That's
Yeah.
pretty big.
That's pretty big.
That's
and
pretty
it
big.
is 57% counted, and he is up by about 200,000 votes. Wisconsin, we've got 83% in. He's up 51 to 47. So that's closed a little bit. Probably as they're counting Milwaukee. So what's that, 4 points? And that is 110,000 votes. Arizona, 51% counted. He's up 50 to 49. So almost a full percentage point now. And
I
he's
bet
up
you loses Arizona.
He should win that big. Yeah.
13,000 votes. And
Well,
then
again, the
Nevada's all
Poly
zero.
Market has them winning on them all. Let's keep that in mind too.
Yep. Nevada's at zeros.
Which is
just
weird.
That is
Dumb Nevada. And technically Alaska hasn't been called yet, but it's called.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Three of
Awesome.
it's
Well, I
like
guess
4
okay.
votes.
Last thing, I want everyone to give their what is your prediction? I guess the options being that it's called before you guys wake up for Trump, that it's called before you guys wake up for Harris, or that it's called after you guys wake up for Trump or Harris. Dad, I'll start with you. What do you think?
I'm going to play the optimist here and say it's going to be called for Trump before we wake up, and Kamala will concede in the morning.
Eric?
Yeah, well, I would have said the same thing you said, but to be different, I'm going to say it's going to be called for Trump, but it's going to be sometime later tomorrow after they have all the official recounts and stuff like that.
Dominic?
Dang it, Eric. That's exactly what I was going to say. Well, I'll
No,
go
I
one
say,
deeper.
I guess it's got to be Harris.
It's got to be Harris, guys. I gotta take
Don't
this
put
one
that
for the
black
team.
hat on, man.
Thomas is fourth, and he's like,
Dude, my
"Oh,
black
come
hat
on."
is going on. Okay, 2:00 in the morning, everything goes
You
blue.
can pick the same. Yeah, you can pick the same.
No, I think it'll be done by the morning. I think you'll have at least 2 states that go and pushes them over, and concession speech around 9:00 tomorrow. That's my guess.
Thomas, what do you think?
I think considering it's almost 1 a.m., I'll probably, and I don't work tomorrow, I'm going to sleep in long enough that it'll be called by the time I
Nice. Smart.
Lucky man.
Yeah, I'm with everyone but Eric, the pessimist, as always.
As usual. Yeah.
We're gonna call him Eeyore from now on. I'm gonna write his name next time. It's gonna be Eeyore.
Nice.
But no, I think it'll be solved. I could actually, to be honest, I really do think it could go the way Eric says. I think it could be the end of the day. But I really truly would be shocked if Harris if they pull something off, and if they do, which I don't think it's even possible at this point. I'm with Dominic.
Everybody's watching for it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think it can, but if it does, it could be ugly. It could
Things
be
gonna
real
get
ugly.
ugly.
But I think it'll actually be pretty calm.
I say the one wrinkle you might find, or what could happen, is that you get Russia, and then they're saying that, oh well, Russia rigged the election, and this is exactly how they did it, and then it's going to be, they're not going to.
They'll complain about it for 4 years.
2 months,
for sure.
and-
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
For 4 years, they'll complain about it, but I don't think they'll actually have any legs to stand. I just want to say, last comment. Great job, Kevin. This was fun. I just want to say,
Wow.
Didn't mention anybody else. So
Good job, Kevin.
It's all right. Yeah, I know. I'm glad you guys were
I mean-
along for the ride while I did all the work.
You had the harder hours.
I did have the harder hours.
That's
That's
true.
true. But I had the lesser brain functioning. But no, seriously, guys, Dad, Eric, Dominic, Thomas, Dad, and Eric, especially, you guys were here
Yeah,
like the whole
Eric.
time. Dad, I don't know if you ever even stood up. I don't know how you even did that. Seriously, mad respect. That is, that was awesome. I really enjoyed it. And as someone said as Mom said in the chat, everyone do keep praying that this does end up in the best possible scenario, and pray for our leaders. And if it's Donald Trump or Kamala, but especially if it's Donald, pray that he does make the right decisions and that he does bring our country ever closer to enthroning Christ as King of America, which I do think we just might maybe in our lifetime see. Guys,
amen.
Everyone watching, you awesome people in the comment section, God bless y'all. We will see you next time, maybe 4 years from now. I guess we'll have to see.